So I'm Linus from the YouTube channel LinusTechTips. You might have heard of us, you might have not. I won't be offended either way. And we generally specialize in PC hardware, which is why we were chosen to go ahead and broadcast what is basically a celebration of PC gaming and PC modding done by people who are much better at this stuff than us.
I'm Luke from the aforementioned LinusTechTips, with the best name on the planet.
You could legally change your name to Linus. So these gentlemen over here who are working feverishly.
There we go.
Actually, it's kind of amazing how quickly they're working. Can you work this fast? Now that you've seen other people work this fast?
No.
All right, well, these guys are feverishly working on getting their PC mods going because they have a mere 24 hours to complete from pile of hardware to finished, modded out, decked out machine that beyond the general theme, which as yet is unannounced.
Oh. Literally no one knows yet, except for like one or two dudes, which don't include us.
They got here.
Someone says this is like Cake Boss or Top Chef, something that I've wanted to do, which might be kind of difficult with this camera, but is the super old school Iron Chef when they have the panel talking the whole time, and then the dude that's out on the floor. Squeeze on! We have something really interesting going on here, blah, 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 blah. I want to do that at some point. I think that would be awesome.
We can bend the rules a little bit here. We're making the rules, so we're going to answer a completely different question.
Yay, 24 hours.
What color underwear am I wearing? Great question. Black.
I actually have no idea.
You don't know, do you? You can check.
Black.
Are we wearing the same underwear?
Costco?
Yeah.
Yep. Costco. Cost effective. Price per performance is actually a really big thing when it comes into building PCs.
The time actually it was Red Flag Deals probably that I actually bought it on, which I don't know if they have much of a PC hardware swap thing going on there anymore, but I finally found the sound card that was on the supported list.
Sorry, I gotta cut you off here. Check out the silver taping going on.
Whoa.
I believe that's a D5 Vario.
Hey, nice.
That looks really sharp, and that's going to go really well along with their like silver kind of exposed test bench style thing. We'll jump back to your story in a second. I couldn't skip what's actually being shown on stream here. Oh.
Uh-oh, we jinxed it. We jinxed it.
It overlapped a little bit.
All right, apparently we are on camera. I love these things. I should just wear one of these little security guard things all the time and just hire someone to always be talking to me in my ear, like making little amusing comments about whatever I'm having conversations with people about.
Did you know we're all half centaur?
Half centaur? What?
Yeah.
Is this a reference I don't get?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
All right, so we've got Team Mongoose right here in the black shirts. This is Ron Lee Christensen. And what are you doing, sir? I don't have a mic for you yet. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take care of that. All right.
I'm cutting out my templates into some high impact styrene, and what we're going with a Black Ops Outer Space zombie theme. So what we want to do is kind of make this look like a space station once we're done. And we're making our effects panels right now into that styrene, and we'll get those applied, start doing our panel effects, airbrushing, and all the detailing. So we're just in the stage of tear down and just fabrication right now.
All right, so right now this computer looks pretty normal. You can see any experienced builder is going to do stuff like this. Taking out the PCI brackets, leaving in the screws that they know are just going to stay in there, taking out the ones where they're making room for the cards that are going to go in. So these are going to be, of course, this is an NVIDIA sponsored event, so we're going to have SLI graphics cards going on in here. They've also pre-installed the hold down for the CPU liquid cooling. We've also got our 4790K overclockable Core i7 processor going on in there. So let's have a look at some of the tools of the trade that they've got going on here. We've got a heat gun. That is one heck of an epic looking heat. So 1600 watt heavy duty heat gun. What are you guys going to use this for?
That's for the acrylic bending for the hardline tubing.
Okay, and is Lee working on the acrylic bending yet?
No, he's right now trying to figure out the piece for the reservoir there. Looks like we might be missing a piece from the factory, or might have left it at home. So we're trying to get the correct piece for that so we can get the loop all set up and start testing that.
All right, so basically, pretty much like any PC build, even experienced builders run into these hiccups. So if you're building your own PC and you kind of go, oh, I left something there, or I don't have this tool, at least you can see that even the most experienced guys, well, they run into challenges every once in a while. But what makes these guys experienced is I'm sure they're going to come up with some kind of epic, amazing solution. So right here, these fittings are for hardline acrylic tubing. You can see that they use a standard G1/4 fitting with an O-ring. Actually, oh, is that a recessed O-ring? Yep, with a recessed O-ring seal. So these are pretty much impossible to get to leak. I remember in the old days of PC liquid cooling, we had to use just standard plumbing equipment a lot of the time. So instead of having O-ring seals and nice recessed O-rings, the progression was we went from threads with Teflon tape around them to G1/4 fittings that had O-rings that if you put them too tight, the O-ring would pop out and they would leak and even spray sometimes internally, to these just immaculate, gorgeous fittings that we have today. I mean, I think it really speaks to how much liquid cooling and modding have grown, that companies can even afford to design, develop, and produce products like this. So these are the fittings that are going to be used, and I'm not gonna lose any. I'm sure the last thing he wants is one of those to be missing. And then over here, we have something that, again, is a product that we never really had before. In the early days of PC liquid cooling, we used aquarium pumps. We were usually forced to use half-inch tubing, so very, 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 very thick tubing, because the way that these pumps were built was they weren't optimized for head pressure. They were optimized for flow rate. So you wanted the entire loop to have as little restriction as possible in order to get reasonable cooling out of them, because they were only designed for recirculating water inside an aquarium. So with the modern water cooling optimized pumps that we have today, this looks like a Lang D5B, so the one without the variable speed dial on it. So with the optimized pumps we have today, we don't have to use that wide tubing anymore, and we can still use it if we want to, or we can use stuff that's more flexible. And with the way that water cooling has evolved, we now have products like this, where instead of being stuck with a pump, and then again, a lot of people used to make their own reservoir, so that's where you actually fill the liquid cooling loop. Instead of that, with some janky ghetto reservoir somewhere else in the system, now you can integrate your pump and your reservoir. See, these guys are laughing over here. They remember those days. So now we've got fully integrated pump and reservoir systems. So you can see here that the top of the pump is actually part of the reservoir. So it can pull water indirectly, and then it's going to spin around like this, and it's going to put it out the outlet right here, which is going to come out this side. So it's all a nicely integrated unit that looks better, takes up less space, and actually performs better as well. So I think that's pretty much it for this station. Well, I would love to talk about what these guys are doing here.
We also see what we saw earlier, which is their power supply. I'm not entirely sure what the intent is here, but they have pulled out the plug and the switch of the back. So that's fairly interesting. I'm wondering if they're intending on moving this somewhere else.
For finishing, and one cool thing about these reservoirs, you may remember some of the old ones that you screwed on here. These ones are actually compression, so they operate just like the compression fittings. And they have a really nice seal. So these use double O-rings, so if you have a high pressure system, it will hold, and you just put it on here, and then you tighten up the cuff just like a compression fitting would.
So tell me something. Is there any reason that you would have that high pressure in a PC liquid cooling system?
Well, you just want as much flow as you can, so.
There you
More
go.
the better.
So basically, the two main things that are going to affect the cooling effectiveness of a liquid cooling setup are going to be how much radiator, basically surface area, you can provide to the water so it can dissipate the heat that it's picking up from the components to the air, and then the flow rate. So the faster the water flows through the system, the more quickly it can pick up heat effectively, essentially, the more turbulence there is in the CPU blocks and inside the radiators, so they're able to exchange heat more effectively. Okay, so Lee, you just got back from a bit of a field trip there. You got a little bit of sweat on the brow. Have you guys figured out what's going on with your res?
So it turns out that either I forgot one of the rings for the reservoirs, or it just wasn't in the package with our stuff. So I actually called my buddy Lorenzo. Shout out to Lorenzo. He's actually going to bring me the other ring that I need tomorrow morning. So it's a 3-hour trip. Either I was going to drive all the way back to Stockton and lose 3 hours, and Ron would be on his own until I came back, or I have good friends that come and save the day.
All right, well, there you go. We talked earlier about how the mod. Sorry, I won't keep you anymore. Please carry on. We talked about how the PC modding community is like pretty tight. I don't know if I have too many buddies. I'd make a 3-hour trip for to bring them to bring them a ring. So that's fantastic. Because the thing about the liquid cooling loop is, as long as they know they're getting that part, they can do most of what they need to do without actually being able to fill it and seal it. So for anyone who is just joining us, there's actually a fair bit of crazy pants gear out here. So the large format printer has been used to make what appear to be paint stencils. All right, so there is a paint spray booth outside that looks like it's going to be used to go ahead and stencil some kind of a design, which I'm sure you can't figure out based on looking at this piece of paper. I don't even know what time it is. I don't have my phone on me, but when it's like, I mean, you can see that, you know, the local store for PC components is not open. Compared to the guys who are starting with some kind of base, you know, like a case or a test station kind of thing, these guys are being pretty ambitious here by taking what is really not much better than if they had just started with sheet metal, to be perfectly frank. Like a case that is so old and so outdated that they basically need to redo everything on it. These guys have created a lot of work for themselves, but they're going to end up with a pretty cool result, I think. So they just pulled the motherboard standoffs off. They have been cutting and or sanding over here, so the ground is sparkly with metal shavings, as is the table here. And let's go take a look at exactly what it is that's going on. It looks like, and maybe you can just explain this to me very quickly. You can even keep working. I'm just
scribing out the area I'm going to cut. I'm going to cut out this whole backside where the old I/O plate and everything was. We're going to make an entire new panel. He's cutting the panel on the saw right now. We're going to cut out for the power supply and for a new motherboard tray and all that kind of stuff. So basically, we're just taking this thing, completely chopping it up. There won't be a lot of the original case left, so it's pretty heavy modding. So.
All right, so just to explain why that needs to be done for a moment, in the 80s, computers didn't use ATX motherboards and ATX power supplies. Actually, everything was pretty proprietary, and we didn't have industry-wide standards the way that we do now. So we would just know that, okay, well, this motherboard will work in this case, and this power supply and everything will all go together. So what these guys are doing is, because the way that the rear I/O, so, you know, your keyboard and mouse ports and all that good stuff, I was about to say USB. No, we didn't have USB then. So the actual gaps in the chassis where those ports were going to come out were in completely different positions. So that's why they're basically taking this, cutting it off completely, and making their own rear panel for it. Go ahead, please carry on, because I mean, I'm sure everyone's seen a table saw get operated before. Ooh, you guys gotta check this out. Nice. Funny, man. Not funny, man. Pretty funny, actually. I'll get you to talk through that when you start off. Okay. I kind of want to watch this for a bit. All right, so he needs some more air. The compressor's not keeping up, so maybe we can take this opportunity to have you show us what you've been working on over here.
Sure.
I am in the way, aren't I? I'm going to stand on this side, so you have all the space you need. I'm going to try and follow you with the mic, but just talk naturally.
So we've gone ahead and we've cut 3 120 mil holes on the top of the case on the original panels. That'll be where we put our Thermaltake 360 water cooler. And then we've gone ahead. On the side, there were some vents, kind of like 120 mil vents. They weren't designed for fans. We're getting rid of those. We want them smooth. So we put some patch panels on the back, and then we'll use filler to make it smooth before we go over it with paint. So these guys are drying right now. We got epoxy. 20 minutes, they'll be set. We'll be able to cut a window in the door panel, and it'll start to look like a modern case. over here, this is our new back panel. It's 16th inch aluminum. It's pretty easy to work with. This will slide in where Bob's cutting out the old metal, and then we'll cut a normal slot for an ATX tray and an ATX power supply.
Did you guys get a prefabbed ATX motherboard tray, or are you guys actually making a motherboard tray?
You know, we didn't bring a bender with us, so we went ahead with a prefab tray.
Well, I guess, you know, there's certain constraints when you're working within 24 hours. I mean, I think one of the things that people really need to understand in terms of the challenge here is that these guys are not just working with screws and pieces of metal. When you're working with things like paints and epoxies, things like fillers, materials that are going to need drying time and curing time in between working on them, the way that you plan, the order in which you do things could be the difference between finishing on time and getting a great result from the judges and not finishing at all and ending up having to present an unfinished mod. So over here, pointing with my feet, we've got Corsair fan rings. So it looks like Lee Harrington and team are going to be custom painting the rings that come with their fans. Now, Corsair does include 3 different colors with their fans out of the box. They include blue, red, and white. But I guess they're going for something a little bit different, and you don't want to limit their creativity, I'm sure. So, you know, oh, look at this. There's like a fountain thing. I guess it's a waterfall, but it's off because we better go inside. Oh, apparently it's off because it was too noisy.
All right, so we're back inside. Can I ask you what exactly the plan is with the power supply? I noticed you had actually taken these out. Are you going to be removing those or moving those somewhere else, or what's going on?
So with the power supply, we're going to go ahead and repaint the shell. So we're going to pull out all the components of the power supply.
Okay.
So they don't interfere with paint. So we just got to desolder just one connection right here where we can't take both the power switch
Right,
and the
because they're linked together.
IC outlet out. So
Cool.
pretty simple.
Okay. Pretty simple. Yeah, just taking all the components out of the power supply is just pretty simple. Again, this is actually not super safe to do, so be very, very, very careful if you're going to do this at home. But this is probably going to be pretty cool to watch. So let's see him desolder this. Soldering irons are in the physical world, so sometimes you have to wait for them to heat up to be able to actually do anything. Really interesting happening on screen. What grade do you think you were in at this point in time?
Oh, I should remember this. I think it was the summer after grade 10.
Yeah, okay, because
Yeah.
I'm going to ask for some excuses here because I don't actually remember the platform or the chip, but I was in grade 4.
Really? You overclocked your first
I
machine in
didn't
grade
do it
4?
like my dad was in the main seat and I was like looking over his shoulder as he was actually doing all the things, but I was engaged with it. So that is technically the first overclocking experience I had. And that was, yeah. Basically the reason why I got into computers was because of that situation. And that situation sprung because of not being able to play Diablo 1 with my friend. Because he would show up for a carpool, but because of when his parents had to leave in the morning, we had about half an hour every morning. So we wanted to play Diablo 1 beside each other, not knowing what landing was. So we play in 2 separate games in Diablo 1, but then one of the computers broke. And I was like, no! So we've got some new components and messed with them and stuff. So that was my first experience.
Look
There
at
we
that.
go.
We can switch to it. So behind us, we can see that the teams have 20 hours, 28 minutes, and 30 seconds remaining to build the most epic PC mods that they possibly can. So here we've got some
see Travis
discussion
here.
from the team members. I tell you, the time constraint for this is completely unreal. I have
'Cause you
no
think-
idea how these guys are going to pull this off.
Like Paul and I did the speed builds at PAX East, but it's completely different when you're modding basically every single thing in the case.
Yeah.
Because like sometimes you can get builds that are simple enough that you're just kind of plugging stuff in, and then you get builds like this where nothing is as simple as just plugging.
You know what? We gotta go have a look at what Team Kill Ninja is doing over there, because I suspect a lot of the people watching here have never witnessed the kind of cable sleeving that is going on over there right
Cable
now.
sleeving.
in person. Yeah.
Oh, I see that. I hadn't actually seen that on screen yet. So I
Yeah.
guess we're-
Okay. So
taking
I'm
off
gonna peace for a minute here, guys, and we'll be back talking to Team Kill Ninja over there about what it is one of the core balancing acts of any PC modding project. Do we go for looks or do we go for functionality? And there's so many different little things that you're gonna have to balance. So if I could just get Richard here to kind of walk me through the logic of why you are sleeving that the way that you're doing it.
Okay, well, obviously we want the power to be sleeved, but we had to make a decision with the PWM if we wanted to sleeve it or cut it off. And we decided that we may want to, or they may want to have the functionality of being able to monitor it from the motherboard and from the Windows OS. So we're going to go ahead and sleeve it and give the end user the choice on how they'd like to use it.
I think personally that's a great choice, because for me, when I see a modded out, tricked out machine where basically they just kind of cheated, you know, where they kind of go, okay, well, we're just going to put in, you know, one expansion card, even though it would have actually been a better system if we put in more. Or we're just going to put in one drive, even though the system would have been way more beast if they'd done 4. It feels like a lot of the time that's a bit of a corner cutting measure. And I'm really glad that Team Kill Ninja, and I hope the judges appreciate stuff like this. I'm glad that Team Kill Ninja is putting in the extra work to sleeve, and not only sleeve, but actually manage the wiring to make it so that whoever owns this machine gets not only the option, but also the safety of being able to monitor whether their pump is functioning or not. Because if your water cooling pump stops working, well, let me tell you, the water heats up pretty fast near the GPUs and the CPU, and you are going to have a problem. I've actually personally had a fitting, or had tubing blow off a fitting from the water heating up to the boiling point. So as someone who has had this happen in their computer, I appreciate the extra bit of work that is being done right here. So I'd love for the camera to just come and have a look at the sleeving that's going on. Can you walk us through the sleeving process a little bit for people who aren't familiar with this?
So what you do is you first find a nice quality sleeve that's nice and thick so you can't see the wires that are below it. This is from a company called Primochill. Very, very dense sleeving. You want to find the right size so you can easily slide it over. There are many methods of sleeving. I'm using heat shrink on here, but you also can use heat shrinkless when you're doing your Molex connector. So it just depends on what part of the sleeving process that you're doing. The other types, that are more like a fabric paracord that people use. Sleeving has really come a long way. So we both know we've been doing this for a long, long time. Back from when we first had IDE cables and you had to do basic origami. It was all about performance. It wasn't about looks, even though it did look pretty sweet, but we wanted to have optimized airflow. Now, just like you mentioned before, where modding has come a long ways, we have all the premium water cooling products. We'll also have premium unisleeve cables that you can get, like the company Corsair that we're using their power supply. You can buy a complete set of individually sleeved cables in many, many colors. So it really cuts down on the labor, and it looks like you did it yourself. So if you want a beautiful system, you can do it. Don't be intimidated. We're not rocket scientists. Well, he might be. He's actually a world record overclocker, so he's a little bit above and beyond in terms of performance.
All right, so let's go ahead and actually switch over to Travis here and have him walk us through what exactly is going on here. Now, I think to the untrained eye, it could look like you haven't made much progress here, but I'm sure you've been working away at stuff. Like, can you explain what exactly you have done here in the last half an hour or so?
So we've got an extruded aluminum chassis here, and essentially I've been working on pre-drilling and threading and tapping every single one of these holes here throughout the chassis. That way we can get stuff mounted in like the motherboard tray, which is the core heart of the system. Everything's going to be plugging into that. So we want to make sure it's in there, it's solid and ready to go, and then we're going to kind of build out from there. So once the chassis is actually done, we're going to start integrating the hardware components, and that's where we're going to start to see the PC take shape.
All right, so there you go. That is an extremely tedious process. Drilling, tapping, yeah, not exactly the most fun thing to watch, but the good news is that's why they brought me here, so that I can do this for 24 hours. If only I could, right? All right, so, wow, love this. So this power supply has actually been taken apart already here. So I guess, oh, they must be painting it. We got to get out there. Okay, hold on. Let's just drop in on Team Mongoose before. Oh, you guys are doing things. Okay, you got to tell me what you're doing here.
Well, I'm working, like I said, is working with some polystyrene, and I'm creating the effects panels to kind of simulate the look of, I don't know, like a space station or a satellite. Like I said, we're going for that Black Ops outer space zombie pack look. So what we're going to do is finish this off, get the panels finished sanded, then we're going to attach these to the panels, and I'll start adding more panel effects, and then we can start getting into some airbrushing, and I'll leave Lee to the interior and all the hardware, but right now I'm just concentrating on getting the effects panels created, and so we can move on to some airbrushing.
He starts airbrushing, so that was his airbrushing equipment we saw out there. This is going to get really crazy.
At the 24th hour, I don't want to be half asleep trying to bend this.
Right.
Because it'll probably come out real not
this,
so straight.
This is some precision stuff. I mean, you
yeah,
can't.
I mean,
can't
I'd
be
rather
off
do it
by-
while I'm awake, you know, not half asleep.
Right.
So.
All right, cool. So we are gonna make sure we don't miss this, but I'm just gonna go ahead and kind of steal his stuff here while he's not looking. But guys, this is water cooling tubing, and this might not look exceptional now until I do this. Oh, whoops! Hold on a second.
That's actually PETG.
How does this get anywhere? So PETG. Thank you. So.
It's a little more durable than acrylic, same properties though, pretty much.
More durable than acrylic, same properties pretty much. So I had said acrylic before. Nope, PETG hardline tubing. So what this is going to do is this is actually going to connect all the internal components instead of flexible tubing. So it is going to look freaking sharp. I was kind of hoping that this was being painted already. Oh no, it looks like it's going through the sanding process. So if you guys wanna check this out, I mean, anything that you're gonna paint, if you want to do a good job of it, this was covered a little bit earlier on the stream, but these guys want to go down to at least a 400 grit on the sandpaper to make sure that they're gonna get a nice, smooth, automotive grade type finish, as opposed to, just spray bombing it and kind of hoping for the best. That's not the standard of quality that guys like this are going for here. So the back panel is now in place.
Yeah, we got that. That's temporarily in place. We just threw 4 rivets in it to lock it in place so that we can make all of our markings for our motherboard tray, and then we have to cut out where the PSU is going to go to. So we're going to do all that manually.
So you guys would rivet it in place and then pop the rivet back out.
Yeah, we'll drill them back out. We're going to drill them back out. This is just a temporary fitting to make sure that everything stays in place while we mark everything for the motherboard tray.
So we want to bring the cards a little closer to the window. So we're cutting a little bit of the motherboard tray off so we can bring it farther in towards the window.
All right, so this is the kind of attention to detail. Here we are at, a 24-hour event, and you guys are figuring out how to get the graphics cards a bit closer to the window, so whoever wins this machine is going to be able to appreciate them that much more.
That's right. Those things look cool. They've got the light up logos on them, so we want to see them.
So this is just the deburring process. You don't want to leave those sharp metal edges there whenever you cut with a saw or a grinder that can be left. So this is just a quick file down to make sure that whoever's installing an upgrade graphics card or something in this PC isn't going to slice their hand open on what would otherwise be a very, very, very sharp edge. It's nice to see this kind of consideration from our modders, because they could just throw it together and make it look good.
My OCD won't allow it.
Well, that's good for the winners. I'm sure they appreciate that.
Okay. So we're going to cut this here and this. Let's go ahead and do that in the saw too.
Maybe we'll show Mission Command later. Let's just chill with these guys for a bit, because there is some stuff going down here right now.
Right there. Need that masterpiece. Bring it over. Let's go about right here.
I love the speed that they're working at. It really speaks to how time constrained this project is, that they have to work this frantically 2 hours in, as opposed to, at the last minute.
We're not going to be able to get all the way through because we're going to have to stop right there.
Keyword hopefully. We're going to try and get you guys a better angle of what's going on here without getting in these guys' way as much as we can. Oh, we're going to use a jigsaw to finish cutting out this, like, what is that, a 70mm fan mount? Is that an 80? Maybe it's an 80. I think it's an 80. Or, yeah, it was. I feel bad for the camera crew who's trying to capture these moments. These guys are moving so fast. They're cutting, they're adjusting, they're wheeling, they're dealing. There are no wheels. Process here?
There's 3 judges, and they'll mainly be judging on aesthetics, but there will also be extra points for if your computer, say, boots, because that's fairly important. But again, the main things are aesthetics. So you'll be judged on the theme, so matching the theme as much as you possibly can, your general creativity that you put into the project, and the general overall presentation of your build at the end.
Now, to be clear, presentation of the build, there's going to be bonus points for being able to turn it on, but it's not necessarily a requirement that the system is going to be completely finished in the way that it will be delivered to the winner. Yes.
Yes.
All 3 systems are going to be given away at the end of the MOD24 stream. And what you guys are going to need to do is you're going to need to stay tuned. Of course, you can get all of this information on game24.nvidia.com, but you're going to want to stay tuned to MOD24 and work on the word jumble that is going to have clues dropped periodically throughout the stream here in the middle of the screen. The first 3 people to descramble the word jumble win one of these balls-to-the-wall machines behind us built by the world's top modders. So first up is Team Mongoose. So I'll get you to introduce yourself and talk about Team Mongoose a little bit here.
Lee Harrington from PC Junkie Mods, and this is my partner.
Ron Christensen doesn't have a mic, so I'll just repeat that name for you guys.
So Team Mongoose is actually my buddy's team. He's a streamer, and we wanted to support him by being Team Mongoose. So, yeah. So what else do you want me to tell you?
I want you to tell me what the heck you're doing over here. Talk about the plan, man.
This is the plan. This is the master planner right here.
All right. I'm talking to the wrong guy. All right. Tell me about this. You got a thing going on here.
Yeah, I'm doing a little bit of sanding. What I'm doing is cutting out all these panels, these effects panels here into some 1/8 inch styrene, sanding them down, and then we're going to add them to the side of the case to create our effects panels. What we're going for is the Black Ops Zombie Pack Outer Space theme. So that's our how we're going to incorporate the theme into the build. And right now, Lee is doing the mock-up on the water cooling. We're going to start bending some tubing here real quick, and I'm going to finish knocking this out. And then we're going to get the panels attached to the chassis and then start doing some airbrushing. So we're actually ahead of schedule right now.
Wow, ahead of schedule. That is an impressive feat. All right, let's move on to BS Mods. These guys have an extremely unique approach to what the heck they're doing here. And you guys got to get in here and have a look at what's going on, because this is some serious stuff. These guys have the kind of project where they do not have time to stop and both talk to us at the same time, because these guys got to work. So can I go ahead and get you, Rod? So this is Rod Rosenberg right here that I'm talking to, and it's Bob Stewart who is doing all the real work as far as I can tell. But can you tell us about this project, man?
Sure. So this is a 1998 IBM F50 RISC 6000 server chassis that we've pretty much destroyed. We're now mounting the board in it, the ATX motherboard tray, and getting it ready for a power supply on the back before we start working on our theme and getting the paint going.
Okay, so now to be clear, ATX motherboards did not exist when a machine with a front panel. Oh, it's like hooked on things. There we go. When a machine with a front panel that looks like that was top of the line. So, what exactly did you guys have to do here to put an ATX motherboard in?
We pretty much cut the entire back of the PC out. We just hit it with our saw and ground it out and replaced it with a brand new piece of 16th-inch aluminum. So, yeah, it's a totally different build now.
Oh, I think that we're going to have to disqualify you guys because you were actually helped by me. I went and picked that up and handed it to you, so I'm afraid that was not a permitted action.
But did you mod it though?
I did not mod it. Okay, you guys are back in the competition. It's funny, I've had far too much control over the competition. I came in thinking I was just going to be talking about it. I even got to like wave the flag and get these guys started, so that was pretty fun. And wow, you know what's not tedious at all? Sleeving things. So here, let's just introduce Team Kill Ninja. So we've got Richard Suras and Travis Jank. So Richard, can you tell me what you're doing here?
Well, first, just so you know, Team Kill Ninja, you wonder how we came up with that name. We're part of the Vanilla Ice Project, a TV show. We do like Ultimate Man Caves, or we did the Ultimate Gaming Room last time. Vanilla Ice actually came up with our team name. So he's out there watching and pushing for us to win. So we have a big guy on our side. So what we're doing right now is we're going to do a little bit different as far as the powering the pumps. We're going to use actually a terminal block so we can run the 12 volt straight to this. And we don't have to use as many power cables. So it's really cool for cable management and keeping things nice and simple.
Now, cable management is obviously a major concern when you're going to build a machine that is going to have every single cable exposed from every single angle. Can you explain how this is a computer? Because it doesn't look like one.
So this is an open air computer, and essentially we want to show as much of the internals we can. We want everybody to see the beauty of the machine on the inside, and definitely there's a lot of tactics involved with cable management. It really becomes a problem with the amount of equipment we're going to have in here, wires everywhere. We don't want it to look like a rat's nest, so we're going to spend a considerable amount of time sleeving those wires individually, color coordinating everything, and hiding them the best places possible.
All right, so I have been informed by my, security dude earpiece here, that there is a secret ingredient coming for all of the PCs, because I don't know if the astute among you will or will not have noticed this, but they're all missing graphics cards. Oh, no, this one's got like a placeholder. Whoa!
Special delivery for you, sir.
Well, thank you.
I have an
For me, right?
I have an announcement to make. So you guys have been, using GTX 780 Ti's, right, for, your projects so far. But while you were in here diligently working on your projects, we actually launched the GTX 980, if you hadn't noticed. But so in this box, I have some stickers for you to kind of, tag up. So let's open it up and see what we got in here. Let's see if we can.
I don't want to get in the way of this.
Hold it, guys. Hold it. Oh, sweet Jesus.
Not everybody all at once.
All right, it's like Christmas. You get a GPU, and 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 you. All right, and you. You don't get one yet.
Wow.
You don't get one.
That's how it's going to be.
You can touch ours.
Yeah.
Just a little.
Hey.
How about a four-way? You want a four-way? There we go.
This isn't getting uncomfortable at all. I thought I was coming to a modding competition. I ended up in a four-way SLI configuration with graphics cards.
I'll leave you guys to it. Linus and Luke are doing a great job on the stream. This is awesome. Thanks so much to our modders for coming in. I'm really excited about the project, so thank you.
So how many GPUs did you guys all even get here?
741.
704. That's you guys. Are you counting CUDA cores now? Is that?
No, I think there's 2 for each, so 3 for each. Okay, so 9 total then, right?
Oh, one team is short a graphics card.
I didn't get any.
See, this is the problem with PC enthusiasts and getting them to build computers for other people, because you end up in a situation where it's like, yeah, dude, 3-way SLI. It's like, nah, man, like that one has 2 on it. Don't worry about it.
Find out who has the extra one. No problem. We'll break some knees if you need to. Anyone? We're good. All right. Cool. Well, I'm going to take off and let you guys get back to work. But again, great job with the stream and good luck with your projects.
All right, so guys, for the MOD24 stream, this is not the end of it at all. We are going to be following along with the entire process. Guys, feel free to get back to what I know you need to do. I think there's going to be some intro clips for all the teams where we're going to show off some of their past work. That's coming later on in MOD24. And throughout the entire 24-hour process, we've actually got 19 hours, 39 minutes, and 20 seconds left on the counter. We are going to be showing you what these guys are doing at the tables here. We are going to be showing you what's going on in the atrium outside where all the power tools are, where the paint booth is. So we're going to be following what these guys are doing here. If you've been following the stream all along up till now, you've already seen the sparks flying when Team BS Mods here was cutting up that case, that beauty of a case, into something that will become much more contemporarily beautiful, hopefully when they're done. And actually there's a 3D printer out there. There's a large format printer for cutting out paint stencils. There's all kinds of crazy equipment that you guys are going to see over the next 19 hours and 38 minutes. It's amazing how fast the clock ticks when you're trying to build a balls-to-the-wall custom modded PC in 24 hours. And I hope I don't need to remind you guys that, of course, all three machines, very unique, very different from each other, are going to be given away to the most astute viewers of MOD24. Breaking all the things. So they have completely disassembled this Corsair HX1000i power supply. Did I say, sorry, HX1000i, I did get that right. So they've completely disassembled this HX1000i power supply because they're going to be painting the outside of the enclosure to make it match the system, going along with, of course, the theme and the secret sauce that is now officially part of it. You know, yeah, sure. Sorry, I'll get you guys a better angles here. So here you can see all of the internals of the power supply. Here on the bottom, you can see, this is funny because I haven't seen the inside of an HX1000i yet. So I'm going to find out with you guys. Oh, nice solder job. So Corsair did not cheap out on this one. You can often tell, you know, by the sloppiness of the solder job on the bottom of a power supply, how skilled the company manufacturing it is. Also here you can see this is the modular interface that would normally be covered by a metal plate so that you can only access the plugs that you need to, you know, say for example, plug in a 24-pin connector, graphics cards, or Molex or SATA connectors, or whatever else the case may be. So that is some pretty fun stuff going on right there. This thing is friggin' awesome. So check this out. You gotta see this from the top. So this is a laser cutter that they're using to work on acrylic here. So there's an angel with a gun cut out there. There's also just a couple other sort of pieces. But what I really want to show you guys is how PC the guys doing this modding are, because this is a very cool piece of equipment, but this could be anywhere. This could be PC or it could be not PC. No. This is the PC modding way to cool a machine like this, because this is a serious piece of equipment. Danger, fire hazard, do not operate machine unattended, use extreme caution when cutting flammable materials such as acrylic. So check this out. They actually created a custom liquid cooling tower. This could be used for a PC as well, very easily. A liquid cooling tower with quad 140 millimeter fans on one side, quad 140 millimeter fans on the other side. Oh yeah, check that out. And a quad 140 millimeter radiator with a reservoir pump combo unit in order to cool what is otherwise a pretty boring looking industrial piece of equipment. So this is before we even get out to the atrium. Actually, oh no, there's one more thing to show off here. So we had heard Team Mongoose talking about how they were going to be doing some painting, and they are definitely serious about it. We've got some filtration masks. We've got all the sheets. All right, we've got, where's the airbrushing stuff? Okay, well, I can't find his airbrushing stuff anymore, but I definitely do have all the different colors of paint. Pretty much everything. There's some green. That's at the top, so I have to assume that some of that is going to be used over the next 19 hours or so. Let's head outside, shall we? How's it going, sir?
It's going. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Can you explain to the audience what the heck is going on here?
So I'm roughing this up just a little bit so we can get some paint down and attach all these creative custom panels that Ron is making right now. So I'm just kind of going over it with a 220 grit or 120 grit, and then I'm going to come back with a 220 grit, and then we'll shoot some primer on it and then attach some panels. And, you know, okay, it's getting kind of hard to breathe. So I'm like, oh, well, maybe I'll pull that off there. But yeah, so I'm just trying to get it ready for primer. So, and then we can start actually doing some stuff.
Okay, but I'm not gonna take any more of your time. I know you got lots of stuff to do. Team Mongoose actually has already started working on painting some of their stuff, so we can head into the spray booth here and show you guys. It looks kind of like a scene from Dexter. So don't worry, there's nothing bad happening in here. It's all good things. So even though Team Mongoose has gone for a pretty conventional looking machine, at least out of the box, they're using a modern PC case. It's a Fantex Enthoo Lux. They're altering it a fair bit. One of the cool things about this case is that you can disassemble it very, very easily with screws rather than rivets. So while the team with the 1980s server has to go ahead and just drill out all the rivets and fabricate their own metal, Team Mongoose went ahead and went, no, okay, we're going to go with something that's maybe a little bit easier to tear down and put back together, but we're going to go crazy in terms of the liquid cooling setup for it, which I will hopefully tell you more about very, very soon. So you can see here the power supply and cable management area covers here. This appears to be the top panel, if I'm not mistaken. This one over here looks like the rear panel, or the front panel rather. Really hard to recognize these when they're painted, but these guys are going all out. So even things like the individual PCI slot covers are going to be painted to match the theme of their rig. So let's go ahead and move out of here for a moment here. All right, so what else we got here in terms of gear? Oh, sweet, Team BS Mods is doing their thing again. So now you guys are on the drill press. What are you up to?
So we've now got everything lined up where we need it to be. We've got it scribed out, so where all the holes are going to be cut. So we're just going to go ahead and poke a couple holes through here so we can fit our jigsaw blade, and then we're going to cut all this out, and then file it, and we're ready to put it back on.
All right, not bad. So just to give you guys some idea of what that piece of metal has been through, if they had to restart making just that back panel, it could probably cost them easily an hour to 2 hours to redo everything they've done, because that is one of the most complicated pieces. Because if you don't get the motherboard into the case properly, if you don't manage to align that, even a small misalignment can cause the rear I/O to not be able to be plugged in, or can make it so you can't install the graphics cards. And I'm sure the judges wouldn't look too kindly on a team that shows up at a gaming PC modding competition and can't fit a graphics card in their PC. That is going to be a serious problem for the judges. So these guys need to make sure that everything here is as precise as possible for that back panel. All right, I think that's pretty much it for outside. So we are going to switch you guys over to inside real quick here, as quickly as we can move, like bunnies. All right, so we are going to take this opportunity. Actually, I guess this is a great chance for us to go ahead and talk about the hardware that's actually going to be in the machines that people are going to win, especially now that the secret sauce has been unveiled. Because before, for anyone watching earlier in the stream, it was a little bit awkward, because we were kind of like, well, here's this like CPU that NVIDIA doesn't make, and here's this like motherboard that NVIDIA doesn't make.
I called out the fake drop graphics cards that they had.
The fake graphics card. Okay, yeah. I was trying my best to ignore them, because I knew that actually there's going to be something way better, because I think they just had like empty boxes of GTX 780s on the table.
I was trying to play into the like, yeah, we totally don't know anything's happening kind of game, but
they totally don't get it.
Of course. So they have an Intel i7 4790K from the Intel team. They have a Corsair Force LX 256GB SSD. This is, again, what you guys will be winning if you're in the first 3 people to answer the secret code.
The secret jumble.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
They also have a Corsair HS1000i PSU, which we've seen a whole bunch of people starting to sleeve and generally tear apart.
Yeah.
So that's pretty interesting.
Mostly Team BS mods there, just
Yeah,
completely
yeah.
disassembling
Completely
it.
ripped the whole casing off, which was absolutely fantastic. They also have 16 gigabytes of Corsair Dominator Platinums running at 2133 megahertz.
Okay, and then, of course,
The secret
the
sauce.
heart and soul of it, the secret sauce, is 3 of the all-new GTX 980 4K graphics cards running in 3-way SLI with that sexy bridge.
Oh my god.
That we probably spent far too much time talking about
But
before.
it's so cool.
But I'm going to go ahead and spend more time talking about it because these systems, and even just the graphics cards and the bridges alone, are going to look absolutely amazing. And once we see the theme integrated, I'm really, really excited to see how these things shape down. And you know what? The most exciting part of this, guys, is going to be making sure that you're tuned in throughout the process, because this is an opportunity that we don't often get. I mean, you see forum posts and you see build logs where usually it's static photos, and sometimes they're 56K friendly, so they're not even that high res, and we don't get that much insight into the actual process, what actually goes on when these guys are building these really high-end gaming machines.
A lot of the coolest stuff doesn't even end up in those photos because you need all hands on deck when you're doing them. I found, especially when I've done builds with friends, you're taking photos, but then the second you have to cut something or the second you're bending something, everyone, even the guys taking the photos, are helping hold something or bend something or do whatever. So
right.
you usually don't get photos of the coolest stuff. So it's nice that we're actually able to see all of the cutting, all of the bending, all of the really interesting things live on stream.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I think I've already learned a few things about the whole case modding process that I had no idea was going on behind the scenes.
I got completely schooled by Team Kill Ninja talking about mineral oil computers. I'm like, oh yeah, my build is super awesome. And then they show me this wall-mounted, externally water-cooled dream machine. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
oh, I guess I'm an okay modder.
So let's have a quick brief discussion, and you know what? Maybe people can hit us up on the with hashtag MOD24, guys. MOD24. We want to hear from you. Which of the 3 approaches do you think is going to best capture the theme? So just a reminder, the theme is favorite moments in gaming with, of course, the special sauce being the GTX 980. So theme number 1 was the outer space, space station, Black Ops type theme. And with, actually, I never talked to them about this before because that's really exciting. Can I get the piece of hard tubing from someone? I see one leaning over there. Maybe one of the crew can grab this for me. One of the coolest things about that machine is that, PC Junkie Mods is going to be doing hard tubing as opposed to flexible tubing for the internal water cooling. So you end up with a very clean, very straight appearance of the tubing from each of the components. It's a really unique look, and it's very time consuming. Yep. And then theme number 2 is, of course, the ancient IBM server and kind of resurrecting that and bringing it into the modern era. And theme number 3 is the open air cooled machine that we actually don't otherwise know that much about, but that will also feature liquid cooling. So it's open air and liquid cooled all at the same time. So guys, hashtag MOD24. Let us know which one you think is going to win. Of course, you're going to want to make sure that you're not just tuned into MOD24. There's the entire Game 24 live stream event that is going on around the world in different cities for 24 hours. I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this or not, but when NVIDIA first told me about this, I was like, you guys are crazy.
You guys are nuts.
You guys are crazy. I mean,
How do you expect that to properly work?
what are these guys even doing back there? So, guys, enjoy the entire stream. You know what? Can you show us what you were doing for a sec there? Here, Doug. This is the kind of thing that we are witnessing. I'm guessing you're getting metal filings off of it.
Absolutely.
All right. So, I mean, we are out, guys. Stay tuned to Mod24. Watch the rest of Game 24. Peace.
Bye, everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
So back to the smaller, more intimate stream. I actually have no idea how many people were watching just
Not a
now,
clue.
but I suspect it's Thousands.
I don't even have any point of reference at all.
I
don't
suspect
have
it's
the
largest live audience that I've ever had for anything ever.
Yeah, because
So, no pressure.
I have all the various different MOD24 streams open, but I don't actually have the full Game24 stream open.
7,600 on the big channel apparently. So.
Mine is showing 1,700 on the MOD24 stream, not 600.
I don't know. I think sometimes Twitch's live viewer counts are a little bit
funky. Maybe not 100% accurate. My favorite part is when you'll have like 2 different tabs open that will tell you 2 different numbers, and XSplit is a different number. It's like, oh, so there's 3 different numbers of people watching one stream.
Maybe if we average them. If only that was how life worked.
Yeah, that's the exact number.
So instead of getting a calibrated thermometer, just buy 18 thermometers.
And average
and
them.
average
I've actually
them.
seen that's how quite a few people do audio level testing.
No.
No, seriously. They'll buy a bunch of different sound meters. Like we have one sound meter. They'll buy a bunch of them, read from all of them, like calibrate all of them beforehand, read from all of them, and then average it.
Huh.
Because every sound meter is like slightly different,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So if you want the not necessarily the true number, but the most usable, probably in the end accurate number, what I've seen a lot of people do is just an average.
Right, okay, we've got people in the Twitch chat asking if they gave out any clues yet. There has been one clue, but I mean, of course, it's a word jumble, so if you could guess the winning phrase, or actually,
I think it's
we
one
don't
guess
know
per
what it
email.
is.
We don't know what it is.
And it's one guess per email. You can get all the details for how to enter at game24.nvidia.com.
If you want to enter, you can specifically go to nvidia.com/content/game24/game24giveaway.html.
Really? You're going to get
If you
people
remember
URL
all
like
of that, yeah. It's not that hard.
That's how this stream is going to be?
It's not that hard.
Wow.
I'm going to copy and paste it into some of the various Twitch chats.
We've got XOrbot Gaming saying, this feels not live. This feels not live.
We just called your name
This
out,
is
bro.
live, man. Unless I'm like
This is real life.
psychic or something. This is like my shaking anger that you don't believe that we're live. Oh, we're live. I could say anything right now.
His most recent comment was, "What's going on? I'm scared." So I don't know. I think we might have got to him on that one.
I could just start singing. People could post song lyrics in Twitch chat. Don't stop believing.
Oh God. Well, what was the 50 Cent?
Hold on to that feeling. Oh, I'm not singing that song.
Well, you have to like manually do all the bleeps.
Yeah. Can I get my own censor button? Like, is that a thing? Can I bleep myself?
Apparently, we don't want to have one of those in the equipment room, which is the floor.
Zorbot Gaming says, okay, it is proven. It is proven they are live.
We
and
have
that,
defeated the one person.
And that NVIDIA, in their infinite wisdom, went and put me live on their stream for 24 hours. They did it.
Not going to get inappropriate
They
at
did
any
it.
level at
Yeah,
all.
you know, when we're 20 hours into this, there is no way that things are going to devolve into whatever happens 20 hours into a stream.
Yeah. Oh man.
All right.
If it's anything like the 24-hour stream that I did, we're going to have a lot of this going on. There's going to be a few times where we're in front of camera. Yeah, things are like, I don't know, they're happening.
I think it's like
People are doing stuff.
computers or
I
something.
think some dude passed out.
Someone's asleep on a drill press.
Someone accidentally bent a back panel because they like fell on
He
it.
ended up with like one of those cool ear piercings that's like real big,
There you go.
but instead of like stretching the
Some
ear,
people
it's
wait
like
months for those. He had it instantly.
boom. Might have been a little
problem.
messy, but man, that got done. That got done.
We got some templating going on. I
Hey,
believe.
there's some stuff going on. It looks like blue. So guys, there's about 19 hours and 25 minutes left in this 24-hour PC case modding competition.
On the comments.
Yeah. All right,
Snoring
Skylar
might
says
be
my best memory.
Ooh,
Well, oh, there's something being unboxed. What's going on?
a big old radiator.
Oh, check that out. Okay,
believe.
so that's going to be a part of a dual loop liquid cooled system on the open air modded system. So that right there is a radiator that I'm going to have a little bit of trouble identifying if he doesn't
the
take it out
bubble
of
wrap
the
on it.
bubble wrap at some point. But for those of you who aren't familiar with PC liquid cooling, the radiator is the component that you mount fans to that actually dissipates the heat from the water-cooled loop. So the water picks the heat away from the CPU and the GPUs, and then the radiator is what actually sends that heat out into the room. That is a thick, rad,
Wow.
nice.
That's
So-
one nice thing about having an open bench.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the reasons why I went with an open bench is because those thick like Alpha Cool or the old Thermo Chill that you gave me, which
Yep.
is super thick, is able to be mounted on there without any problems.
Because there are some cases, I know Fractal Design has some cases that are pretty friendly to thick radiators. Corsair
Yeah.
has some cases that are pretty thick rad friendly.
Yeah.
NZXT's H440, if you pull out all the 3.5-inch drives, and it's like, no, I don't need storage. This
hard
space is for
drives.
cooling my graphics cards. You can put as thick a rad as you want there. But these guys are going to have, over there, those guys, are going to have all the room in the world to mount these thick radiators because their case is only really limited by their imagination.
This is the bottom panel for the case. We're going to do a test print, but when we're done, we're going to do some rastering or some etching of Titanfall graphics. So when you look at the bottom of the case, it should look really nice and sweet. Normally, the bottom of a case is kind of boring, nothing going on, but we want every inch of this system to scream awesomeness.
All right, so can you explain how much does one of these cost?
This one was around seven grand. This one is a little higher power one. I mean, it can't do metal, but it has a 90-watt laser, so we can go through thicker acrylic. Goes through a lot faster with fewer passes.
All right, so guys, do your thing, because I don't want to interfere.
Previous ones. This was just a little test one we did. The most tedious part is peeling off the paper when you're working with acrylic.
Can you maybe explain why the paper's there?
Just to protect it. So, if you do a case, like, the Danger Dan cases when they shipped, they kept the paper on so they wouldn't scratch. You want it to be nice and pristine. You can always clean it up, take scratches out with Novus polish. But when you first open a system, you want it to look nice. It's kind of depressing when it's messed up. So this one, we did a process that's called vector cutting, so it goes all the way through. And as I mentioned before, we'll be doing what's called rastering, and that's where you just do a light hit with a laser. So you can do writing or you can do semi-three-dimensional cuts into it, but not all the way through. So kind of shows you it leaves a nice clean edge. A lot of times we'll use Dremels to do cutting. Maybe we'll do song, and then we'll do flame polishing, or we'll do use a polishing compound. But this allows you to bypass that entire process and have a beautiful, clean cut straight out of the gate. And you can do a lot real complicated cuts that you would be harder to do with maybe a bandsaw or a scroll saw.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of try to stay out of your guys' way a little bit here, because I want people to be able to see the laser cutting process here. But here, can we maybe have a look? We haven't actually seen the inside of the machine there. So that was a 90-watt laser, if I recall correctly. And then this whole thing is liquid cooled. And then there's actually also an air blower that is vented to the outside into the atrium here to make sure that this device does not light on fire and none of the things inside it light on fire, because those would be extremely bad things. So here's their 3D printer. Can you remind me what this was again? It's okay, you can stay there.
This is a miter box for cutting acrylic tubing. So there'll be different slots in there, and that way you can keep your cut nice and straight, not at an angle.
Okay, so basically, because tools don't necessarily exist, you can't go to the local hardware store to buy a miter box that's specifically designed for cutting, water cooling tubing. So these guys are doing a hard tubing approach to their liquid cooling as well. They actually have to 3D print one. Now,
so we use two programs. One is Corel Draw. It's a very easy vector program to use. And then there's another one that specifically for this. So the first thing we'll do is we'll go up to import. We can use almost any graphic we want. Black and white works better, so we'll pick this one. We'll import it. Now this imports it as a BMP, and if you zoom in, you can see it has zags and stuff. It's kind of really bad, so we're going to convert that over to vector art. So we'll do logo. See, it's converting it. Now if you look at side by side, you'll see this one is nice and smooth, and when you resize it or scale it, it'll look perfect. Bring it over here. We'll look at what size it is. Looks good. So all we do, file print, the laser shows up as a printer in a device driver. Go through over here. We'll hop over into the other program. You see it's importing it, and there we go. And we're going to be doing if we want to do a vector cut, so all the way through, we'll do it this way. If we want to do raster, and after that, we're going to go play with some settings and throw it over there.
If we take a look here, you're going to see some awesome laser action. And right now you can see, so we got a laser diode here, and essentially it is liquid cooled. We've got a water jacket running across the back of it, and you're seeing it pulsating right now to do the rasterizing on the acrylic sheet. And this is a 90-watt laser, so it's got a lot of power behind it.
I haven't actually seen it yet, so I'm gonna. Oh, cool.
Watch yourself here. There is a laser. It is a little bit warm. It's
Huh.
not as lethal as the main one, but it's not as lethal as the main one, but it'll definitely burn you.
So, guys, pro tip from Team Kill Ninja here: don't look directly into the laser, or even stand directly into the laser, because it will burn you.
We're gonna first prime it with a heavy-duty automotive primer, and then we're gonna be hitting it with acrylic urethane, automotive paint.
Yeah, no, go for it, go for it.
The automotive paint will be we're doing a bright white finish on it. So we're going from old school beige to something pretty sweet. And then after that, we'll be doing airbrush with some detail work on it. So, and then clear coat.
That sounds absolutely fantastic. So I think that's most of what's been going on out here, but maybe we'll just kind of, I don't really have anything more to say about this, but I think watching this process is probably pretty cool. So maybe we'll hang out around here for a couple minutes, but it's challenging for us to go and find the right balance between covering this event and talking to these guys and not getting in their way, so that they can do the best work possible, so that the winners of the PCs are going to end up with the sweetest PCs that these PCs can be.
opinion. The rules are they have approximately 24 hours. There was an unannounced theme, but that theme has now been announced, and that theme is your favorite moment in gaming. The majority of points is for aesthetics of the overall build, so how well they tune in the theme, how much creativity goes into their actual build, and the overall presentation of their final build. Now, presentation is fairly interesting because there is some bonus points for if your computer, say, boots up, but that's not actually necessarily required. So if your computer is able to at least light up properly, but the thing doesn't actually post or boot fully, you can still get a lot of points in your overall presentation. The hardware that they're running is an i7-4790K on a, well, not on, with a Corsair LX 256 gig SSD running alongside it, 16 gigabytes of Corsair Dominator Platinums running at 2133 megahertz. Obviously, the three 980 GTX 980s that were revealed not way too long ago. I hope you guys have seen those. They look really cool. One of my favorite things actually is what they've done with the grill on the I/O plate. Three of them. Awesome. I just had to do the face rub. I had to nuzzle them a little bit. They're absolutely fantastic cards. So while the other teams aren't here, can we get some information on like how you guys are going to make this look like a space station?
So he would have more info on that, but for the most part, yeah. So what we had three choices. One was electricity, outer space, and then our best gaming moment. So my best gaming moment was COD back in the day. And so basically Ron was like, well, what if we just do all three? And I'm like, okay, well, and so we started brainstorming ideas. And that's when Ron came up with the Black Ops 2 zombie.
That makes sense. Try to make a catch-all essentially, so you could essentially do everything. So you're making the actual kind of main core design. Is there any inspiration that you're going off of an actual space station, or is it just kind of winging it?
I did actually a lot of R&D on the web, kind of just coming up with things. Looked at a lot of space stations and satellites and stuff, and that's kind of the aesthetic that we're trying to accomplish here, kind of that sci-fi space look. And then of course we're going to incorporate, the Black Ops 2 skull logos, and and then we're going to hit it up with a really cool paint job as well.
Are you guys going to use that laser cutter for the skull logos?
Yeah, if Rich is. He's not hogging it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if he's willing to let us use it, yeah, we'll take the opportunity to use it. But we like to construct everything, and do things by hand, and I think that's the strength of our project, is that we're here fabricating our pieces by hand, and and we just wanted to just do the best job. The thing for me is I just wanted to show the community and the modders out there that you don't need really a lot of high-tech equipment to do the things that that you love to do. I mean, you don't need a shop full of expensive tools. As you can see, $1.99, $2. A little bit of creative mind. I think the most important piece of a workbench is your creativity and your passion. So it doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take a lot of money to do this.
So I took it a step further once I had a nice little conversation with CPU Mag, and they were like, "Well," I asked them, "What do you look for for a mod contest?" And they're like, "Creativity. When you go all out, you do the wires, there's nothing left untouched." Once we get all this fabrication done and stuff, I'm trying to help him execute it, so that way I can move on to actually doing the acrylic bending and stuff. And then once I do that, he'll probably be painting. So once all this stuff is applied to the panels, then he can start painting, and I can actually do the water cooling. And then once all that's done, we can actually help the other teams. Not in a bad aspect, okay? It's more of we're all a big family. We're all here to have fun. We've worked together on other projects, and I just want to see everybody meet that deadline of having that PC done, so. Cool?
If I can ask, cool. If you had, say, $1,000 and you wanted to get into PC modding, what are some of the most important things that you would want to buy? So you had nothing, one Phillips screwdriver, that's it.
The most important thing was probably a Dremel, okay, because that's pretty much what started for me, is a Dremel, and that's probably the best tool to have, because you can do anything with the Dremel. People ask me all the time, how did you cut that? How'd you do that? It's a Dremel. I'm using a Dremel, and I'm still using a Dremel. There's other tools I could be using, a jigsaw to cut a window, stuff like that, but I use a Dremel.
I used to build a lot of models when I was a kid, like Lee. He was, saying that he built RC airplanes. Well, I did a lot of scratch building of like dioramas and stuff too. So that's where I kind of get the experience with the styrene, the plastics, and the molds and stuff like that as well.
It's absolutely fantastic to hear these kinds of origin stories for you guys, because I think it is, I'm guessing, I'm putting words in the mouths of the viewers, but that's got to be pretty inspirational for you guys. So you go from no experience PC modding to all of a sudden, you're competing in MOD24 and building what will be pretty much an ultimate gaming rig for one of the lucky 3 people that is going to win this whole shebang. All right, we are going to head out to the atrium, and we're going to talk to the other teams that have all abandoned us here. Look at this. They left their GTX 980s completely unattended. How long do you think it'll take them to notice?
what that hurt. Here. They already found the 980s.
until that's over?
They have
they?
fans that are watching the stream and they all told them. So they're gonna find this like immediately.
No, because we haven't said it's missing yet. We didn't film it. So we can even tell the audience, like, yeah, we can.
Am I gonna have Jason to wrangle cable for me by then?
They're playing the video right now, by the way. I tried to run him in and go, stop! He like apparently was finishing something as I wish I could run. Oh. This foot is so sore from holding stuff like this.
He injured his foot because we were gonna miss our plane.
Yeah.
And it was like running around on gravel.
Very large rocks, not just normal gravel, like fairly large rocks.
Yeah. That's crazy.
So he has a like quarter-sized blood blister on his foot.
Not a fun place to go. Although better than your hand. So, at least there's that.
I haven't seen how our 980 video is good. I haven't looked.
It's view capped right now.
Studio app.
Yeah. Wait, the phone one's better than the web one, right?
Probably.
Hopefully too. Yeah, I've already told you guys.
Like 1 minute the video finishes.
Where's the outside mic? Are you doing this right after?
And then we'll go right in. Where are they?
They're actually literally supposed to be up here. But they need to be in there.
Should I
I
go
want to
get
be
them?
there.
Because they were retrieving their 980s.
That's not the team we're interviewing, just FYI.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'm just.
Okay, so apparently some of the people watching the stream ruined our troll with the GTX 980s and informed Team Kill Ninja, the video we just watched, those guys, informed Team Kill Ninja that their 980s were missing. So this time, I'm going to ask you guys to please not inform Team Mongoose that we have stolen not only their GTX 980s, no, we have actually taken their entire PC tower and hidden it out here in the atrium without them knowing. So this contains their top-mounted radiator, their reservoir, as well as their motherboard. So they're inside working on the side panels without realizing that the case is actually completely missing. So please, come on, guys, come on, you gotta help us out here. Just shh. All right, so it's time. I think let's open up with you giving us a brief explanation of what this is exactly.
Yeah, so this is a silhouette from Titan. And then this is just a lighter raster layer. So I mentioned before that this was a little deeper. This is a lighter pass. Gives actually a little more detail. It's pretty cool. If you backlight or light this from the edge, it'll really glow like crazy. Back in the early 90s, I was a deputy sheriff. Yes.
Okay.
And we first got in our 286s as word processors. And for some reason, I just happened to have a niche of being able to go in and repair it. And so over time, people asked me to upgrade their PCs, 386 with math coprocessor. I mentioned before doing the origami cable weaving, and then I started having to modify the cases to increase the thermals. And it just kind of carried on from there. Went to PDX LAN, which is all of us here are PDX LANers. PDX LAN 8 was my first LAN party, and I met my partner Travis. The young man, I think, was only, I don't want to say how young he was because he looked like a bad old man, but he was amazing as far as, in his systems build, the water, he did water cooling. I think he had 2 systems in one in a mountain mod case, a duality. And I thought that was just, the bee's knees. I brought in a really sweet modified Alienware ALX that was airbrushed like a clone trooper. I put a window in it.
I've seen that one.
Yeah, my water cooling was like really bad though. I mean, I broke every single rule. I did have a Danger Dan a 6800 water block on there, or I can't remember what the model number was, but it was like the first full coverage block, SLI, and my water block, I had a thermal take water block. I love Thermaltake now, but back then the water blocks weren't as good. And so it cracked, leaked coolant all over my GPUs. And
You were using that one with the copper really?
yes.
You know what? I'm gonna. Okay. I also ran a Thermaltake Big Water SE
Yes.
back in the day when I didn't know better.
My
So
first build for my wife was the Thermaltake armored chassis.
with the integrated liquid cooling.
No, actually, I used all Thermaltake liquid cooling. No, it had the bay-mounted radiator, the reservoir, everything. I mean, it's all Thermaltake. And there's actually a pretty funny picture that a lot of people give me a hard time about. So I have it all set up on a nice, clear desk and everything. And I'm using, I think it was a Fry's or something, receipt as a mouse pad. So it's pretty bad, but.
All right, so you're the one who's shown up with the most heavy-duty gear for this. I mean, what is your job? How do you have a $7,000 laser machine?
I have a lot of jobs. So I teach at ITT. I'm a networking instructor. Also do this modding. So I've been with NVIDIA since probably about 2008 doing showcase builds. Also, for Intel, Crucial. My wife and I own a veterinary practice, and she's a veterinarian, so I help her manage that. And then my most important job is homeschooling my son, my 13-year-old. Hey, Richie. So he's a big Minecrafter, Starcrafter. That's pretty much it.
Goes to show you guys, it's sometimes it's about being a Renaissance man as opposed to just pouring everything into one thing. If you want to have the time and resources to do what it is you want to do and move to the next level over and over and over again, well, I think you have definitely shown us how that is done. Yeah. Is this your first 3D printer?
Yeah, this is my first 3D printer. This is a Solid Doodle 2. It came pre-built, but I decided to powder coat it green. I'm actually going to eventually build it into a PC. So you can throw your print job over to it, switch over, get your frag on a little bit and have a good time.
Really?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay, so I guess we're not going to be able to get away from this conversation without talking about the modding that's already going on your laser cutters. So we've already seen this. Okay, so your tower liquid cooling thing, but can we move around to the back here and can you talk about what you're planning to do at the back?
Definitely. So really the heart of the whole laser here is in the back. You get to see the front, you get to see some of the action as it's cutting through the material, but really the most exciting part for me is the inner workings of it. And if we open it up here, you can see we actually have a 4-foot laser tube in here, and it's a 90-watt laser. And being an overclocker, it definitely strikes in my heart that this is water-cooled. So we've got a completely water-cooled laser. Of course, Richard modded it over here. And we've got a PC liquid cooling setup that's actually taking over the original liquid cooling system they had. So it's got a bit of an upgrade to it. And with this beast, we can cut through a massive amount of acrylic. We can really do some good rastering with it. And as you saw earlier with Rich, we have some of the Titan themes that we're using on the case that we're just dialing in right now. And it's kind of a bit of an art. You can control the speed and the power of the laser, but every color, every material is different. You really have to watch it and figure out, okay, do we need to run this a little bit faster or slower, whether it's a dark material, which is much easier to work with, or it's a light material, something that's a bit more tricky to dial in. You really have to get some experience with the different sheets of acrylic. We've got some foil-backed ones, so that'll be interesting to see how well it works with the laser.
Now, I've got one more question for you before sorry, did you have something to add?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, so Travis is, telling me about how the back part is the beautiful part. So we're actually going to mod this. So we're going to put a window probably in the top and then in the back. Since you can see into the laser tube, we're going to add some UV dye to the coolant and put some black lights in there. So it's going to be, business in the front and party in the back, kind of like a reverse mullet.
There's actual water jacket over the laser tube itself, and that water cycles through a cooling tower, which essentially has a radiator just like you would find in a standard PC liquid cooling setup. And that water just simply passes through the entire system. And the moment we saw this, it actually came with a standard kind of liquid cooling system. And Richard and I both knew that couldn't stay. We had to definitely mod this thing, kick it up a notch, and throw some burly liquid cooling on there. And once we got through that step, we said, you know what, the next evolution is we're going to put some UV dye in there. We're going to drop some UV lights in there. We're going to get this thing blinging out. Yeah, so right now we have the laser pulsing, and that's because we're basically etching the surface of the acrylic. We don't want to cut all the way through, so it's really reducing the intensity of the power output. And we've got this little red laser here, and it's actually a marking laser for helping the alignment system. But the way that the mirrors are set up in here, when it is running, a little bit of that beam is refracted across with this red dot. So, you know, if you weren't a ninja, this might burn you just a little bit. So you want to kind of watch out for it.
We actually you had problems with it possibly burning through your shirt earlier, and we've got a little bit of a mark on the wall over there, which is actually, it's pretty warm. I put my hand in front of it too.
So here's Bob from BS Mods working on, unfortunately, a bit of a setback, but we're going to be back in a couple minutes. We're going to get you guys to watch a little video introducing the BS Mods team, and hopefully by the time that video is done, all of this will have been completely reapplied and we'll be ready for sanding. No, not so much. Unfortunately, the metal filler material that Team BS Mods used did not adhere correctly the first time around. So you can see that it is being painstakingly removed and will actually need to be reapplied. So these are the kinds of setbacks that happen when you're doing a 24-hour live event and you're relying on, you know, this material to work correctly every time, or this 3D printer to output the right thing, or whatever else the case may be. So we are going to have you guys watch the video. We wanted to bring you guys these kinds of moments so you understand that this is not easy what these guys are doing. They make it look easy a lot of the time. So as much as I feel bad about pointing out when it isn't working, I want you guys to understand that this is not easy stuff that's going on over here, and there's a lot of trial and error and playing it by ear. So guys, check out this awesome promo. Now, Bob, I know you don't have a lot of time to stop and chat with us, so we're going to ask Rod most of the BS questions that are going on here. But I would like you to at least take a couple minutes here and tell us how you got into PC modding, because that's always a unique story.
I started playing video games about 10 years ago, I guess it was, and I got talked into going to a LAN party by a friend of mine.
It's always awkward, the first LAN party, isn't it? Wait, they do what?
Yeah, it was awkward. Yeah. I didn't consider myself a nerd or anything, so I walked in and I was like, wow, this is odd. But anyway, so saw some cool custom mods that Darth Beavis, Richard Suros had there, and it was at PDX LAN in Portland, Oregon, and there was a couple other guys that had some okay builds and stuff too, but his stuff really jumped out at me. And my history is I've always been a car guy. I restore muscle cars, stuff like that. So that's where all these skills have come from, is painting and doing metal work and that kind of stuff. So I just saw his and I thought, man, I could do that easy, you know. So I went to work and started planning my first one, and here I am now, I guess. So.
But it's not easy, is it?
No, it's not. You know, we work pretty hard at it, and unfortunately, a lot of people only see the end result. They don't see every single thing that goes into it, you know. And a lot of people, I think, they feel that maybe they can't do it because it takes too many tools or it's really expensive and stuff like that. And that's kind of what Rod and I are doing here right now, is to show people that you can literally take something out of the trash, which is basically what we did here. You know, this thing's almost 20 years old, and with just you know, a little bit of ingenuity and some vision, you can actually build something that's really creative and really cool. So, you know, yeah, there's a couple things here that are fancy and whatever, but for the most part, we do everything, I guess you'd call it the hard way, really. So, but we just want to show everybody you can do it, you know, so.
Maybe don't try to do it in 24 hours for your first time?
Never, no, you'll get discouraged pretty fast if you try that, you know. So we just want everybody to know that you don't have to have all these fancy tools. You don't have to have $1 million. You don't have to have, you know, just a lot of crazy stuff at your disposal, and you can just do stuff. Like, we make bends. We don't have a sheet metal brake or anything. We use steel bars and C-clamps and stuff like that, and you know, and we can use all the fancy stuff, but we still enjoy the old school hardcore modding, and we're going to see if we can do it in 24 hours. It's a little scary, but we're going to do our best and see how it comes out. So,
thank you. All right, so we're gonna move over to Rod here, who has a little bit more time to talk to us. And first, I have to call out that Team Mongoose figures they're gonna finish early and has offered to help other teams when they're done. Would you accept that help, or would your pride not allow it?
I definitely accept that help. I think we could really teach those guys some stuff about hardcore modding and what it takes to use hand tools and really, the true modding, like get in there and get dirty. So yeah, we'd welcome the help.
Wow, that was the most backhanded. I mean, so back to the show. Okay, next question for you is, how did you guys get together? Because the other teams have had really cool stories about how they complement each other. How did you guys originally meet?
We met at PDX LAN where, we kind of saw some killer mods. I met Bob. He was running a black and gray Dell computer. It was pretty sweet. He had a custom video card, I think, maybe. But yeah, we realized we're only an hour and a half apart. It's a bit of a drive, but we kind of complement each other. We both like working with our hands and doing our own stuff. So we decided to team up and knock out a couple builds. And shoot, now 3 years later, here we are. Like doing builds and getting messy together. So I don't know. It's a blast.
All right, so you had a couple of questions.
Yeah, why the awesome, epic, massive IBM server case?
Well, we knew DB would bring something pretty big and pretty awesome, and I've always wanted to do a kick-ass beige build. Take something beige like this bad boy, and really trick it out and make it into something totally cool. And we had an opportunity. We didn't need to use a case of any particular brand or anything like that. So this was actually sitting in the server room where I work, running.
Oh wow.
And it was about 3 years past being retired. So we pulled the plug on it and ripped the guts out of it, and now it's here. So
what kind of challenges have you guys ran into so far trying to build in this case?
I think the biggest one is the huge amount of fab work. Having to basically build the chassis. I mean, we've got a frame and stuff, but we need to put the motherboard tray in. We need to put the fan mounts in. We need to drill the holes for the fans. We need to retool the front with acrylic. There's a lot of small pieces of fab work before we even can start. Yeah. Then we start the paint, then we start putting components in and get the build really moving.
I know
our video cards. We're going to do a reverse ATX. So the board will sit like this, CPU down here, and the video cards up top, with the top of the card facing the user. So we got a little bit of work to make that all work, but I think it'll make for a really cool presentation of those sweet new 980s.
Was there a specific reason other than the awesome showing off of the graphics card that you guys wanted to do the reverse ATX?
The case door is on the wrong side.
There we go.
A lot of this work is pretty tedious work. It's hand work. I'm probably going to be sanding this front bezel that I'm working on for maybe the next hour or so. So this has a nice rough textured surface. It'll be completely smooth when I'm done. So we have one other thing that we need some fans help with. We don't know whether we should put wheels on this chassis or we should put some rubber feet on it. So I threw up a post on our Facebook page. It's BS Mods, facebook.com/BS Mods. And you can jump on there and post a comment on that post and decide if we want feet or wheels.
Nice. All right. I'm going to throw out a quick vote if that's okay. I think classic old server tower like this, you got to do wheels. That's just my gut feeling, but not everyone feels that way. So guys, what was that? Facebook.com/BS Mods. Go vote so that they know what to do, because they don't have time to sit around and wait for your vote. So go. So Team Mongoose apparently didn't fall for our devious little trick there. How long did it take you guys to find the computer?
As soon as somebody texted us.
They got a text. You know what? People watching the stream, I've had enough of your crap. Yeah, that's right.
I heard him asked many times.
The next troll, you guys gotta not tell them. Come on. James is giving Team Mongoose more love. Elias says, go Ninja, go FPS Jazza. I had a lot of good times with Black Ops 1 Zombies. Can't wait to see what Team Mongoose does. I am feeling pretty bad for Team Kill Ninja because they are not getting a whole lot of love here. Team Kill Ninja, you guys get love from us, okay?
That's okay. We have to be the underdog. Somebody has to do it.
And you know, the funny thing about Team Kill Ninja being underdogs is that gentleman you're
He's on
looking
all
at.
the
Right?
feeds.
Yeah, that's right. They're going to give us the main feed. I'm going to make faces at the audience.
I'm
All
feeling
right.
full of pizza.
You're feeling full of pizza?
Yeah.
I've been eating like all the gummy candies. Yeah, I want that like temporary sugar high so I have enough energy.
So you crashed super hard at one point. Yes, hopefully we get it on camera.
But I'll be amped up till that point.
You like that? What is that bird? The hummingbird?
Yeah,
Is it
hummingbird.
Just goes like crazy and then just shuts down if it doesn't get food long enough. So we'll have to have half an hour breaks every once in a while so you can fill up on sugar gummies.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is how I'm going to do this. Guys, we want to do a quick call out for how much time is left in our modding competition. I think someone's going to cut to a camera at some point and then
There
you
we
go,
go.
oh, yeah, okay. So you guys are smart. I don't need to walk you through this, but what the hey, I'll do it anyhow. The 16 refers to the number of hours remaining. The 21 would be the number of minutes, and the 45, oh, the 45's gone. Sorry, the 42 refers to, oh crap, that one's gone. The 39, sorry, I'm worried they're not going to know what I'm talking about if it's not on the screen while I talk. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, guys. So that's 16 hours, 21 minutes, and 30 seconds remaining. The funny thing is, for anyone watching this who hasn't really modded before, looking at the progress that they're making might not really look like much.
Yeah.
Because you don't actually put the RAM in the motherboard and the power supply and connect everything to it. You don't actually do that until pretty late in the game. So this just looks like a whole lot of sanding. But really, they are making progress. I mean, I'm really looking forward to probably sometime wee hours of the morning.
Oh yeah.
Maybe early morning tomorrow when we're going to get to watch some painting happening. Because there is going to be some airbrushing, there's going to be some automotive paint finishes going on nice and smooth, and that paint booth, which is up till now, just had the scuffed and primed pieces of an Enthu Lux in it, and been pretty boring. That is going to get pretty wicked interesting. As the systems they're building, they don't get to just keep those.
No, those are being given away.
Yeah, those are being given away to the viewers. So
You
it's
might
like,
get to keep those.
well, what's in it for these guys other than bragging rights, of course?
I don't know the keyword. I should try and enter.
I don't.
I'm kidding.
think
I'm
you'd be able
kidding.
to
I'm
win.
kidding. I'm kidding.
I'm pretty sure there's a clause in our agreement that we're helping host the event that we
You
can't
can't
just.
win the prize for the event that you're hosting. How many people would be pissed?
All of them.
And the winner is what?
I'd be pretty upset if you won because I'd be like, well, I didn't even enter.
Anyway, sorry, I was kidding. Moving on.
So what they're competing for, aside from pure glory, is actually some hardware that's pretty similar to what they're integrating into these machines. So they're getting Core i7 4790Ks, 16 gigs of Corsair Dominator Platinums, they're getting 256 gig SSDs from Corsair, they're getting HX 1000i power supplies from Corsair, they're getting 380T yellow cases from Corsair, they're getting Sabertooth Z97 Mark I, I believe, motherboards from ASUS. Now you may have observed that that motherboard isn't going to fit in that case. These guys are case modders, not a big deal. I still don't think it's going to fit, but sorry? Of?
The winners
Yes,
get two
I know.
sets.
Yeah. And each system is going to be equipped with dual GTX 980s. So the new graphics card that's launching, that's the entire reason for this game. Because these teams have been at it for just about 8 hours now, and they have made some serious progress on their mods. So we're going to start in this room here, and we're going to actually have a look at some of the in-progress stuff from the teams that are out in the atrium working by electric light. It's like voodoo magic, electric light. I mean, imagine, as far as I can tell, you guys haven't actually been doing anything other than eating pizza.
Yeah.
I mean, pizza, do you know how distracting pizza is for the mind? Pretty cold pizza? Well, that's okay. Cold pizza is less distracting. Okay, so why don't you tell us what you're up to here?
We got all the panels finally fabricated. We're just doing
All of
some.
them?
All of them.
All of them?
Yep.
Nice.
We had just have what we're doing right now is just doing some finish
Oh,
sanding.
wrecked.
Oh, you left me hanging.
And oh, I'm sorry.
Come on, come on.
I'm looking at the panel, not your fist. I'm sorry. And we've gone in and we scribed in all the panel lines. And what I'm doing right now is just doing some finished sanding on that to clean up those edges to kind of give it a beveled effect. I don't know if you can pick that up on camera.
Here,
but-
I'll show the. That's what he's showing
But this
off.
is going to add to the paint effects and the special effects that we add to the paint finish a little bit later in the process. But we're getting close to taking these out to the paint booth and then our first coats of primer here in the next couple minutes.
That is very exciting because your guys' rig is going to basically live or die by Lee's internal water cooling setup and how pristine that looks, as well as basically the paint job, because you guys aren't doing the same kind of extensive physical fabrication modding that some of the other teams are doing. So are you still feeling pretty confident?
Yeah, I feel great. I mean, all I can do is give my best, So it's, I feel good. I feel that the vision that we started with, we're going to stick to and just knock it out.
When we told Team BS Mods that you had offered to help them if you were done early, they basically said that they would really appreciate the help and figured maybe you could learn a thing or two by helping them. So do
most
you have any,
definitely.
do you have any
I don't
comments
have
on
any
that?
paint skills. That's why Ron is here. And Bob, if I needed something painted, it would go to Bob.
Aw, well you know what? When they were so disrespectful to you, I feel like you really did the big man thing there. And that right now. Frankly, no offense, guys. It doesn't really look like much. It's pieces of, white styrene on a table. It looks like arts and crafts time in grade 4. So these guys are gonna step it up to the next level over the next few hours. It's like, easy. Just look at the sweat on his brow. The sweat on his brow. It's right there, man. So thank you. You guys are doing awesome, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the finished result.
A little mixology here. We're gonna make just the exact shade of green that we need to match NVIDIA's color. So we should be close here. So I don't know if you can get that on the camera, but that's definitely getting pretty close.
Now, I know enough about paint, just enough to be dangerous. I know enough about paint to know that when you are actually mixing the paint in liquid form, you are not going to be getting anything really even necessarily that close to the color that it's going to be once it dries. So it is definitely art more than science to be able to sit here with these different greens and whites and try and get it so it's going to be not only just right now, but also just right when you actually finish.
Right, it takes a lot of mistakes to learn. So we determined that we don't have any airflow out here, so there's no airflow going across it, which doesn't help, and then also the high humidity is kind of slowing it down. So we have a little bit of air moving on it now, and it should harden up here pretty quick, and then we'll get it sanded down, and then we'll put some body filler on it and be on our way. So should be okay, not a problem.
It's around here somewhere, but basically this was going to be an incredibly time-consuming part of the build, and they knew that. That was why they started at the beginning, and he was sitting here, and the whole thing was just coming off in sheets. In sheets, I tell you. And so seeing it back on here now is very, very encouraging, because, I mean, it's one thing when you have an issue like that and you've got a week or a month to finish a mod, and you're just kind of like, okay, well, I'll come back to this when I'm less angry and I feel like scraping it off. But man, you gotta do it immediately.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice to just go take a nap and stop thinking about it, but no, we don't have that opportunity here. We just got to keep going, so we're just going to keep trucking along. We got tons of stuff to do, so we'll just find something else to keep us busy and then come back to it if we have to, so I don't start throwing stuff.
He's actually on the back of the Titan, so he's not the easiest to see. We might have to get him closer to the camera. There we go.
You know what? Getting the lighting off of it just right, I think...
Getting the lighting right is kind of hard, especially when there's the Titan behind it. So Linus is trying to adjust it a little bit there. He's a Christian Bale Titan transformer.
So the way this effect works is either you can look at it from this side and it's a frosted graphic, or there we go, you can illuminate it from the side or from the back, and it gains a bit of a 3D effect. So they are going to, whoever wins the PC, will you also ship them the Christian Bale?
We will. You can have it.
So for one thing, this piece right here looks like a fill port. So this has G1/4 threading all the way through it. So that's going to allow them to cap this off and then that's also going to allow them to go ahead and put a fitting on here for tubing. So that's presumably how you're either going, sorry, I'll give you a better look at that. That's how you're going to either fill or drain the liquid cooling in this system. I mean, that's one thing that a lot of, I think, less experienced modders will, that's a trap that a lot of them will fall into, is they'll build something that looks amazing, but is then basically impossible to maintain, which, especially if it's something where you're going to give it away to someone who wins it and wasn't involved in the process of building it, it's just kind of inconsiderate. So they are thinking ahead, unless they go and do something completely different with that, and this thing's a nightmare to maintain, in which case, Team Kill Ninja! Cutting out that thing that you saw. So what we weren't sure about, looks like it's just accent pieces for the build. So you can see just the attention to detail that goes on here. Even working in acrylic, so instead of being content with screws being protruding from the surface, you can see that they're countersinking these holes so that the screws are going to end up being flush with the surface of the acrylic, giving the mod an extremely clean look. I absolutely.
Assuming.
Is that what it looks like to you? We're just kind of
We
trying
haven't
to piece
actually
this
been
together.
told. Just see if
Test
it lines
fit.
up.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like we're going to get panels in the top and then presumably the bottom, which I guess might end up being sides. However, they're planning to mount this thing, that are going to contain these massive, super thick radiators. These are EK radiators with Enermax fans, and yeah, they're going to take care of the cooling for all that stuff for you just fine. Now, I think for the mod today, I overheard Darth Beavis saying that what they were planning to do was have the entire liquid cooling setup just cooling the CPU, and the GPUs were going to be left on air cooling. The good news about GTX 980 is that compared to a while back when I was running 480s in quad SLI as a science experiment, they run relatively cool and they consume much, much less power. So it's far less of a concern to have them stacked together like that with air cooling. But a little bird whispered in my ear that before they ship the finished system to the winner, they're going to arrange to work with, I think it was EK, to get their hands on water blocks for the cards. So they're actually going to end up with liquid-cooled CPU and GPUs when the system ships out. So I think that's really cool of them to be willing to keep working on this, making sure that whoever wins the system gets a great experience with the computer, because it's one thing to win the modding competition and it's another thing to, again, it's a more consideration from Team Kill Ninja here, who didn't get a lot of love when we asked people who they thought were going to win. This looks like to me is some kind of fiber optic type thing. So I think what they're planning to do is light one end of it so that the entire
that
thing
would
glows.
be for the what they're cutting.
Yeah,
the
possibly.
Titanfall logo. Yeah.
Okay, so I've got a light source here. Go on, hold up your hand so they can see how that works. So basically what happens is you go ahead and you shine the light in one end, and the fiber optic filament here, or whatever it is that we want to call it exactly, is going to carry the light over to the other end. So Team Kill Ninja here's mod is going to be heavily dependent on some Titanfall-themed acrylic work that they've got going on in a laser cutting / etching machine.
All right, so what we're working on right now is cutting a new back panel for the entire chassis. We've got the motherboard tray, but we want to cover all the rivets and stuff that are across the existing back panel with a new piece of aluminum that we can polish up and make look really sharp inside. So we're going to have a whole new back panel across the entire back of the chassis, and then we'll put a panel on the bottom and a panel around the drive cage.
I keep saying this, but I really admire the how aggressive your goals have been for this particular mod, because let me tell you, as someone who has polished aluminum before, I know that the process is not fast.
Right, we've got a 10-inch polisher, so that'll help to speed the process along a little bit, but this is how we do it. So we're sticking to our guns and trying to crank out a mod that's worthy of a BS Mods mod.
In 24 hours.
In 24 hours, yeah. 300-hour mod, here we go.
that one of the lucky, now you can't really see all of the surface imperfections that they were trying to cover with this, but basically this surface is going to be visible when you open up the door to the case. So they kind of looked at that and went, well, this would be a great canvas for some really cool graphics to go along with the theme of the modding competition, which is your favorite gaming moments. So they kind of went, oh, well, yeah, what we have to do, it's obvious to us. I mean, I wouldn't think of something like this, but they kind of went, oh yeah, we have to turn this into something really smooth so we can put a nice automotive grade paint finish on here and a really beautiful graphic so that even when the system's opened up, there are extra surprises for the lucky winner who ends up winning it. So they had to pull all this metal filler off by hand. It's not like there's a magic metal filler removal chemical that they were able to just pull out of their back pocket and pour on it, and it's magic. There's no magic modding chemical. Do you wish there was?
I wish there were a magic. I would give me a 5-gallon bucket of it so we can pour it on here.
So they still have a fair ways to go with this. They're going to have to sand it down. They're going to have to use some automotive filler in order to get the finish that they're really going for on here. But I believe in the BS Mods team. I think that they have a strong chance to win this thing. I think we know what these guys are doing. They're going to build their 3D depth etched panels, and then they're going to run these over to them to try to illuminate it, or what's the plan?
So we got two different kinds of fiber optic wiring, and essentially one is going to carry light all the way through, and we're going to use LEDs to power that. The other one we have is a larger diameter, and it actually side fires, so light comes out the sides of the cable as well as the end. And we're going to kind of use that throughout the mod to add to the theme, and we're currently working on the Titanfall artwork right now. And we're really trying to get the laser dialed in so we can carry our artwork across. We've done a lot of sample pieces. Right now we're working on one of the more opaque pieces here, and we're just tweaking around with the software how we can get maybe some line art or concept art feel to the Titanfall scene. And essentially we've got two bottom panels to the chassis, and we want to break that up across the whole bottom so that you can see kind of a scene going on.
I think things have settled down a little bit. So good. I have my cheat sheet. I have a notoriously terrible memory. I still can't remember the names of all the teams. So I remember who's who and who belongs to which team.
Team
once
Mongoose,
I look at them.
BS Mods, Team Kill Ninja.
All right, you did well considering how long we've been streaming for. That's pretty impressive. So BS Mods is pretty much this is the first time that I've speculated about the outcome, because we are getting far enough into this. There's only 15 hours and 21 minutes left.
Only 15?
Yeah, only 15 hours and 21 minutes ahead of us. We're getting far enough in that we can really see the progress that people are making.
Can we?
Speaking of seeing the progress people are making, Team Kill Ninja pointed out to us that in spite of the fact that it doesn't really look like they've done much, it's mostly faffing about for 20 hours and then building for 4 hours. In terms of their game plan, because they came into this. Sorry, go ahead.
Looking at their style too, it looks like they're not necessarily modding the bench directly as much as the other guys are modding their cases directly.
Yes.
It looks more like they're creating things to strap to the bench. Well, strap is a ghetto term, but like very elegantly attach to the bench.
Elegantly strap.
Elegantly strapped to the bench. Leather bonnet straps. So I think most of their creation is actually happening right now. It's just, it doesn't show in terms of like sanding and painting and all that kind of stuff, because it's going to come later.
And I mean, part of the issue that they're having is that Richard, Darth Beavis, has only had his laser cutter, laser etcher for, I think he said, a few weeks. And the difficulty that comes along with working particularly with lots of different colors of acrylic is that different colors are going to actually be etched at different rates by the laser. So they're doing a lot of fine tuning in order to get the art style right for what they want to achieve over there.
Yeah, that was actually a really interesting conversation, talking about how everyone knows about light absorption. Like darker colors will absorb more than lighter colors.
Yep,
You never
wear
really
a black
think
t-shirt
about
on
it.
a hot day.
Yeah, we don't really think about it when it comes to like laser burning things. The dark color is going to absorb more and then therefore be easier to cut.
And get hotter.
Yeah.
They're the underdogs in my mind. These Team Mongoose guys, they've got all the fans. Everyone on Twitter is all about Team Mongoose, so I gotta hate on them a little bit to even things out a bit here. So Team Mongoose claimed that they were done with their styrene block things, but clearly Ron is still working on sanding them. So I think that the finished rig that we see from these guys is going to be the same sort of finished that their styrene was in the first place. That's what I'm expecting to happen. So,
wow.
yeah, and you don't even have a microphone. You can't say nothing. Nothing. And he's he's thinking it. And he's too busy anyway. He's got 15 hours and 18 minutes to get that system to whatever level of finished he figures he can achieve over
The
there.
chat is like, more styrene?
More styrene. They're planning to build the entire PC out of styrene. They're planning to make a styrene graphics card and take the 980s home for themselves. Because Lord knows they're not going to win the ones that are going to the first place team today. So they got to steal the ones that come from the winner. J4 Cash says BS Mods is actually doing real mod work, resurrecting that IBM case. Wow.
Mega wrecked.
You're getting wrecked by the audience even now, and they used to be your #1 cheerleaders. Oh, hold on a second. No, we got more love for Team Mongoose. We got Team Kill Ninja all the way. Things are evening out a little bit. I think from people actually watching the stream, they're getting a feel for how skilled all of these guys are.
Those like little 20-second segments we get on the mainstream.
Yeah.
They're helping pick people up.
As much as I might tease these guys, or as much as they might suffer setbacks, these guys are all incredibly skilled. I'm really excited to see the finished builds. You are up at 1 a.m. Pacific time watching this stuff. You guys are awesome, by the way. So let's go ahead and. Oh, I closed it.
We need like one of those walls that have all the clocks from around the world, so we can see what time it is for different people. Because this is a very global stream.
Yeah.
Much like the WAN show.
I think it's an incredibly.
Even more
I
support
know.
now.
I know.
Yeah.
The more we try to bring them down, the
All
more
the
they
reverse
get lifted
psychology.
up.
Yeah.
Brandon P. Kipster Bro, really, I can't believe you read this.
Game leaked so many times and in such big ways that there was no point anymore.
Yeah, so that was why we stopped. It wasn't so much that people, at least at our company, got more comfortable with it. It just kind of happened. But I can tell you guys why his resume stood out to me so much. Side of it, and had to do with metal in the ends of the blades of the fan. So it actually carried a lot more weight than it at first appeared to, and the blades were quite sharp, and then it had a very thin hub in the middle because all that was in there was a bearing. There was no actual motor. I ripped my finger open real good on that thing once before I was done with it. It's going to be the end of it. I mean, these guys do all kinds of crazy stuff. I mean, we've been at overclocking events where we've seen guys with the sawed-off backs of other graphics.
I'm gonna bring
What
this.
time is it? Speaking of go time, it's 1:34. Wait, 1:34? Is it 1:34?
It is 1:33. Yeah.
How did that even happen? It's
I
like
don't know.
crazy town.
Hey Travis,
Okay, so
are you guys done your laser cut?
give me 2 seconds here.
One piece is getting worked on right now.
Okay.
How
Can we
long are
show
we on
how
for?
the
We are definitely going to be updating you later on when Lee Harrington is bending his tubing in order to see. Check this out. This is water cooling tubing, completely straight. So he is going to have everything running with nice, clean, gorgeous lines all over the inside of this machine, and we are going to be showing you guys the entire process here. So they have their entire mod riding on beautiful internals in what is otherwise a pretty normal case, and then Mr. Ron Lee Christensen here's job of making the outside match their theme here. So remember guys, the overall theme for MOD24 is favorite gaming moments, and they are going for a theme that I think is pretty ambitious. So it's a Black Ops, zombies, space theme, and they want to capture kind of a space station-y type look without losing track of, well, this is actually supposed to be. The reason he's building things up in 3D here is so that once he applies the paint, it's going to have a real texture and a real pop to it. And you have said a couple times now that you were kind of done with this, but you're back at it again. Can you tell me what came into your mind and got you going at it again?
Well, we had a lot of time for basic construction, and since we met that deadline, I'm adding the other panels that I wanted to add if I had the time. So
You guys want to do it in here or out there?
extra special
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
effects panels.
Sorry,
And like I
I
said,
said
we'll
that
get
wrong.
this into a primer here pretty shortly, and once we do that, we got all day to
out there
airbrush.
here.
And then I'll be hop over and start helping Lee with the water cooling and getting the inside all knocked out. And I think we're on pretty good pace to get this thing done.
Basically, they got a whiteboard here that has the entire mod kind of spelled out in terms of, okay, we've got 45 minutes for this, we've got 1 to 2 hours for this, and as long as they stay on track with their target, they are going to deliver a finished mod. Now, it's kind of hard to get a feel for what's going on here right now necessarily, and obviously it's going to get much crazier once the actual. Now I want to get the camera in here pretty close because Travis is actually the first one out of any of the teams to actually install GPUs in his rig. So there you have it, 3 of the all-new GTX 980. They have been installed, and this is nice.
Icing on the cake.
What a nice touch. Can we get that happening here?
Now this is a definitely one special SLI bridge here for 3-way, and it lights up.
All right, now I want you guys to talk a little bit about the trial and error that's going on with that laser engraver out there.
We just both spoke at a TEDx conference as well, so we've been going like crazy. We're just learning here on site how to use this. So it's just trial and error. So you can see we're doing some of the right contrast, so it'll really pop out. And we're going to do this on the bottom of the case. So there's really not a lot going on down there, but we want to have something going on every possible corner of this puppy.
That 3D printer has been going at it since the very beginning of the modding competition. What is that making?
So that's making miter boxes that we'll use for our rigid tubing when we do our heat bending. You want to have nice clean cut, so that allows us to do that with these instead of just holding on a table and have it rocking back and forth and making a mess. So we like to brew up our own stuff when we can.
So this is Team BS Ninja, and you guys have basically, did I just call you BS Mods?
BS Mongoose Ninja.
We have been streaming for like 9.5 hours now or something like that. So Team BS Mod. So this is Bob Stewart and Rod Rosenberg. At least I got the names right? There we go. So tell us, you guys have had probably the most challenging experience so far, but let's start with, I think you guys also have the most aggressive overall plan for your mod. So what the heck is this thing?
So this is our 1998 IBM server chassis. We're getting ready to put the side window in to show the video cards and reverse ATX mounted motherboard. We got to figure out our exact power supply position, make sure we don't interfere with our fans on the top. And
I'm sorry, did you just say you don't know where the power supply is going yet?
No, we don't. We could move it top or bottom. It's just a power supply. It's not that big a deal. But we do want to make sure it doesn't interfere with our fans, and we want to make sure that our cable length is plenty long on our sweet green cables.
All right, so I hate to bring this up again, but I have to do this to you, Bob. You had some difficulty with the metal filler here, but this is a necessary step for what you're trying to achieve. Can you tell me what you want to achieve here and what happened?
Well, so we have some areas that we want to fill, basically. So there was a vent area right here, and we just want to fill those little slots. And so rather than cutting out some sheet metal and using a wire feed welder and all that kind of crazy fancy stuff, we chose to just go with some product that's called all metal, which is a filler that's made of metal basically, and some body filler and some other stuff. And so we had some issue where we just don't have the right humidity and we don't have any air movement around here. So it didn't cure out as fast as it should have. It's normally about a 15-minute cure. So we're having to wait a little bit longer. And so I kind of got impatient and I scraped off the first batch of it, but now we're okay. We're on our second run here, and it's curing out, so we're good. Then we'll come back and we'll use a body filler, a lightweight filler, and then smooth out the rest of it, and you'll never even know it was there. So
What are you guys trying to achieve? I mean, you've been sanding for hours as far as I can tell. Why is that necessary?
Well, I use all automotive grade paints. I use PPG, Deltron paints, and I have some guys that kind of have steered me in that direction in Olympia, Washington, some store up there called Westco, and they're pretty good to me. They always have supported me and kind of told me what I should use in certain situations, and so I kind of follow their lead and listen to them. And since I've been using the products that they're kind of steering me towards, I've had nothing but great luck. And so with the automotive finishes, it's kind of a superior finish, really. It's acrylic urethane.
Nothing against the other teams.
No. It's no. I mean a superior finish as far as paints go, but it's an acrylic urethane, super hard. You can, if you scratch it, you can actually just wet sand it, buff it, just like you would a car, and you can wax it and everything too. So we usually wet sand them to a mirror finish and polish them to a mirror finish, and they're pretty spectacular when it's done. So.
Remember, it's part of Game 24, the 24-hour modding competition. Basically, the way it works with these guys is they are competing against each other in teams of 2 for who can build the best mod that encompasses the theme, which is your favorite moments in gaming, in 24 hours. But it gets even better than that. 3 lucky viewers will win the systems being built today, which are equipped with triple GTX 980s in 3-way SLI. So we're at a significant setback. And these were the guys that were confident they were going to finish with enough time to help the other teams finish their mods. So, Lee, can you tell me what happened here?
Well, it wasn't really a setback. It was a pre-planned layout that didn't quite work out because it was originally going to be 2 cards and became 3 cards, which actually pushed the reservoir into no location to mount. So basically, we decided, since there's already a little window there, why not put the reservoir right in that window? Hence the big hole that just got cut in this.
So there you go, just thinking on your feet. All right, guys.
Yeah,
so
hashtag MOD24 Twitter feed here.
Kingsley says, the mod teams are partway completing their builds, and hopefully they finish to 110% of their time. Not quite sure what you mean, Kingsley, but you know what? You're enthusiastic. I like that. Basically, when I was out there, I found out that they don't know where they're putting the power supply.
Yeah, I saw that happen.
You did see that happen?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, whatever. Don't worry about it.
It's just required to turn it on.
Yeah. Baboon figures I need more gummies. Do you think so? Am I looking haggard yet? Do I need to pick me up?
No, I've seen you way more haggard than this, and we might see
that
you
might
get
have
to that
been
level.
less than 2 days ago.
It was actually. If you signed part of their white, what is it called,
I'm not gonna do. Oh, the styrene, yeah.
No, bad, because if
they
painted over it, it could come out different.
That's right. It could affect the absorbency of the surface. That's actually an extremely important thing.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, look at that. I got gummy candies. That's actually an extremely important thing when it comes to painting. Now, I don't have much case painting experience. The only stuff that I've really done is using Plastidip to paint things like graphics cards or motherboards. And I have used a spray bomb technique to do a case before, but nothing like what these guys do. And I was going somewhere with this story, but I'm starting to get to that point of tiredness where they just kind of go on and on until my brain comes back on the rails and I remember where I was going with it. So most of my painting experience is house painting.
Yeah.
And what I learned from that is that even when you do something as simple as you're working on pre-painted drywall, so something that's already got a color on it, you go ahead and you fill a hole from a thumbtack or something, and then you smooth that out and you sand it down or whatever else. Unless you use a specific type of primer over top of it, you are going to end up with what look kind of like matte finish spots on your wall. So if we were to do anything to a surface that's going to get painted, it would have to be something where we want the end result to be affected by it, and we don't. We want these guys to all have a chance to win the awesome prize. All right, Spencer says, been up since 3 p.m. Wednesday. It is now 5 a.m. Friday, still wide awake. Another 14 hours to go. Hashtag MOD24.
Slow down the Red Bull.
Love it. All right, so guys, we're gonna throw this outside. We're gonna head to the atrium where there will actually be people doing
all the modders.
All the modders.
Like, actually all of them.
No, you know what? Forget the modders. No, guys, change of plans. We're just going to look at us for the rest of the
we don't
rest
even
of the
talk.
14 hours and 17 minutes because I think we go. Oh, so you'd rather
We're just gonna look at us.
you'd rather stare at the clock than us. That's how it's going to be. All right. Well, we're going to let you have your precious clock, and we're going to head outside, and we're going to show you guys. So we just assumed everyone was out here in the atrium, but apparently Team Kill Ninja and Team Mongoose just figure they got so much time that they're going to chill and go take a break for a little while. Meanwhile, the blue-collar team, Team BS Mods, is blue. That's why your shirt's blue. Oh my God! Because you guys are the blue-collar team, working, actually doing work. So I'm not going to interrupt you guys too much here, but I just wanted to show a quick status update. So it looks like Team BS Mods has indeed decided where the power supply will go. So that's the power supply cutout. You can actually, if we get the camera over here, I'm going to give you guys a look at how this is going to align so you can see where the motherboard tray is going to poke its head through here. And then you can also see where the power supply ventilation is going to come out. So that back panel, these guys are fabricating hardcore with hand tools. They're like the FHH team. Yeah, I made that up on the spot. It's kind of catchy. But basically, that is how this whole thing is going to go down.
Here. Yeah, just like that.
So you guys are finally seeing some progress from BS Mods that is really giving you an idea, if you can get a bit of a wider shot of it here, of what this system is going to look like. So this is inverted ATX, to be clear. So this is going to be the bottom. By the way, you guys want to check out facebook.com/BSMods in order to vote on whether it's going to be feet or wheels at the bottom. Carry on, go ahead. I'm sorry, I don't want to be in the way. So whether you want feet or wheels on the bottom of the mod, which of course will only really affect the winner, but everyone else gets to look at it and appreciate it, which is, I guess, the whole point of all this. So this is going to be the bottom, and then this is going to be where we get this sweet graphic. Power supply is going to be bottom mounted, and the graphics cards are going to be here. Oh, look at this, look at this, look at this. We're going to get some idea of how the cooling is going to work here as well. So these are what, 230 millimeter?
No, these are 180.
Shut up, these are 180?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, they're nice Intermax fans with some LED lighting in them and everything. So we'll have some, some show and go.
Oh, those are their Vegas fans, aren't they? So these are going to be kind of wacky looking then.
Yeah, these are the Vegas quads. So you can choose from quite a few different features, different lights and things like that, and different programs as far as how they move around the circle and things like that. So yeah, they're pretty cool.
Now, I mean, experienced modders like this are not gonna let the entire visual appearance of a mod like this be dominated by a flashy fan. So, guys, just to be clear, that is going to be behind this once it's been meticulously sanded and painted with an automotive grade finish. So you're going to see the lighting effects, but there's also going to be some serious, like, old school bling right in front of it that's going to make it look really, really sharp.
Checking it out. So they have a reflective material in the laser cutter. This is the reflective material, I believe this is the reflective material that they're talking to us about earlier that they don't have really much experience with, but should be very cool and interesting to actually utilize in their build. And I think it's going to look awesome, especially with all that lighting going around that they're planning on doing, which is a very large amount of, especially fiber optic lighting. And when he was saying with the thicker core fiber optic lighting, how it can shoot out of the sides, should look really cool on a reflective material like that. And if kind of hopefully common sense can ensue, the chain gun from Titanfall that is sitting on the laptop right now is what they're going to be putting onto that reflective material. So a metal reflective looking awesome chain gun. I think that's the chain gun.
Almost
Anyways.
as badass as this mouse.
Wow. Oh man. That is beautiful.
So I believe this mouse belongs to Richard. So if anyone has Richard Darth Beavis's Twitter or Facebook or whatever, you got to tell him, nice mouse, man. I want his phone to light up with compliments on his gorgeous mouse. that he. Oh, this is Dana McClure. Oh, so designed by Dana McClure.
Do you know who that is?
No.
I don't either.
No, I don't know who that is. So I think we need to ask him to mod his wireless mobile mouse 3500 here. Although he does have a very cool mouse pad. I remember at our local general store, London Drugs, it's a Western Canadian thing, they had these and I was so tempted to buy them, but they were like not cheap. They're actually pretty expensive, but it's the mouse rug. Also, most mice track pretty horribly on them from my experience, but it's still a super cool mouse pad. And apparently we're back to us. So I'm gonna eat 2 more candies.
Extremely slowly.
As slowly and quietly as I possibly can. So hopefully these guys over here are gonna be able to switch video feeds for us if we want to do that. What you guys were watching during the break was out in the atrium, we've got the
courtyard.
Sorry?
The courtyard.
Courtyard?
The atrium is where the laser cutter is it not?
Whatever. So out in the courtyard, they've set up the secondary camera that used to be in here on the slider, and we're kind of running skeleton crew for the next Team Kill Ninja.
We just can't really get around in
Team
here.
Kill Ninja back there.
There you go.
Yeah, they have made some serious progress on their machine. They've got the reservoirs mounted on both sides. They've got the panels, including a fresh scratch in one of them from a screwdriver, or rather a drill bit that slipped, but that they think they can buff out. I mean, 24 hours, man. The constraints here are pretty insane. So, time for the first Red Bull, says Curtis Hayes. You lasted this long? It's first one? All right, doing well.
I've had like 3, but they don't really do much to me. So.
Ashley figures hashtag need sleep. Yeah, we'll see. We're figuring we're gonna get him about an hour of sleep
if you
throughout the 24 hours.
If that, I doubt it.
If we fall asleep instantly when we hit our cots in the other room.
Not even. Because that hour window, we'd have to just like pass out the second the camera turns off.
We could sleep in the chairs. Oh, they lean back. No, yeah, okay. Hold on a second.
So I even noticed they're like slightly green. Like
Okay.
these NVIDIA chairs
Yeah.
are pretty comfy.
Okay, hold on. Oh, maybe if I was
Linus
a
is
little
just gonna
bit.
pass out. I can hang out with the Twitch chat.
Maybe if I was a bit more beefcake, like if my shoulders were bulkier, they could support my head better without kind of falling. Like if I was just so big I could barely move my arms and they could hold my head.
Oh.
Yeah, then maybe this could work.
I lean a lot further back than you do.
Yeah, you're a lot heavier than me.
Hey, body mass. Wow. Okay, yeah, I go like. Does this go flat?
I don't know. Maybe
Look
you're.
how far back I am.
I don't think I can even go back that far.
I'm scared of
pushing-
flipping.
I'm pushing with my legs and I can't. Yeah, if we.
Wow, yeah, I don't
want
want to put my hands
flip
down
our
with it.
chairs live.
Oh,
then-
the bottom seat slides out, and then it lets you go back more.
On yours, is mine the same chair?
Or maybe
Maybe it's probably locked. It's probably locked.
maybe.
Anyway, I feel like we're discussing chairs.
A little bit off topic.
Wow, you guys are so fast. All right, so
That
you
was
can see
fast.
Team BS Mods has actually made a metric butt ton of progress on their machine. So they have fabricated several panels since the last time that we got a close look at them. And oh, I am very disappointed. I see Ron coming out of the paint booth. So he is working on some stuff in there, and I wish we had a mobile camera to go check out. But guys, don't worry, you will definitely see a whack of this stuff once we've got the full crew back on at 6 o'clock. But what is the plan for that square cutout in the front?
So like on the
If we can snap back to the stream on the outside, we might be able to. Oh, he's standing in front of it.
Yeah, and Bob is right in front of it. Way to go,
Oh,
Bob.
there.
Yeah. It's
so the lower, so where the drive bay normally be. So
Yeah.
we've gone ahead and on the plastics just gone right over the drive bays with a solid piece of acrylic.
Oh.
So we're kind of just covering that area up. We'll add our. I think we're gonna add some sort of power switch in there. That'll mount. I think we're gonna throw it up to the fans eventually, and let them choose if we're gonna use a key switch or a vandal switch.
Okay, cool.
So we'll get a picture of those and send it up there. But yeah, we really don't have any huge plans for that drive bay.
So that's on your Facebook page.
Yeah, it will be. It's not
Yeah.
on yet.
So facebook.com.
I mean, we saw that the wheels.
Yeah, the wheels won. Yeah, it was like I was like, looked through it and was like, didn't even need to count. People like wheels.
All right,
So
nice.
this case will be rolling.
All right, well, we won't keep you any longer. Thank you very much. Where it's pretty well established how you convert it to ATX, and there's been a lot of guides. They just pulled this thing
out of a working state in, I believe, Rod's company's server room. I don't really remember.
Yeah, it was Rod's company's server room, and it's only been offline for a couple of years apparently.
Pretty crazy.
Look at that! There we go.
We can't take it. We can't go away now. Sparks are flying.
I know. You can't stop looking at sparks. So what's he cutting right now? This looks like an intake for the power supply.
Yeah.
So they're gonna go with a bottom fan mount on the power supply, and I guess the fact that they've got it up on the wheels means that even if you were to put it on a carpeted floor,
you'd have breathing room for it.
Yeah, you'd get enough ventilation. That's something that really concerns me about some cases that use very low profile feet. And I've actually killed a power supply that way once because I was totally careless. I went fan down and then I left it running on a carpet, even though that's not where that machine was generally going to run. So I didn't really think about it, and dead power supply.
And I know
like
sometimes based on your GPU design, some people put the fan up, but you'll notice with a lot of the case reviews that we do, depending on the feet, the power supply will be aligned in different ways.
That's
so
right.
if the feet are really tall, maybe the fan's down. But if the feet are really shallow, we will specifically put the fan up.
Because certain GPUs, I mean, thinking back to 8800 GTX, for example, it mostly vented out the back of the case, but it also had some vents on the inside. So if you had your power supply fan up and you had your GPU right above it, then if you were okay with having your power supply run a little bit hotter,
which is probably fine.
It could pull that heat away from the GPU and get it out of the case, rather than just having it up against a flat surface and relying on that air to be pulled out some other way. So
yeah. I don't know.
Okay, so you pulled out all of the primed stuff. How's this looking?
Yeah, the Twitch
it looks pretty good. This is the stuff that we primed as soon as we did the case teardown. This has been over in the paint booth for the last 10 hours. It's pretty dry. I'm just doing some finish sanding on it. Now I'm going to start laying down some airbrush color, masking out my lines, and kind of doing some airbrush effects on the panels now.
Okay, so when are you actually going to pull out the airbrush and start working on it?
Right now.
Right now?
Yep.
Right here?
Yep, right here.
All right.
Yep, we're going to mix up some, well, I got the colors already pre-mixed that I want to use, and so I'm just going to start masking out some of my panel effects. And then I'm going to use some fine line tape to mask out some panels, and then start
I'd say this one has made the most progress in terms of going from really not looking like anything to actually looking pretty much like a computer. So can you show me how you're planning to utilize these fitting ports here? Where, like, what is the plan? Is this just going to kind of go here?
Yeah,
and
so actually, this bulkhead fitting will go to the top inlet of the reservoir, and then this is the outlet. This will go back down here. We're gonna do some crazy bends to bring it back in there, like really, really, really tight bends. Now the reason that I'm doing this, Primo Chill probably doesn't want to hear this because they designed these to not have a vortex. I like the way the vortex looks, so I'm just gonna do it for show, and then it'll work well. It'll work well.
So just for those of you who don't know, what he is talking about is, generally speaking, it is undesirable for a cylinder reservoir to have a little tornado type effect in it, because what happens is the pump, which has to be at the bottom in order to keep from running dry and killing itself in a matter of seconds, the pump, you don't want any air in it. So that's got to go at the bottom, and it's going to be just sort of passively fed by the weight of the water above it. Now, if you have a vortex, what's going to happen is you're going to get a cone of air that works its way down the center and will ultimately get eaten up by the pump. And what happens is, as soon as these pumps get a bubble inside them, their effectiveness goes down to pretty much zero. They basically stop pumping. So the vortex, as long as you can control it and it doesn't go too deep, is a pretty cool look. But Primo Chill is not going to want their reservoir to just have a vortex naturally, because I don't know if you guys know this, but particularly with certain types of tubing, you can get a fair amount of coolant evaporating over time, especially under warm conditions. And so these liquid levels will start to come down. And as they come down, the risk of getting air in that pump becomes more and more and more. So can you turn it around and kind of show us the money shot here? Oh, that's looking really good already. Walk us through what the plan is for liquid cooling in here.
Yeah, so we'll just run from here up to the inlet on the EK block, and then just back out over to the other side. I normally run through GPUs, and so I have like a big terminal block that'll run through. So we're gonna do a little creative tubing with that, and it should be pretty nice. We have a 2360 rad, so completely overkill on surface area. And these are the really thick EK radiators, so it's just anything you throw at it, it'll be able to cool.
So what's the plan in terms of power supply? Where exactly is it going?
Yeah, power supply sits in back, and you'll be able to see the fan. But this way, we can actually route the cables and do some pretty nice stealth cable management, and then have everything pop out exactly where you need it. So for the 24 pin you see over here, for the EPS cable, everything has a nice clean place for the cables to come out.
You can also see the panel that got broken is missing here. So that's, if the memory isn't too painful in your mind, can you tell the story? What happened?
So we had to realign some of the plates on this and essentially re-drill and tap the holes. And when we do that, basically we were coming really close to the original holes we had drilled. So I was having to put a lot of pressure on the drill, try to stay away from slipping back into that original hole. And a little bit too much pressure, snapped the bit, and that just caused it to go careening off and scrape the acrylic. And so that's something we're definitely going to have to buff out of here and get it looking back to tip-top shape.
Shaping up, it's going to look pretty similar to the other side. Are you going to go for more of a symmetrical style?
Yes.
Okay, so you want to...
Yeah, so, and that's the cool thing about doing this is once you've done a bend one time, you can repeat it very easily. So the time-consuming part is just figuring out how you're going to make it work out the first time. And the first time I did acrylic heat bending was probably about a year and a half ago, and I went through twice as much material as actually ended up in the project.
Right.
So just one of those things. There's no heat bending for dummies. You just have to make it up as you go along. And, one of the things I found out you need to have good tools for it. So if you look on the shelf, this is my first jig I ever made. This wooden one here. It's built this puppy. It's adjustable, so you can measure from however much size you want as far as your bends. Couple bucks to make. It's the best way to do for modding. Now you can buy high-end products and get some really nice benders. So let's see, where's the green one at? The Primo Chill one?
We were showing that off before when we were just snooping around in your tools.
Yeah, so now they have nice retail ones that you can use. So this one is we use on the Vanilla Ice project to do all their bending. So go cheap, go expensive, bling bling, it all works the same. Well, this one actually works quite a bit better.
But we don't want to discourage people from DIYing it, because
Yes.
that's what this is all about, especially as you're getting into it.
Yeah, and so something like this is for people like Lee and I who do a lot of work. And so you want to have top quality tools. You don't want to go inexpensive. Some things you want to spend money on, some things you don't.
All right, so I want to do one more turn of this thing. I want you to show me the back and give me some idea of what the plan is with respect to cable management back here, because you want people to be able to enjoy this system from all four sides, right? So tell me what the plan is here.
Yeah, Baby definitely has back. And what we're going to do is we're going to use, to make the wire management a little simpler, is we're going to use a termination block for doing our 12-volt lines. And also, because we changed from 2 GPUs to 3 GPUs, we don't have enough of the, on the power supply, enough ports to handle all the video cards and do single runs to each card instead of using the cables that have one that branch out to 2, because that kind of looks a little bit messier than what we like. So we're going to just use this so we can split out power and not have to worry about the limitations of the input and output on the power supply.
All right, so where's that going to be mounted?
This will just be mounted somewhere back here where it's out of sight, out of mind.
Very nice.
And we'll be using fan hubs as well to do that.
All right, sounds good. All right, well, I'll let you guys get to it for a bit here.
I'm bending acrylic. I need a plate for the reservoir, so I have a heat bender. Actually, this is Richard's, and I'm bending some acrylic right now. I'm actually timing it.
Oh, I see.
If you leave it on here too long, it'll burn it.
I see. So,
So-
how long do you need to leave it for?
Well, depending on how thick the acrylic is, the thicker it is, you kind of got to do the flip-flop thing. And I'm guessing, I'm winging it. And it's looking like the winging is working, so we'll just keep doing this until it's like bendable.
There you
And
go.
basically
Modding 101.
stop. Yep.
Heat the thing until it does the desirable.
So, I
thing.
mean, I kind of have an idea because I've done a lot of Cosmos 2 doors, and that's 3/8 thick acrylic. So what I've figured out with that is it's like 2 minutes and 30 seconds the first time you drop the acrylic on, and then you flip it, and it's like a minute and some change, and then the time gets shorter and shorter because you want to keep the other side hot, so you're rotating it quicker. But so that's what I'm kind of doing here, and I forgot to hit start, so who knows where we're at. But I think we're good, actually. Let's check it out. Let's see.
Oh, we're witnessing it happening. We're seeing it happening. It's happening live. So did that work?
It looks like it worked. Now I wonder if it's the right size.
Just minor challenges, you know. Just little things. Yeah. They got the conversation that they're having. It's probably super exciting, but we can't hear them, so, you know, no big deal. Oh, they're fitting in the motherboard tray. Look at that.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what was going on there. So that's one of their, that's like half of them.
Like, these guys really are banking on the fabrication of this
Oh, yeah.
machine being outstanding because
Well,
they're using a pre-filled liquid cooler. Like, they're not even doing custom liquid cooling.
yeah, but again, a lot of, so we'll see you guys over there.
We had one of the viewers, Wire the Wolf,
no audio.
send in this special message for Team BS Mods here, and what he had to say was that he actually worked for IBM during this era and deployed a lot of these servers, and just wanted to pass along that he thinks it's super cool and amazing that you guys are doing this right now, and wanted to thank you guys.
Whoa, thanks a lot. I'm glad you're not thinking we're tearing up your beautiful work, but enhancing it and giving it a new life so it'll be reborn into something cool. So hopefully,
Not that it wasn't cool in the first place.
hopefully you'll win it.
Hey guys,
So-
I think that's Ron's airbrush priming.
That's gonna need to happen.
It has to happen,
Yeah.
and it's gonna be worth it because we are gonna find a way
Fight through the pain.
to get a camera pointed at him somehow. Not quite sure how it's gonna work, looking at how things are arranged right now. But we are gonna find a way to go and check out what he's doing, and you guys are gonna enjoy it. So, all right,
I'm on
Team Mongoose.
Do you have some sort of fan?
Shirts are basically
painting in
one-time use for you, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah, they get
it's already
tossed out
getting a
after
little
this.
hazy, actually.
This is a pretty cool shirt, but unfortunately, it is now covered in paint.
Yeah, my shorts too.
I mean, how many hats do you go through? You gotta rep them Seahawks, but
Of course,
how much
man.
does that cost you over the course of a year?
Oh yeah, I just got this hat. I knew I was coming down to the Santa Clara area, so I had to represent my Seahawks for sure. Yeah.
And now it's broken.
Yep.
All right, well, don't let me get in the way. I want you to go ahead and do your thing, and we're just gonna kind of watch you here. So. So I'm gonna try not to bug him too much, but it looks like we're getting kind of a base lighter layer over top of the primer, and then how are you planning to do kind of a layer of different colors to create? What kind of effect are you going for here? Okay, maybe I will bug you.
Yeah, right now this is actually not the color it's going to be. I'm just laying down some base coat because I'm going to take some of my fine line tape and mask out some lines for some like faux panel airbrush effects. And then I'm going to lay in my vinyl letters for some airbrush font. And then I'll spray over with the top color that I want to actually, what the color will be, and I'll pull away the fine line tape, revealing this color underneath for the line effect. Then I'll go in with my finer detail brush and airbrush in like rivets and all of that kind of stuff.
All right. And so we are looking into relocating Ron because he's creating too much paint in the air with his air and his paint. And that's because that's how it kind of works. So, all right, we'll get him relocated, but I'm glad we're at least going to get a little bit of time to watch what he's doing. I mean, I'm
This
okay.
doesn't work.
Speaking of nothing left, we have 11 hours left in Mod 24. So for those of you who are just tuning in now, I should send out a tweet or something that we are back live, so everyone who tuned out to get an hour's worth of sleep can tune back in. So we are. See, I can't do math right now because hours of not sleep. Yeah. We're going to introduce a letter soon, and I'll explain what a letter is or something. We're 15 hours in.
Explain what a letter is?
Oh, I mean,
Are we like going hardcore Sesame Street now, or like what?
in the context.
You have to Kermit the Frog it now.
In the
You have to try to
context of the
explain
street.
like what the letters.
My-
By the way, in English, there's this thing called an alphabet.
Welcome to Mod 24, which has completely degraded into absolute nonsense by this point in time.
All right, guys. So Ron from Teen Mongoose is in this nice little room. Everything cleaned and made sure that it's not going to get paint on it, especially that monitor that's up on the wall. And he's got, this is the top of the case. So he's got a blood red mixed in with some caution yellow. He first spray painted it with a blood red, and then went on top of it with a caution yellow. So it looks like a kind of orangey color. And then on the back half there, or not half, the back little bit there, you see a gunmetal color. And he's going to be spraying gunmetal kind of all over the place a little bit, just to make it look roughed up and make it look like some of the metal might have been chipped away or worn down. You also see the zombie stencil on the side there and some white striping. The rest of the case is actually going to be mostly muted in a gunmetal color or some other kind of grays, but the top here will have that kind of blood red and caution yellow mix.
Do you think he saw me?
No, not at all. You're super stealthy. Yeah, you're good.
Sweet. I feel stealthy.
So apparently when Linus is tired, he gains stealth points, which is, I don't know, that's cool. It's a good side effect.
I gain stealth points in the same way that, like, Cartman gains stealth points in that, like, that Ninja Weapons episode of South Park, where he's just naked. But I'm not naked, so that's good.
So you don't gain that many stealth points.
Yeah, I don't get quite that many stealth points, but yeah, this is some pretty intense stuff that's going on in here right now.
Staying out of there just for the sound.
No, I am liking this. I especially like what's been done with the room here, just kind of covering up the monitor. Like, yeah, whatever. We're gonna have to repurpose this table for airbrushing now. So, monitor, you can just piece under this plastic. Don't worry about it. Oh man. I love the NVIDIA HQ. I love that we can just kind of find a room for a dedicated airbrushing room for Ron here.
Dedicated room for cots. Just some random.
Whoa, is there stuff going on? Team Kill Ninja. There we go. Whoa, there is stuff happening here. Look at that. Okay, it's not moving right now, so I'm going to just make assumptions about what we can and cannot do here. Look at that. That turned out sick. Absolutely sick. I love it. So this is a Titanfall gun graphic that they've been working on getting just right for hours. I mean, their build, the actual build, did not involve much fabrication in terms of metal, not like BS mods where they're building their own case pretty much as far as I can tell. No, what Team Kill Ninja wanted to do was take something that was pretty much kind of framed out for them at least, and then do it up. So they are going they're all about the graphics, laser engraving, laser etching on acrylic, and finding a way to make everything fit in really well with their Titanfall theme. And that gun, if they manage to nail everything to that extent, man. I was told by Rich that this was going to be a 9-hour print job. He also told me that this is kind of funny. He only really needed one of them to cut the hard tubing, but he printed 2 for lulz because 2. It has gotten a little bit windy out here, so we are catching up with Team BS Mods. who I am definitely rooting for, but I'm rooting for all the teams. I just I like their work ethic. I like that these guys have been going 150% every time anyone else is taking some kind of a break. These guys are like finding new creative ways to inhale metal dust as quickly as possible, because that is how they roll. So can I borrow one of you for a couple minutes to talk about what you're doing right now?
You bet.
And you're the volunteer again.
Yeah. So we're starting to get ready. We want to get into primer as soon as we can. So we're finishing up a little bit of the body work. The last layer will go on the holes that we patched, both on the interior and the 2 exterior panels. And then we're riveting in our panels so they're all ready to paint, and it's actually part of a case. So.
Okay, I'd like you to tell me a couple things. So number one is I'm seeing a fair bit of flex as Bob is sanding here. Is that going to go away, and are we going to get some of the structural rigidity of this case back? Yeah, no, Bob, I'm sure it's all your arms, but I'm actually going to go ahead and pretend for a second that maybe you guys cutting this thing completely apart had some kind of effect on how strong it is. Are we going to get some of that rigidity back when you rivet it back together?
For sure. As soon as we start applying all the rivets, it'll get pretty strong. It's actually, I think, right now stronger than most cases today. But once we put that back panel that wraps around the back side of this case is a huge part of the structure. So that panel will tie everything back together, and this thing will be back to, we can start putting cars on it again or whatever. So another major piece that we did, we cut the window. We use a jig to run a router through that, so we get a nice square, straight window that just looks factory.
Oh, here. You know what? We're gonna move so that our camera operator can get a really nice angle of this. I'll get. Yeah, there we go. That's better.
So here's the window. We put it in a jig so we could run a router bit on a ball bearing all the way around this thing, and then sanded it out, and we get a window that looks factory.
I'll be the judge of that. You know, it's your hard work, but I think I'm just gonna walk in here and kind of, posture, and actually, it does. Wow.
So yeah, thanks.
That looks fantastic. So are you guys gonna go with acrylic for the window, or are you gonna go glass?
We'll go acrylic on this one. So we have, we're not sure. We could go tinted or clear right now. So we got to decide which one we're going with.
All right, nice. You guys came prepared. Like, yeah, don't worry about it. We're just gonna bring kind of whatever. Now, you guys have had the setbacks, and I know I keep kind of rubbing this in, but you guys have had some trouble. Now, the last time I talked to you, you told me 6 a.m. you wanted to be in the spray booth.
Right.
It is now 5:45. Are you going to be in the spray booth at 6 a.m.? And if not, is it going to be okay?
I think we'll be in there in the 6 o'clock hour. So we might be a little bit behind, but I think we'll be fine.
You still need one more layer here to get this as smooth as you need it, right?
Just a little thin layer of the finer stuff to get it totally smooth. And then we'll go over the whole panel again, wet sanding it to 400.
Speaking of wet sanding to 400, did you finish up that front panel? Is that ready to rock now, or is it up to, is it where you want it to be?
Sure.
Let's not explode everything. There we go.
So we just ran some Duraglass body filler in here. It's a fiberglass catalyst body filler. And so we're going to have to sand this and get all these grooves out. And then it is pretty close to ready to go into primer.
All right, very nice. So did you guys? So this, so all the front bays here have just been kind of filled over with that piece of acrylic we discussed before, correct?
Exactly. Just give it a real clean finish. We don't have anything exciting to put in here on this build, so we'll just make it real clean.
It's too bad that you guys couldn't. Just a suggestion. You might want to ask Rich if you could borrow his laser engraver to put some kind of a graphic there. You don't have to take my suggestion. Just an idea.
We're thinking about putting a graphic here, but we'll probably do it with paint.
Okay, all right. Cool. Speaking of paint, last thing I'll bug you about for now. What color are you planning to do this, and what's gonna accent those Vegas fans that are gonna be behind this panel here very nicely?
So this is going to be Toyota Bright White. So this will be ultra bright white, and then we'll be accenting it with green. So fluorescent green.
Very, very nice. Okay, well, we'll let you guys get to that 6 o'clock hour and all that noise. Anyone who tuned in a little bit later, you probably only saw this from a distance. So this is that wraparound panel that Rod was talking about before, that they have cut these this triple radiator mount into. This team, Team BS Mods, is the only team using, oh, our camera just about fell over. It's okay, everything's fine. They're the only ones using an all-in-one liquid cooler. So actually the internals of their system might not be able to compete with the other teams, but they're all about the fabrication here, and I think their theory, and I might be convinced at this point, is that if they do a great job of the case, the fact that they've gone with a prefab all-in-one cooler is going to be a total moot point, because people are going to be just blown away by the retro awesomeness of the tower that they're using. So this is an old server tower for those of you who aren't familiar with the project yet, because judging starts at 4:30. So they've got about 8.5 hours left to take that and turn it into a finished PC. Bonus points if it boots. These guys have made some serious progress in terms of how they're handling this laser cutter here. And these are some pretty amazing decals that we're getting. This brings to mind that that song. What is it? Tom Petty? The waiting is the hardest part. Because these guys are just, they kind of got to sit here. Yeah, the anticipation is the most fun, right?
That's it.
So they've basically got to kind of sit here and see how it goes, and then pull this out and hope for the best. What do you think, guys? Is that the best? That is looking pretty good.
This is amazing right here. So this was hours and hours of work, new material. We had to run a couple of passes on this, but it came out, and it's exceeding our expectations.
Yeah, so we did a couple in a thicker material so you can kind of see. But this will be perfect because it actually looks like a weapon. So it has Titanfall written all over it.
So this is a real thin acrylic, and it has a metallic layer on it. So we're going to clean this up, kind of polish it, and you're actually going to kind of see the gun metal itself.
That is fantastic. I'm probably going to get you guys to run through once we switch to the main stream and really give me some insight into the because this has been where you guys have really spent the bulk of your time, is on actually software. Unlike the other teams that have spent the bulk of their time on hardware. So you guys kind of go ahead and carry on, because we're going to roll your 3-minute intro clip for a little bit, and then we're
going to do we're going to do 2 different models, and so they'll be mirrored on each side. Like I said, symmetrical,
Guys, Team Kill Ninja has things coming together with only about, not a lot of time. Only about 10.5 hours to spare. Yeah, 10 hours, 24 minutes. And it has taken all this time to get just the technique of making the decals right. We are live on the main stream. Welcome, Game24 viewers, to MOD24. We have 3 teams competing in what is, to my knowledge, an unprecedented case modding celebration of PC gaming, a 24-hour gaming PC modding contest. So basically, 3 teams of the world's top modders, some of the best on the planet, showed up here to compete for, well, mostly for bragging rights, really, but there's also some sweet systems in it for the winners. The one caveat being that, well, they have to complete whatever it is they're doing within a 24-hour time frame, and they have to adhere to a particular theme. So the theme is favorite gaming moment. So we're going to start with Team Kill Ninja here, and these guys have got some serious gear. Before we roll their intro clip, I want to just show you some of the crazy stuff that they brought with them to NVIDIA headquarters in order to make their mod a reality. So first of all, there is a $7,000 laser cutter. No big deal, right? Next, we've got their 3D printer that they brought to make not one, but you never know when you're going to need a backup, but 2 pieces here that are going to help them make extremely clean cuts in their hard piping for the water cooling system that they're using. And I think when you guys see the intro clip, you're going to have some idea how capable these guys are. Of Travis Jank of Team Kill Ninja, and we teased it, but you got to show them. What have you guys been working on for like the last 10 hours? You've got a bunch of iterations over here. Let's come check these out. You got to walk me through how the process started and what's been going on here.
So essentially, we fired up the rig as soon as we could, and we got the laser cutting, and we started to find out what kind of power and speed we really needed to get through this material. And we've been evolving our usage of artwork. We've been hand selecting the artwork, working with it, manipulating it at the software level. And at the material level, we've been changing things up. We just went from clear material to some darker solid black acrylic, and now we're working with the special like aluminum foil backed. And that's been a little bit tricky. So we've been dialing it down. We're taking it down basically like 1% power setting, running it over as lightly as we can. And we started out with some thicker material here. And you can see we're making a gun for the Titan mod. And
here, you want to give them a nice good look at that one, even though it's an early one, and I know you guys, it's probably not up to your standard, but.
So here's an early example. It definitely looks cool, but we wanted to use a little bit thinner material, and we wanted to get some of the gunmetal to show through so you can actually see that it's a weapon. And we made a couple of passes with it, and you can see where it was really burning in quite deep. And we thought, you know what, this just isn't good enough for the quality that we want. So we stepped up our game, and we went to a more difficult, thinner material, but this is an aluminum brush material, so you get more of the appearance of being a weapon. Definitely takes a lot more time to work with this. We're going to scale up the image right now. We've been making some test images, and we've been burning them out here. So we think that we finally got it dialed in, and we're going to get the pieces that we want so we can start attaching them to the case.
All right, I'm going to switch over to Richard for a minute here. Can I get you to talk a little bit about the difference between your creative process and what the other teams have been doing? I mean, we've got Team BS Mods. If you don't mind swinging the camera, hopefully the viewers don't get too much motion sickness. These guys have been sanding and fabricating the entire time. They've been focused on their hands, whereas you guys have actually spent the bulk of your time in front of that laptop or that machine working on software. It's a totally different process.
Yeah, it's a totally different learning curve, but you will actually find in some projects the two combine. So, I mean, I did one project for Duke Nukem when it was launched, and we did a lot of acrylic. So we did laser cutting to get huge pieces, and then we had to do a lot of work doing hand forming. Like we made a big wooden buck, and we put the acrylic in a big powder coating oven that you could drive a car into, and had it formed around a buck to do big drums. So, I mean, a lot of times you'll combine the two. And what people don't realize, they think, oh, well, if you're doing everything by hand, that's a lot more, much more labor intensive. But to actually be able to go through and draw designs up in AutoCAD, SolidWorks, Inventor, that takes just as much skill up here. And, formal education or teaching yourself. So, there's two sides of the coin. It's both best to have both. Now, if you're first starting out, you're going to do it all by hand. But as you progress, you maybe buy an inexpensive 3D printer. There are tech shops around the country that you can go in and you can lease machine time. So a lot of this is more accessible than people think. But
now, I wasn't kidding when I was inside a moment ago and I said you guys have spent hours and hours sanding. Yep. Can you walk me through what the heck is going on with this? What is it, 1990 what workstation here, server?
I don't remember, what was it? 98.
1998. Okay, what are you doing here with the front panel?
This front panel right here used to have some different slots and things like that. So we wanted to cover it up, smooth it out, and there's a door that goes on here that hides all this and stuff too. So, but we are also going to put a on and off key right here. So we just put a plate right here, and then so all this yellowish stuff is Duraglass, which is a fiberglass filler, body filler type stuff. And so we had to kind of fill in some edges and different things like that. And so I'm just in the process right now of smoothing all that out. And then I'll put in just a light coat of body filler just to continue to smooth it out and just make it all perfect. And you'll never know it wasn't like that from the factory.
Now, Team BS Mods has been having to make up some time here, but they have made some incredible progress. Now, your guys' plan is to do an automotive-grade paint finish on this thing, but obviously an old case like this wasn't going to be a suitable surface. And in fact, it was full of holes before, but you can't even really see them. Can you tell me what happened to the grill that was here?
So we filled out with a metal-type filler, and then actually, we epoxied a backplate to it, and then we filled it with a metal-type filler. And then this is just a thin layer of body filler. And so once we flatten that out, we block sand it out several times and apply some primer and stuff like that. You'll never even know it was there.
Speaking of never really knowing it was there, thanks, Bob. Let's move over to Rod here. I think it's pretty safe to say that you would never even know that this case on the back panel here contained a motherboard that was not standard ATX. What have you guys done here to make a standard power supply and motherboard fit?
So we added this piece of aluminum here and cut it to fit our motherboard tray, cut a power supply slot, screws for the power supply slot, riveted the motherboard tray to the back aluminum panel, and then riveted the motherboard tray to the back aluminum that we put in. And we also put aluminum in the bottom to clean up all that kind of perforated heavy steel that was in the back of the chassis.
Now you guys have some more filler applied here. Originally there were a bunch of kind of folds and gaps. What is the plan for this surface right here?
So we plan to use that surface as one of our areas where we're going to incorporate the theme with both of our favorite, gaming moment. I mean, this one's really gonna hit off big. So that'll be right in that panel. And so yeah, we gotta just block that out all smooth, and then we're ready to hit the primer.
Now, Ron, you spent most of the beginning of this project kind of doing arts and crafts with styrene here, and kind of sanding and creating these 3D elements. And now it has started to really take shape, so to speak. Yeah. 3D elements take shape, funny joke. Anyway, can you walk us through what was your inspiration for the design on this back panel here? Sorry, Lee, could I get a hand so the camera can see what's going on here?
Like I was saying earlier, I did a lot of R&D on the way, looking at pictures on the web of space ships, satellites, and just kind of space stations and stuff, and kind of coming up with the aesthetics and the feel of it. And I started working with the top of the case there with a little bit of the orange. I wanted to tie that into the motherboard, but looks like we're going to make a change on the motherboard now. So what we're going to do is continue to go forward with our original plan and just keep pushing forward. I'm going to take these panels over to the airbrush room and start airbrushing all the effects panels on there. Start doing some font airbrushing as well. Lee's going to start bending some acrylic tube here in a second. And yeah, I think we're a little bit behind, but I think we're still pretty good about hitting our deadline.
All right, sounds good. So actually, we're gonna run their promo video now. Stay tuned, guys, because we are going to be showing you some real-time acrylic tubing bending. Excuse me, sorry, hard. What kind is it now? PETG tubing bending. Better than acrylic, much more durable.
All right, so one of Lee's shticks is this hard pipe. Can I borrow this for a second while you visualize? Okay, this hard pipe water cooling. Now, normally in the old days, back in 2010, it's amazing how quickly the PC industry moves. We would use flexible tubing, which achieves the objective of water from point A to point B. You got to get it to the pump, you got to get it to the radiator to dissipate the heat, you got to get it to the CPU block here to cool the CPU or the GPUs or whatever else. Well, with this stuff, instead of going with flexible tubing that gives you these kind of messy looking curved runs from point A to point B, with this stuff, you can go ahead and you can achieve really tight bends or even right angle bends and extremely straight runs between components. But the trick is that aside from special fittings, it's a little bit more difficult to work with. So Lee, do you want to show us how the bending process works and talk a little bit about the precision involved in making this whole thing actually function? I mean, if you're off by a centimeter, is that even going to work?
A centimeter, yeah, it should still work because, I mean, like the premature fittings, you don't have to have the tube all the way in. It doesn't even have to go in straight. I mean, it look good straight, but it's got a you'll have a compression, you have a compression ring on the outside with an O-ring, and the O-ring will be compressed in this little lip right here, which will squeeze up against the tube, so it's not going to go anywhere. Okay. So, I mean, technically, that O-ring could be right there at the edge, and you might be okay, but I would probably redo it. But yeah, so we're gonna do from here to here, just a quick short one.
All right, so here we go. This is the process. You guys want to get in close here? You want to talk a little bit about what this blue solution you're using here is?
So this is just soapy water, and I just added some Dawn dish soap to it, just to give it to make it slick, you know, because if it's just water, when I heat it up, it's just going to evaporate. You know, it'll burn off real quick. But the soap actually sticks around a little bit longer. And I'm kind of going to just wing this one.
All right.
You know what I mean? I'm just going to look at this and think, well, I'm going to come down. I'm going to do a 90. I know that. But I'm also going to come back over and do another 90 in. So I'll just do the first 90, which will be the one that comes out of the CPU.
All right.
And I'm assuming it's probably about that far over.
All right, let's see it.
Sound good?
You're watching real modding happen here, folks.
So as you're heating it up, Linus? As you're heating it up, it'll start to kind of wiggle around. You'll notice that it's getting real durable now, and actually I could bend it. So now I'll take it over here to my jig, and since I want a 90, I'm just going to stick it in here and hold it. The thing about PETG, it takes longer actually to cure. You know, it'll stay softer. Acrylic will set up faster than the PET, blah, 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 that stuff.
So how long do you have to hold it for each bend that you make?
Probably about a minute, at least a minute.
All right, guys, so it's going to take a little while for him to finish up all the entire system here in this hard pipe tubing. So we are going to go ahead and we are going to walk you guys through how you can qualify to win one of these three systems.
I hope you're enjoying the rest of the Game 24 festivities. I hope you're really enjoying MOD24 because we sure are. We've been at this. I think we've had a total of about 2 hours of a break since it started. And we are going to keep going strong for you guys here on the MOD24 stream, showing you these systems as they continue to progress, because it is heating up and getting exciting right about now with painting happening, bending, and all of that good stuff. Do we have, sorry, there's an injury? Oh no. Sorry, what happened?
Yeah, so the 3D print finished, and it prints like a border around it. So I was like trying to peel it off of the tape, and it just got jammed right underneath the fingernail, so nice and painful. Like bamboo shoots underneath your fingernail.
So you thought you'd bring that over and show us?
You want to pull it out?
Oh, no, no. That is the last thing. That is the last thing I need. Oh. So now, sweat, blood, and tears. That would be a valid statement.
First blood.
First blood. All right.
We've got some new ideas for the coolant color that's going to play into this. And we got some little things that we're going to decorate this and kind of pull it together. And, you know, last minute, when this thing is finished, you're going to see everything that we were spending our time on was worth it.
All right. Stuff is going to be great. So bear with us for just a minute while we switch over there. I personally am blown away by how much they did while we were trying to sleep.
Yeah, that was nuts.
Yeah, Ron's painting progress, in an hour, he went from being set up in here to being somewhere else.
With like random white floating pieces to fixed white pieces that have now been painted. The top is essentially done, as far as I can tell. And the side panels, I know he's going with muted colors, and they're already kind of primary gunmetal-y gray. So he's probably not that far from being done the side panels. So
Yeah,
good to see.
He's making some crazy
How
progress.
close? I was in here trying to figure stuff out. How close is BS Mods to paint?
BS Mods, it might actually be painting right now.
Okay.
They were pretty close last time I was out there. I think they figured
He's tuned out again.
within the 6 o'clock hour, they were gonna be ready to be
Yeah.
painting. So actually, we've got Rod in here. Hey Rod, are you guys in the paint booth yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. Are you gonna be in there within the 6 o'clock hour?
I think so.
All right. It is 6:40.
Yeah, it's gonna be close.
All right, it's gonna be close. Hopefully they make it. So let's hit the hashtag here. Torier, oh man, I hope I got that right, says, really enjoying the stream so far. Very cool to see all the work that goes into these types of mods. I think that's the coolest thing about this, because we've all seen pictures posted and we all see the finished builds all the time, but to see the sweat, the blood, and the tears that go on behind the scenes is pretty unbelievable. Uruk says the white Titanfall system is looking really amazing. Siraz PCs, still more excited over my Doctor Who themed build, but these are pretty good. All right, Siraz.
Hopefully that's posted on the forum.
Oregon Slacker says, this is what gaming is all about. Great games, great tech, great community, hashtag MOD24. Yeah, I think I can pretty much agree with that statement.
Done with that, yeah.
All right, here we go. Andy, I have been watching from the start. Thanks for the good show, fellas. Thank you, Andy, for being tuned in for so long. Do you want to go through some of these tweets, or do you have it up on
I've got it up on here.
You want to make sure you hit that button, otherwise it.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Otherwise you knew about
There
it.
we
So I'm
go.
going to go get my batteries changed, and I will be right back. If
Your
only it was as simple
batteries
as
changed. Yeah. So Linus is getting new batteries, so Linus will come back and be just as energetic as he was at the start. I'm hoping my lab is working at this point. It should be. We've got a few different things. Jameson Sullivan says that he's still trying to stay awake, but the cases look good. I think that's a general consensus to pretty much everybody at this point. All of the crew here is like, yeah, I'm pretty tired, but I think we're going to make it. So I think we're doing actually pretty good, considering all the things that are going on.
Oh, can't read that, but you're doing a great job covering this crazy modding competition. I hope it inspires a ton of people to start modding. I hope so too, because I mean, getting people passionate about a really, really cool hobby like this is one thing, but getting people to join a really cool community like this is completely another. And I think seeing not only the way that these guys are competing with each other, but also the way that they're cooperating with each other and supporting each other, even though they are competing with each other, has been
really a sight to behold.
The fact that there hasn't been any like fights over using gear in, say, the courtyard is actually like pretty impressive.
Yeah, no,
Considering the time constraint and considering all that kind of stuff, just getting in each other's way has never been an issue, and
Yeah.
that is surprising by itself.
And you know what? Compared to other things that we've tried to cover in the past, I think these guys are doing a great job of engaging with us and engaging
Yeah.
with the viewers.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah.
They're not treating it like this is a coveted secret and like, you know, everything is, I'm going to keep everything under my shirt. I'm going to hide in my shirt. I'm going to do everything in here. Don't look. You know, like, because I feel like while that might be good for one person individually maintaining their elite status within a given field,
Although at this point in time, I don't think anyone's going to copy anyone's ideas anyways.
No.
They don't have enough time to
But
do anything to manage their own ideas.
for me, it's more about the attitude that you
Yeah.
want to share your knowledge rather than guarding your trade secrets. You
And
know?
even like BS mods, when they fell behind, they're still doing interviews with us, still talking about the stuff they're doing,
Yep.
still engaging with the audience. It's
Still,
really
still
cool.
making it fun, because that's what it's supposed to be. That's the whole point of this. The point of this is not who wins the SLI 980 machines that are going to go to the 2 members of the top team. The point is coming here and having a really great time over a 24-hour period where you build like a crazy awesome computer. So, McMaster144, I'm loving all the builds for different reasons. Keep up the great work. I think that's the thing that has blown me away more than anything else.
Very
Is
drastically different.
how different they
Yeah.
all are.
Which is awesome.
If everyone had shown up and the plan was to build a, you know, PC in a case and paint it, I think that would have been that would have been less exciting. Whereas if one team is doing that, another team is doing an acrylic build, another team is doing a retro build, we get some very, very different stuff to watch. And I think I'm gonna have to ask what the heck is being measured over there. Hey Travis, what you up to over there?
So we're applying some of the weapon decals.
That's right. So he's applying weapon decals to the panels right now. So these are the laser engraved / laser cut. I mean, really, it's a laser cutter, but they're playing around with the laser intensity in order to engrave in this pretty exotic acrylic material here. So what he's doing right now is basically applying that to what appears to be, is that a white piece of acrylic under it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that is. That's a white piece of acrylic underneath. And we are going to end up with, I believe it's 4 of these weapons in symmetrical positions around the build, as well as a gigantic Titan. So the Titan was the thing I was going to say I'm next most excited about, because it is not only going to be a Titan that's lasered into, I mean, lasers and Titans, how can you go wrong? So that's lasered into acrylic, but it is actually going to have fiber optic lighting effects. It goes to show you guys, there is no substitute for good old-fashioned elbow grease. I am not going to interfere with these guys because I know for a fact that they're running a little bit behind right now, but I'm just going to walk you through what they're doing. So what you're seeing is a variety of different sanding implements here, and then an air compressor that they're using to get rid of all the excess, because they're going to want as clean a surface as possible before they take it into the booth to prime and prepare for painting. Now, they are really up against the clock here because they have to do a lot of coats of paint before this mod will be finished, and they only have a certain amount of time to finish it. So you can see that the sun is up, the sky is blue, which basically means too bad for you.
We just got this final prep work before it hits the booth, so just a couple more coats of our body filler, and then we should be ready to go.
You need to do more coats of body filler still?
We'll have to put at least one more on. Yep.
At least one more. All right. Well, maybe we can come over here and have a look at why they've determined they need at least one more coat of body filler. So this actually gives us a really great look at the vents
that they were filling in. So part of the issue with this old server case is that even though this vent is actually about the size of a 120 millimeter fan, back in those days, 120 mil fans actually weren't that common for PC cooling. It was all about the 80 millimeter fans. So this doesn't actually have any fan mounting holes or anything like that. It's just a vent. So they went, well, no, we want not a vent here. And that was why they were trying to achieve completely perfect filling of the holes here. But the problem is that I can even feel now slight raised bumps for these vents. So that's why they're going to tackle it with yet one more layer of their filler here and try to get this surface so smooth that they're going to be able to put an automotive grade finish, including a clear coat that you could actually wax and polish if you wanted. And I forget how that sentence started because this has been a really long stream. But the point is that is what they're trying to do here. And they've got a fair bit more prep work by the look of things. I really hope that these guys are able to at least get a couple top coats on this system before time runs out, because otherwise I think that the panel of judges, they might really like the creativity of what they see here, but the presentation is probably not going to be marked very well if this is what ends up being presented. So they're not the new gun design that I had wanted to show you guys. Actually, all we've got in here is the cutout. So you can see this. This is actually a bit of a larger gun. So I've got here we go. It looks like, actually, it goes to show you how clever these guys are. Good planning. So they did most of their experimenting with the smaller gun design so that they could save more of their material. So they could just do the bigger gun design once they had figured out how the technique was going to work for getting these laser engraved gun decals that they're planning to put into their Titanfall themed build. I always hold this up for just like a couple seconds. They don't really want us to look at it because it was a failed part of the process for them. But you can see actually a lot of the imperfections right here in the top where it burned in too deep. And you can see that this is not the result they were going for. So they ended up using a much more exotic material in order to achieve the look that they were going for. Now, so you have a new gun design.
Last one that we printed out. And so what we're doing is we're using the this acrylic glue, and we'll be gluing it on here.
All right.
So this is Weld-On. I don't know if any of y'all have used it before, but it's awesome for working with acrylic. It works by capillary action, so it actually makes the two pieces of plastic one. Very, very cool stuff. Better than super glue.
All right, nice. So are you guys doing any lighting effects on the guns, or is that just going to be for the Titan?
We're still thinking about that. We're going to play it by ear and see how much time we have and see how we go with the other Titan, with the Titan and a couple vehicles we're doing as well.
It's starting to look pretty sharp. So here, hold on. Sorry, I got to get the mic in your face here.
Oh, sorry. I'm just laying down some base coats, my shadow layers, so I can get some deep detailing. So I'm just mixing up a little bit of the gunmetal gray, a little bit of flat black, and just kind of laying in some deep shadows. And I'll go back over it with my final paint effects, and then all the airbrushing font and stuff to really make the panels pop.
All right, that sounds fantastic. So when you're done with the panels, what's the next step? Is it going to be the power supply cover there?
Power supply cover, the front bezel, and then once that's all done, I'll jump over and start helping Lee out get the computer built.
All right, nice. So are you guys pretty much back on schedule now?
Yeah, took a little break there, had some pizza and kind of a little bit of shut-eye, but I think we're still good on time. Getting a little concerned. Clock is ticking a lot faster than I thought it would, but we got about, 9 hours left? I think we can do it.
All right, sounds good. Just want to give you guys a good look. So that's the non-windowed side panel. For those of you who haven't been tuned in the whole time, this 3D effect that he's got going on here, kind of like a space themey type thing, is just built out of regular old, craft grade styrene. So it's all elbow grease, guys. You cut it out, You get the edges right, you sand it down, make sure it looks nice, build the thing up. This was actually one of the most time-consuming parts of this particular mod. And then on the side here, we've got the windowed side panel, so that's going to be where you're going to be able to see the reservoir. Through this window here, you're going to see the GPUs here, as well as the liquid-cooled CPU up here with hard tubing. Now, what I'd like to do is throw us back to the other room and maybe take a look at...
No, the piece that was freeballed did not end up. Well, you said it did end up working, correct?
It worked, but it just didn't look right. So.
Okay, and I mean that's what this is about. This is about making sure it looks right. So Lee is back at work here. If I could just get the camera to come over and have a look at some of the more precise, less functional, oriented and more making it look freaking awesome while being functional oriented bends. That is what is going on here right now. Now, I saw you kind of holding it up and kind of visualizing. So you're still kind of eyeballing it, but this time with longer to actually work on it. Is that the main difference?
So yeah, I'm actually doing a different piece now. I'm gonna actually run from the pump to the rad, and that's a longer run. And sometimes when you got a bunch of stuff in the way, the only choice you have is to eyeball it. So see what happens.
All right. So sounds like we're gonna end up with another exciting adventure. Okay, Lee suggested that maybe we were going to end up with scrap, but that's not really what I was going to say. I was going to say adventure, so you know how it is. Can I ask, what is this?
It's a silicone tube, and it is this one is hollow. Actually, I picked this one up from Primo Chill, and it works really good. What it does is it doesn't melt. So when you put it in the tube, you're actually able to twist and pull it back out. So that's a good thing. Keeps the shape of your acrylic or PETG, because without it, if you heat it up, it's just gonna deform and no longer be round. Make sense?
All right, that's fantastic. So I think what we're... I'm liking that.
They can't see it at all.
Yeah, sorry stream viewers.
But it looks pretty cool.
But you can search for...
If you're on the Twitch chat.
Yeah, overclock.net has pictures of the EK-FC980 GTX.
I just posted it in the Game24 TG livecam_16 chat because it was posted a couple times in the LinusTechTips one already. So they should be able to see it over there, and the LinusTechTips chat already has it. So
Pretty sexy.
yeah. Have you seen it already?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Gerard Hooper says, going strong, finished 4 pots of coffee.
Wow, that doesn't sound healthy at all.
I hope that when you had to go to the bathroom, which you obviously did, you took the stream with you.
He probably has his coffee pot thing just in the bathroom.
Yeah, whole different type of streaming going on in that bathroom.
Wall-mounted TV in the washroom.
Just got back from taking my business law and business analysis tests. Back to watching the stream.
So we have a world famous modder watching us. I think he's from the Netherlands. Peter Brands, also known as Leap. He's the guy who designed the desk that the Red Harbinger cross desk was built after.
Oh.
Super famous. So
Okay.
He's watching us. He wants to say hi to you and give a shout out. Hey, Peter.
Hello.
Bye.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Solving
awesome.
the word jumble in order to get a chance to win. So you're going to head over to game24.nvidia.com in order to get the full instructions on how to submit your answer. And guys, if you're worried that you missed some of the earlier letters, don't worry too much about it. Head over to the Twitch chat, which is on TG livecam_16 or Linus Tech on Twitch, and you guys will be able to tune in there, and I'm sure people are going to be helping y'all out and making it easy for everyone to get a chance to win these amazing systems.
Speaking of case mods, it looks like we've had a paint room mod. So they ripped a bigger hole in the side of the paint room and then fit the fan into that hole. So it's better ventilation.
Very interesting, yes.
Hopefully help them carry forward on getting more of that paint, more of that case primered.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the, so we can actually see in the foreground here that you can see the wheels on the bottom of their IBM server case that they're trying to bring into the year 2014 here. You can see the wheels on the bottom. You can also see the front panel there
that looks like it's finished being sanded. I haven't seen them pull out a sander since we tuned into that camera, so it looks like it's finished being sanded, but does not appear to have any primer on it yet, just like the case itself. And given how many coats of paint they are planning to put onto this case, I am deeply worried about them finding enough time to have each of the coats cure, or at the very least dry enough to reapply. Oh, and they're back to sanding. Looks like it's not quite ready yet.
So this could not bode well for them in terms of the judging, where they're being judged on theme, how well they're adhering to the theme, creativity, presentation, and ability to boot. But if you're someone who's possibly winning because you properly guessed the code, you'll still be getting a completed system.
Yes.
It just won't be completed on this stream, that's all. So I wouldn't worry about it in that way.
I've actually built in that particular case before, and for the time, actually it wasn't bad. That was one of Gigabyte's sort of early attempts at breaking into the case market. Oh, check this out! Look at that. We're getting a view of these guys sanding some more. So they are back at the sanding.
Has that been primered once?
I hope so.
It looks like maybe.
I think you might be right. Not the bottom of the case.
No.
No, not this one. This one has not been primed.
That side? Are you sure?
I am pretty
It's
sure.
pretty
That looks
solid color compared to before when it was a mix.
I'm pretty
Unless they've
sure
just
that's
been
another coat
sanding.
of filler.
Oh, yeah, that could be it.
Yeah. Because you can see the parts of the side panel they've
yeah.
applied filler to. It's definitely the same color,
yeah, it
and
is.
they applied it very evenly on there. So they had to completely take off the metal filler that they had put on there, and they had to go ahead and reapply that. They were having some real issues with the metal filler and the high humidity that was making it cure much more slowly than they were expecting. So, I mean, what's on there right now looks good. That is a good sign. That looks pretty smooth. But what I don't like right now is look at how coarse the grit of sandpaper he's using right now is.
Yeah.
He's not even doing his fine sanding yet. For shirt on here, I don't know about you guys, but I often get very cold when I'm extremely tired. So, all right. So we are back here at MOD24, and we are seeing some pretty exciting stuff going on now. Can you tell me what this piece with, how many bends have you got in here already? That's 1, 2, 3 90-degree bends. Where's this going, Lee?
This is going from the CPU to the reservoir.
Okay, so this is only your second
Piece.
hard pipe that you've actually completed. Is this one done? Are you about to do a test fit here?
I'm about to do a test fit.
All right, so we get, wow, the timing's excellent for this. We get to actually find out if it fits.
I'll probably have to cut off some, but we'll see how it goes.
All right, so guys, actually since the last time we updated on the main stream, Lee has completed one of the hard pipe runs. So something to note here is look how straight that is. That is one of the most beautiful things about this hard tubing that simply cannot be replicated with a more conventional vinyl or other soft tubing. The way that you get these clean angles, it really makes the build overall look much more computery to me. Like there's just something about it that with these nice straight lines, it makes it look much more modern or even futuristic. Now, of course, it's going to look better once it's full of some kind of a colored liquid. Lee, are you guys planning to use a colored fluid?
Yeah, we haven't decided what color yet, but yes. So clear, you know, we just say there's liquid in there, right? And there's nothing in there, but you know.
So it's funny to me seeing all these teams come together and it basically come down to the wire in terms of a lot of these decisions. So did you guys just show up with an entire bin full of coolant and you'll go with whatever color suits you at the time?
Actually, I have a bunch of dye that I brought.
Nice.
So, you know, we can mix it up and come up with any color we want.
All right, so let's have a look and see if this is going to fit here.
It looks like it will. It looks like it's going to fit, but I got to trim it because it's too long on the end. So maybe about a ½ inch. No, probably an inch. About an inch off there.
This looks absolutely sick. All right, so I'm gonna throw the
We can
screen-
see actually their big side panel window has been painted, which is really exciting. I didn't know that was in here yet. So we've got that. We've got part of the power supply, 2 parts of the power supply here, and then I'm not entirely sure what this piece is for, but that's probably something internal in the case. So it's actually really cool that they have this side panel not the window, but the side panel with the window whole cutout thing on it actually painted, because that is a pretty large piece. So once they get the, I believe, 2-3 main pieces out there ready for paint, we'll have a whole bunch of stuff ready in primer drying, which is something they really need to get done. Unfortunately, it is a little bit humid out here. Hopefully this ventilation that they've added to the painting booth will help, but again, it is a little bit humid in here. That's why Team Mongoose actually opted to do their airbrushing inside, because it's less humid in there, and hopefully they get it to dry earlier.
Look how clean this window cutout looks. I absolutely love it. If they finish this one, I think they're in the running to win this thing.
Yeah, that's a big if. That's a huge if, but I do think they definitely could win. One really nice thing about stuff like their window is it looks extremely factory made. Very, very, very clean. So if they actually get a window in there, huge points. Not entirely sure if they'll get a window in there at this point in time. But all right, guys, so I know you guys have seen part of this case already. Linus was just talking to you guys. But what we've seen now is the finished side panel. So if we can get a cool, almost finished side panel. Sorry, I jumped the gun on that one a little bit. So you got the Black Ops logo. I know. Are you guys getting the skull in there somewhere? Or
There's still an emblem that's going to be going in here. I'm not quite sure where yet, but there's still some shading to do, as you can see where the tape marks were at and stuff like that. And then I think there's supposed to be some screws or rivets or something like that. So almost there. Almost.
And then Team Kill Ninja is I think kind of floating back and forth, but they'll probably get something going on.
I think they're going to boot. I'm hoping that we all boot up. Yeah. You know, that'll be awesome.
I know one thing that you guys said early on actually was that if you guys were able to complete your build early, you guys might actually end up helping other people.
That's the plan. Yeah. So that's why I said I'm hoping that they all boot. If we have to push, shove, let's go. Let's boot it. Let's get it going.
Or have interviewed Team Kill Ninja. I don't think they have in here, and I don't think they will in here. So we get to check out their build a little bit, and you can see some of the laser cut weaponry from Titanfall that they're going to be putting on here. And they're like little tape labels. These will be coming off, but it looks super, super sharp. This is a really interesting way of doing an open test bench. Most test benches that I think myself and a lot of people in the audience have probably seen lay on their side. So the motherboard and stuff will be on their side, but there's many reasons to do this case like this. One, it would be a huge landscape if it was on its side. And two, you kind of want your reservoirs to be vertical. So it's cool that they actually set this up this way.
You guys are making on that. I see a couple of what looks like drafts in here. Can you give us some idea what you're doing?
We've printed out a few ships, and we're putting those on the top level. The guns are on the bottom level. So we want symmetry, but we don't want boredom, so we're trying to have different guns and vehicles on each side. So when you look at it, it's kind of like peeling back an onion. You know, layers every time you go deeper, you find something new about it.
So basically, we're selecting different ships here, and we're trying to get them properly aligned and fit into some of the small spaces we have to work with. And it's all about getting basically the right artwork so that when we transfer it to the laser, more of the detail carries across.
I think that one way or another, it's just going to be kind of random. So, and you know what the thing is any one of these mods.
So bad.
I don't know about you, but I would be pretty happy.
Yeah.
With any one of these mods. I don't think any winner is going to complain if they get Team BS mods or Team, you know, I don't want to pick out anyone, or Team Mongoose or Team Kill Ninja. So that
So you
way
get like
call
a
them all
space
out.
station.
Yeah.
A super crazy retro server that is like not super retro anymore because they modded the hell out of it.
Whatever that
and
is.
the most ridiculous vertical test bench ever. One of the most ridiculous vertical test benches ever.
So let's check out the hashtag MOD24 on Twitter. Not Bearded says Team Mongoose and Team Kill Ninja are looking pretty good. Hopefully BS Mods gets to finish up sooner than they expect. I really hope so too. You know what? I actually haven't seen Team Mongoose's finished side panel. I did stop
did that
by.
get sniped?
I did stop by with Ron. Apparently it's over there.
Yeah, it's against the wall over there.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm
Do you want me
gonna
to go fetch that? No,
Sure,
here,
yeah.
you hang out.
So I swung by and I chatted with Ron. I did have a look at the side panel he's still working on, and he was showing me
sort of his midway progress on it. It's looking real good, but I haven't actually seen a finished side panel. Oh, that is looking good. That is looking really, really good. I don't want to touch it.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
wanna
trying to
ruin
not to-
anything, But you know what? I think he's found a really nice balance between a 3D effect that pops and kind of looks like a door or a panel or some kind of realistic looking piece of widgetry, and not going over the top and making it look ridiculous. That's a really nice balance. I think those guys have done a great job so far of this rig. I'm liking it. I'm liking this. I'm liking this danger orange here. Very, very nice. Rubin,
I was just
been
gonna
here
say.
since the start. Looking forward to the judging. Me too. I am going to be really interested to see how the judges decide to approach this. How much of a bonus there's going to be for completion.
Yeah.
You know, how much they're going to allow their imaginations to take them where the mod was supposed to go, depending on how complete it gets. I mean, even Team Kill Ninja, I know they've got a lot of plans for what they want to do, but they're not sure how far they're going to get, so we're going to kind of see.
Yeah.
Hey, check it out. So that's Ron working on some more of the fine detailed airbrushing on the windowed side panel there.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I'm wondering how, you know the Black Ops like kind of skull logo with the, I think it has some sort of military cap. I don't remember what one it is. Beret. I didn't remember if it was like the skull cap thing or a beret. But yeah, I'm wondering where this is going to go. So maybe this goes on the windowed side panel, or it goes on the other side panel. I'm not entirely sure, but that's a pretty freaking cool logo. So we'll see that going somewhere. I know he's going to be integrating it at some point.
Is gaming. Although my understanding is that the teams were actually given a list of 3 potential themes before the competition started, and then with the guidance that they would be given a final theme right the day of, so that they would sort of be able to plan, but not really.
And as far as I can tell, a fairly common theme for the guys building was that they kind of figured out something that they could do which was very adaptable to each one. So which totally makes sense.
Yeah, what were the, sorry, Lee, can you remind me what the potential themes were?
Electricity.
Outer space, electricity,
Okay.
and your
Favorite gaming moment.
So it was either going to be outer space, electricity, or your favorite gaming moment. So that's why that's why Team Mongoose here ended up with space, zombies, Black Ops, because they kind of went, yeah, and then like a power reactor.
It's a space
thing
station,
here.
so
it has power and it's in space.
Yeah.
And gaming because space,
Zombies.
games, zombies, and Black Ops or something. So they basically went, okay, we're going to find something that we're going to be able to execute. Again, I like their planning. We're going to be able to execute this vision regardless of what curveballs get thrown at us, and we're going to be ready for it. Like it.
Kill Ninja at the same time, they're just printing, essentially laser cutting and or printing things. So they come up with a base design and then they just decal it out however they see fit.
Right.
So they could have done lightning bolts instead of guns.
That's another thing that I need to see Kill Ninja do, is we haven't seen really any progress on the fiber optic lighting effects on the Titan.
Yeah.
We haven't even seen the Titan yet, and maybe if they hadn't set the
Titan as in the Titan from Titanfall. not
Yeah,
necessarily.
sorry. Maybe if they hadn't set the expectation with us that they're going to have a lighting effects Titan, we would forgive them if it doesn't have one at the end. But now that they've committed that,
7 hours though.
you think they can?
And lighting up that Titan I don't think is going to be a 7-hour long process.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Well, remember, they're going to have less than 7 hours. They haven't printed it yet.
That's a good
I
point.
don't even know if they have the graphic yet. Actually, they probably do have
think
the
they
graphic.
have the
I think they
graphic
They
for
haven't
it.
shown it to us yet.
Yeah.
But they haven't printed it yet. And I mean, have you seen how slow that printer is? Especially when they have to do so many passes. I think that Titan's going to take a good half an hour to an hour to print even. Probably not an hour. Probably closer to half an hour. So that's going to eat up some of their time as well. You know, I've never seen anyone this skilled with an airbrush in person. work on it. It's actually been it's been pretty cool to watch Ron do his magic here.
As honestly, the first time I watched him do it, he was just kind of doing it like he is now, which is essentially mostly just freehanding it. And then you see his almost finished result, which is the side panel over there. That's apparently not completely finished, but the almost finished result, and it's like, wow, that does not look like you freehanded that at all.
Nope.
Looks sorry, got to redo that part.
All right, so the flow's coming in from right to left. It's going to go into the radiator. It's going to come all the way up into this little quarter panel here, and we'll have a fitting. Comes through, back around, and we'll make some sort of loop here or a series of angles to bring it into the top of the reservoir. And then it's going to come out the bottom here, which is discharge for the pump, and it'll bring it right back into the chassis here. Comes across through the bottom, and we'll make a straight shot right up into the processor. Then we're going to come out of the processor, go back up into the top right quarter panel, and we're going to come right back around. We kind of have a symmetrical design here, where if you see the other side, we've got another reservoir. We're going to come back around the top of that reservoir. It's going to fill up, and it'll go through the pump, back down, and complete the loop.
That is a pretty fancy design. These panels here are a saving grace for you guys' whole case. That's fantastic. Whose idea was that specifically?
Which panel in particular?
These.
So basically, we did some decoration of it, and the panels are a nice bulkhead for being able to route the tubing throughout the chassis. It gives us an opportunity to kind of hide some of the joints and bring those tubes outside of the case, and that's definitely something that Richard here, he likes to do, cooling outside of the box and really kind of show off what we can do with these hard tubings in different bends and styles. A few more for you. And over here you'll notice that we have the large 40 millimeter cannon for the Titan, and then if you move up here you'll see where we actually have some of the aircraft or ships, and specifically drop ships from Titanfall.
I can't specifically see that, but the screen can, so that should be actually pretty cool. I saw some of them being cut out, and I saw some of the designs on the laptop too.
Yeah,
so
and one of the inspirations for this was there's going to be some ambient lighting that passes through this panel, and since it's semi-translucent, it's almost like the aircraft are hanging in the sky.
Awesome. Now, where exactly are you guys going to integrate the Titan and the pilots specifically?
So we got a couple of places where we put in the pilots. We're trying to do something a little special here, and if we can make it happen, we're going to reenact the rodeo from Titanfall. And we have a centerpiece that's kind of like the master focus, and that's going to be right in the middle here. And we're essentially going to do a couple layers of acrylic, and we're going to be etching it with the laser. We're going to be lighting it up along the side with LED light strips, and then we're also going to incorporate some fiber optic cabling in it as well.
With BS Mods here, I mean, you guys are really going to come down to the wire. Can you show us? Can you show us a couple of the pieces that that you have actually finished applying paint to? Let's start with this one right here.
This is our windowed hinge side panel, and it's this is just the primer coat. So we'll go ahead and put the base coat, ultra bright white, on it as soon as the chassis is out of primer.
Okay, tell me something. So the original plan was how many coats of paint, and the current plan is how many coats of paint?
So we got the primer coat. There's actually on some of these 2 coats of primer. We just shot them both on really quick. We'll probably end up laying down 2 kind of half coats of paint. We really kind of want to have 3 coats of base coat. And then we'll go ahead and do our airbrushing and graphics, and then we'll lay at least 1 coat of clear on. We'd like to have at least 3 coats of clear. We'll see how that goes.
Do you think if the competition had been 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. instead of 6 p.m. to 6 p.m., you guys wouldn't have had the same difficulty?
Yeah, if we would have done body work during the day, that would have helped a lot. Paint might have been a little harder than at night. So either way, I mean, maybe if we did, just 2 12-hour shifts during the day, that would have been ideal.
What's over here? Oh, hey, we got another big piece there. Look at that. All right, so we'll go and visit that one after here. You guys are making fast progress now.
So here's the front chassis. I don't want to put these in because we still have, kind of soft paint, but this door would drop into these hinges and then close over the dry bay covers and where our power button or key switch is going to go. And then the 4 dots in the front of the door are where our lovely IBM logo will be going back to.
Let's stop by Team Kill Ninja and see what they're up to real quick. Are you guys printing the Titan yet?
Yeah, so this will be the top layer of the Titan. This is a acrylic that has blue underneath and white on top. So when I raster it out, the blue will show up. And then we'll do a layer of clear probably behind that will be a little bit larger so we can backlight it.
Very nice. All right. I'm excited to see this because for me, the Titan is going to make or break that build as far as the theme goes. So this has got to be perfect, but I think you know that.
Do or die, do or die.
First, some gunmetal and some smoke black for the deep shadow colors. Then I started bringing the color forward with a little bit lighter colors, some muted grays and some soft whites. And now I'm just going in with some anodized gray right over the top of the whole thing to kind of give it a metallic feel to it. And we also have some airbrush stencils here.
Here, do you want to hold those up and show people? Those look pretty cool.
Yeah, we have the Black Ops airbrush stencil that we cut out as well, that if it comes down to it and we have to airbrush this on, we will, but we actually want to use the laser cutout on the acrylic.
What can you tell me? You guys now have hard piping going on. This is the mainstream now. So you guys have hard piping going on. I don't think they've seen any of the internal components set up, the external reservoirs, all that kind of stuff. So you can tell us all about it, essentially.
Yeah, so rather early this morning, we kind of got some of the detail artwork done, and we went ahead and assembled the system and started planning out our flow. And right now, we just moved into doing the hard PETG tubing, and essentially, we got our first straight run in here. We're going to start by essentially coming out of the right side radiator, dropping down. We're going to go through the bulkhead at the bottom of the chassis. We're going to come through up into the first radiator, passes through dissipating heat from the system, carrying over to the second radiator. It's going to come back out, and we're going to go up into the top bulkhead that'll be installed here. Goes into the reservoir, and we haven't decided what kind of pattern we're going to use here, either a coil or a series of angles. Drops down through the reservoir back into another pump here. There's our secondary pump. It'll come back into the bulkhead, which brings it back inside the chassis, and we're going to bring it straight along the bottom, and we're going to pop it up into the CPU block, bring it back out of the CPU block, through the bulkhead, and that's going to complete our loop.
A pretty crazy setup, and something I asked you actually previously, but again, it wasn't on the mainstream, was this is a Titanfall build, and we see a lot of guns, and soon we'll be seeing a giant Titan. Is this stuff inspired from you actually playing the game? Are these your favorite guns?
Yes, these are my favorite weapons. You know, you start out playing Titanfall and you're a noob. You don't have access to the latest and greatest weaponry. So my particular favorites happen to be the RC-101 carbine and the 40mm cannon. We've also got some other artwork up here. We've done some laser etching, and we've got the drop ships, and that'll be up here. If you look, some of the light passes through. It's semi-transparent, and so you kind of get the feeling once it's backlit that the ships are actually in the sky.
Oh, we're going outside. We're going outside. Okay. Peace inside, people. All right, so the Titan is coming.
Dude, this is awesome.
I haven't seen it yet. Here we go. Yeah, it is. Very nice.
Yeah, freaking red.
Anything with sparks is better.
It is. As long as
So-
it doesn't totally catch on fire. If I left the paper on there, it'd probably be a flaming mess. Good barbecue off of it.
So obviously there's a lot of kind of junk around the image, but from what you guys have seen over the last 16 hours or so, is this looking like it's going to come out all right?
Oh, I think it's going to come out awesome. It should come out great. I'll have to go blow it off, clean it off a little bit, and then we'll find a way of being able to cut around the actual outline itself and being able to have a good good figure from it. So I never used this type of acrylic before, so it's another learning experience.
So I guess when we were discussing earlier the challenges associated with etching different colors of acrylic, I mean, that throws an almost completely unpredictable variable into any type of design you try to do with any depth. How are you handling that?
It's just, trial, keep, experimenting. Every laser is completely different. Even you can have two of the same lasers in different environments, and they'll have totally different characteristics. So you just have to, mess with it, find out what's right for you, and document when you find out what works properly.
I don't know about you, but I need a couple minutes here, as we might just leave the stream watching the Titan be created here.
By all means.
So we will be back, guys, and you can enjoy. Oh, it's not moving. Is that a problem?
Oh, it's moving.
Yeah, it's moving. I just caused I caused panic for no apparent reason, I think. Yeah. Okay. And that is why I need a break right now. So guys, enjoy the creation of Team Kill Ninja's Titan here. So.
Sorry. What is on screen?
Oh ho ho. Okay. BS mods, you guys might pull this off, or you might not have time.
Under 5 hours at this point. I
Under
think.
5
Yeah,
hours.
Under 5 hours.
Do they have any paint on yet, or is this just primer? This looks like just
Sure it's
primer
just
still.
primer.
Yeah.
Although I know at least a big part of the computer was going to be white, so not entirely sure.
Yeah, no, it is gonna be. It's gonna be. I think they were saying a Toyota white, like an extremely over the top bright white.
Yeah.
Is what they were planning to go for here.
So my favorite, like, actually PC-specific game, if I had to pick one, just due to sheer amount of time that I spent in the game, due to the custom game modes, not PC-specific at all, not even close.
Fine.
So not Morrowind, was probably Warcraft 3.
Really?
Custom games, man.
Yeah. Okay.
I spent so much time in Warcraft 3 custom games, and what they did to the modding community was amazing.
Yeah,
and there's still a lot of people that play because of Warcraft 3 custom games.
There's a lot of good stuff for StarCraft as well. The map, the evolution of the map builder from Warcraft 2 to StarCraft 1 was amazing, and then again from StarCraft 1 to
I don't know, just ideas, throwing ideas around.
I think that'd be awesome. Like, I don't know if a design like that, we would print a bunch of them and put them in the store or something like that, or if we would just do a campaign. You can hold that up if you want.
I don't know how easy to, sorry, I'm going to try
It should be pretty easy to see.
Yeah.
So that's me as the Duke in my most manly pose ever. It's just a screen grab from the video. So there's the fly catcher things. You can see the cell phone cases. That red tank top actually belongs to my wife. Not even joking, because it isn't funny.
I didn't know that part.
Yep. It actually has like a super girly design on the inside of the back. So I'm wearing it in...
Airbrushing is pretty much done. We finished the last piece, so all we have to do is the 5 1/4 bay airbrushing, and we're done with the airbrushing. And then I'm going to go over and help Bob and Rod with some of the things that they need to get done. Lee looks like he's all set and ready here and taking care of business. So, yeah, we're going to see what the other teams need and try to help out over there.
That is very considerate of you guys, especially given the kinds of things they were saying about you behind your back.
Yeah.
And to your faces.
Yeah.
So we can have a look at how the Titan's coming, and then we can have a look at where Team BS Mods is at, because they have been struggling and straggling. And if there were ways I could put other vowels into the stra and then something gling, and they had similar meanings, they've probably been doing that too. They've been working extremely hard, but between the setbacks and the enormous scope of their project, they have had some trouble keeping up. So once we're done checking in on, Team Kill Ninja's Titan, we're gonna go check in with them and find out how things have been going over the last 45 minutes or so. I really like the CPU block that these guys are using. I kind of want to dig around and find out what it is. I see the radiators are EK, so my assumption is that it's going to also be an EK block on there, because the tendency for these types of machines is to stick with a very unified look.
So
I can hold the mic. Yeah.
There's a piece inside that's interchangeable that makes it the most noticeable. That's new on the Evo.
Okay, so interchangeable. Can you change the color? Or
No, I don't know about that yet. It's just it comes with an optional piece to for different flow.
Oh,
So
I see.
this one's probably optimized for 1150, whereas the other one's probably for the other team,
Sure.
and then like 2011.
Right. So that's actually been a staple for EK for quite some time, even going back to some of their older blocks, having interchangeable mid plates with different spray patterns. So something that is a factor for water blocks that isn't as much of a concern for air cooling heat sinks is the way that the water hits the copper base, because they don't have heat pipes with, tall fin arrays or anything like that. There's actually very little surface area that you get to use to exchange heat between the CPU and the liquid. So the way you hit that with water can actually have a pretty big impact on how effective the cooling is. So for example, here, just to give a little bit of a sort of a history lesson, one of the early blocks that was extremely well regarded was the Storm. And what the Storm was really good at was it used, I'm gonna screw this up, but it used, so it used basically a series of tiny cups, and then it used microjets to blast water at these little cups in the surface. And it's, I think it was impingement or something was the principle being used. And that was really effective for cooling a very small patch really, really well. So you were just focusing the water and jetting it at this tiny little patch. So that was great back when lots of CPUs didn't have heat spreaders over top of them and you were just cooling the die directly. Over time that's changed, and now every CPU that's available on a mainstream socket from Intel or the other guys is going to have a full heat spreader on top of it, which means that aside from the heat spreader, the fact that there are also more cores under it, so you actually have a larger die, means that focusing all your cooling in one tiny little spot like that isn't going to be the most effective thing anymore. And you might end up, if you were to do that, with certain cores that are running cooler and certain cores that are running hotter. So that's where EK's principle here of giving the user the option to use different plates that are going to have different patterns comes from. So depending on the size of the actual die under the heat spreader, you might want a different pattern in order to get more even cooling across all of your cores. So they decided to go with the outline of a Titan rather than the Titan itself. A very bold move, one that I'm not sure that I agree with, given that they teased all this nonsense about, etching in the lines of the Titan and, the fact that they did a much better job of the weapons. I think this is kind of phoned in. Yes, there's the real Titan. Oh, I guess that's what you want to show us and talk to us about, not the remnants.
You're doing your epic troll, aren't you?
Oh, always.
Yeah.
Always.
You're the master. We strive to learn from you. So this is our first effort at the complete cutout. We're going to redo it so we can have this empty space here cut out as well. This gives you a good idea of what we're going to do with it. And like I said, we're not going to tell you what we're going to do with the fiber optic cables. That's going to be a super surprise happy ending for you. So you have to just wait and see, but it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, let's get a contrast. So between what we started with here, so you can see the way it burned too deep, and from a distance this gun might look okay, but really it got a mess made of it in ways that you would notice if you got pretty close to it. And when we compare that to the Titan here, which is actually pretty darn uniform in terms of the way it's etched. So you can see that even though there's a white layer on top of a blue layer, you can only really see the same amount of blue all over the Titan. This is a huge step forward in terms of the refinement of the process, and that's all happened with us watching tonight, which is pretty intense.
Here's another cool effect that we're going to be working on. We won't have time to do it at this event, but we're going to start doing this with the UV reactive acrylic, with lines a little bit deeper, so when you edge light it, all these will look like Tron lights glowing like insane.
Yeah, I guess it's one thing if we do it once every 3 years
Or yeah.
or something.
Yeah, right.
Because something exceptional happens.
Yeah, yeah.
All
Something
right.
exceptional happens that when we heard about it, we were like, yeah, let's do that. Not like, oh no, health and safety something or whatever.
All right, Euronin says, I'm so interested in the lighting on Team Kill Ninja's mod. I think it's going to look dope. This is Kicker, says, go Team BS Mods. So they're getting some love there. Robin says, you're doing a great job there. Not sure who that's directed to. Probably everyone, because I think the entire production team, all the modders, and everyone
I
here
still
is doing
love
a great job.
the outlook at the beginning, which was like, oh yeah, you'll stream for a little bit, then you can like go back to the hotel and sleep for like a while, and then come back, and none of the crew, not us, nobody. It's like all the same guys that were on at the
No,
start.
I mean, can you imagine if we'd left? I think the original plan was for us to be away from the stream for 6 hours.
Yeah.
And like, can you imagine what we would have missed if we hadn't been here for 6 hours? You guys
Major
would have
massive
missed all the cool
developments.
stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, there's no way I'm leaving.
But a close second and possibly first, depending on how things turn out. And honestly, depending on how much they help other teams, because that's super cool.
Yep.
Could be Team Mongoose. What do you think?
I think you're too quick to count out Team Kill Ninja. What is that? What are we
He had
even
that at the
looking
beginning.
at?
That's not necessarily new. He was wearing that at the start too.
Oh, this old thing? Oh.
Okay, all right. So I think we're gonna need to.
We need the. Do you have the mic? He has the mic.
Oh God, I'll take it off.
Okay, we need to have a chat, Bob.
What? Look at me. Look at me. I have to at least, I'm on camera. I have to dress it up a little.
So.
Disgusting. I'm glad there's not smell-o-vision. I'm sure I'm like disgusting. I'm sure we're all right there with you.
Oh, I have the wrong mic. So Bob was just saying that he's glad it's not smell-o-vision because I mean this is how dirty you've been.
Let's just keep it.
I don't
Just
know.
so we
Am I
know
even
where it
clean
is.
back here?
No, actually, can we get you to do a little turn on the catwalk for us here?
Oh wait, something like that, right? I don't know
I think it's truly remarkable how dirty you guys have managed to get in only a 20-hour span. Let's get a look at the shoes there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that the most remarkable thing about it is that this actually isn't nearly as dirty as their workspace. You were saying that normally you guys are quite a bit tidier than that.
Yeah. We were just, we had, I don't know, probably 5 days worth of fabrication that we had to just cram into 10 hours. And so everything was just getting thrown everywhere, and wherever it landed, that's where it went.
The tie's growing on me, so
You like that?
I think at least when the judges show up, you should probably wear that, or maybe even put it on your system.
I'll sign it and I'll give it to you. How's that sound?
No, let's not take it too far. All right, good luck.
You can see heat gun pipe bending on the screen right now.
Yep, you can see how focused.
He looks very, very focused.
How focused
that
Travis
was Zen
is.
State Travis right there.
So Travis is using their, there we go, we're getting a better angle of that right now. That's a Primo Chill bender right there. Get that configured. So it's good to see that they are getting started on their hard tubing bending because I felt like they had fallen behind a little bit on that and they were gonna come up against the clock if they didn't get started on that. So I'm not actually sure what Richard's working on right now, but I would assume it's going to be the backing for the Titan. We should maybe check in with him before we go to it. Couple reasons for this, but I would take BS mods if I was going to pick right now, because I think that even though they're not, I mean, you ask those guys, they're not able to, they haven't had time to do the fabrication up to their normal standard of quality. I think the fact that the base of their machine is made of unobtainium has an inherent value to me. The fact that obtaining one of those cases is extremely difficult, whereas with the other two, you could, a week from now or 2 weeks from now, you could buy things off the shelf to make that machine if you had the time and skill and inclination.
I think you get inherent unobtainium with basically every one of the things here because you
You're
get the
right.
story attached to it.
You're
You were
right.
like, oh yeah, you can just go buy the person's story. Not really.
Yeah, that's true. I'd say that's especially true.
Especially
of,
because you
Team
could-
Mongooses.
Yeah.
And actually, the
And you
acrylic
get,
as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
no, it's-
exactly. You automatically get unobtainium with all of them. There's some special ones with BS mods, but it's on all of them. And it would be cool to be able to have a story of like, yeah, this is the case that was built and finished early, and then the guys from this team went and helped those other dudes.
Yeah. So it's kind of like winning all of them
Yeah.
or something.
So I'm gonna go with them.
Okay. All right. All right. And then I see Team Kill Ninja shaking their heads over there because I think they're pretty sure they're confident. They're confident. They're confident. I think they're
Well,
pretty sure
the
they're
whole
running away with
time
this.
they've been saying that they're just gonna blow everything out of the water in the last little bit.
Yep.
So
That's been they're
we're at 3 hours and 44 minutes.
a
So
couple hours in. They were saying, guys, at the last minute.
At the last minute,
we're
we're
gonna
just
blow
blowing
you
everything
away.
up. Yeah.
So it's quite possible that we're gonna completely regret everything
Yep.
we're saying.
Eyebrow raise from Team Mongoose over there.
Mm-hmm.
Lee's like, no.
Yeah, no, I'd rather peace out of here. Be done. We will be back at 1:50. Oh, it's 1:20. So that means we're coming back in 23 hours and 55 minutes.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna restart the clock.
See ya, yeah.
There's
Well-
technically 3 hours and 10 minutes left of whatever. No idea.
So after all this, it turns out you are actually going to build a computer.
Yeah, I think so. At least we got one part for it. So
All right.
just got one wire to reconnect here. We're gonna resolder this wire that we soldered off. I don't know, before last night, today, sometime. And then fire this thing up and see if there's smoke.
Can you show the camera the modular interface on the other side there?
There you go.
There you
so you
go.
got some pretty high gloss white with
That's looking nice.
our nice black connectors. So
You maybe can you maybe show us some of the things that have happened in the last little bit here? I mean, I don't think we've actually shown off some of these bends that you did in the hard piping here. So why don't you talk about that a little bit?
All right, so I'll turn it here so you guys can get a better view of what's going on. So essentially, we've taken the hard tubing here. We've been heat bending it and shaping it, cutting it down to size, and we kind of want to have a rule of symmetry with this case. So we've been really working to keep the exact tubing length between the left side and the right side. And we're trying to balance the angles of the case as well. So we've got some 45-degree angles. We try to mimic that here. We continue that trend down here as well. And right now I'm just replicating that on the other side of the case.
Want to show us the in progress here?
Basically, on the inside, we'll be hard lining it as well. We've got the first solid tube in there, and that's kind of where it's going to get a little bit more tricky. We're spending a lot of time to make sure that the tubing is done correctly. We don't want any leaks. I mean, we're not going to have any time to tear this apart, drain it, and fix it. It's got to work the first time.
This is coming together very nicely. You want to show us the progress you've made taking your computer apart?
We got the I/O in. We're good. Oh, we got fans now too. So yeah. So actually, I'm just putting it together. I've sleeved a couple wires, and I'm just gonna put all the tubing in right now, and then put the video cards in, run the power supply wires, and dial it in.
So you guys are pretty much at the point where you're just building a computer now, right?
Yep, pretty much. And then pour some liquid.
Right. But that's just part of building a computer for you, right?
For me, yeah.
You have made some serious progress on the Titan since the last time we saw you. Can you tell us what's changed here?
So we got a nice cutout, and then I did a little larger cutout of UV blue. And then I'm gluing this with my secret sauce, Loctite 349. This is a special glue that cures in the sunlight. So you have all the time to play with it, when you're off in the shadows. But once you get in the sunlight, this stuff cures solid. It will not come apart. You get it on your fingers, and you go scratch your face or something, and it cures in the sunlight, you're stuck there too. So this is some serious stuff. We'll have some LEDs in the back that will light it up. And then we're also going to have the fiber optic cables that will be lit on both sides that will go into the front and going around the back. That's my secret sauce.
Made some progress here. So the bright, what is this? This is a Toyota white finish, correct?
Yeah, it's called Super White. Yep. So Yeah, we got it all painted and clear coated. So we're ready to start assembly as soon as this stuff dries up a little bit and we can handle it, you know. So a little bit tacky right now. You can kind of touch it and move it around, but you can't really get too aggressive with it. So we've been sandbagging so far. So yeah, now we're gonna crank it up a notch.
Have you guys made sure that the front panel still fits on with the added material from the paint, or?
Actually, no, I don't think we did.
We haven't.
No, but it will. We've got hammers and stuff. So it'll go. Yeah.
I like your guys' style.
There's 3 judges, and the majority of the points are going to be for aesthetics, so stuff like theme, creativity, and presentation. So stuff like presentation, you're going to want to make sure that your cables and everything are very, very clean and nicely done. For theme, they're going to have to make sure that they incorporate the game properly, and creativity, well, I think they've kind of got that down pat. But you do get points for completion, so if you can possibly.
And doing everything in accordance with the law with respect to giveaways. So I'm sure that's something they're going to want to do their due diligence on, make sure they do it correctly.
RNG.
But I am starting to get really excited about the end here. Not even because I'm tired, just because the judges have started arriving. We are going to be starting the judging, I think, in, just over 2.5 hours. And we just got an update. Sorry, go ahead.
I think on our B-roll camera here, we're starting to see that logo I was talking about earlier. The
Yes.
skull with the beret, so that looks actually pretty
That Black
awesome.
Ops logo is happening on Team Mongoose's system there. That's looking real nice. One quick update is that one of our judges has actually changed. So the Corsair judge...
I don't think it'll be too big of a deal. I was talking about it, I don't think you're actually here for this part, but every single time that we've tried to pit them against each other, because we're like those jerk TV show hosts that try to create fake drama, they haven't bit any of it at all.
That's true.
So, yeah.
I feel like we've come so far, and yet we have so far to go. None of the systems are done. I mean, that's something to think about. If any of the systems...
Team Mongoose is getting pretty close.
They're close. There's no power supply in there.
Yeah.
The power supply is that's the cable management. Right?
Yes, but they can get it booted.
Yeah.
If they want those extra points. And like if you're allowed to get all of your judging done with all panels on, not that hard to just mush them all behind the back panel. And then get some nice looking cable management in the front. It's a Lux.
That's true.
You can do that pretty easily.
That's true. The Lux has that power supply cover that hides not only the power supply, but also the entire cable
nest
section. Yeah, the nest that sits right in front of the power supply. So if they wanted, Team Mongoose could just kind of half-ass the cable management, and it would still look pretty darn good. Yeah. I really don't think that's their style.
I doubt it.
I don't think that's what's going to happen, but they do have that option. So if they wanted to go for those bonus points of having the system powered up, then I think they could push for that pretty easily at this point. Oh, no way. Okay. Aiden Smallbone says, check out my amazing custom Game24 PC, #MOD24. I think we have a surprise late entry into the modding contest, and this is the one that I'm going to vote for because it is pretty awesome. Oh, whoa, hey, where do you think you're going, man? Where do you think you're going? You gotta drop by. Come say hi. Come be friendly.
Add some fiber optics to them. Light them up.
All right, that is looking pretty good. You haven't seen this with the backing yet, have you?
Not with the backing, no.
Check
That's
it out.
really
You can
cool.
grab it. Just don't drop it, please.
Yeah, so not funny.
I almost scared myself right there. That wasn't even cool.
So like I
That's
said,
really
it dried
cool.
really quickly. I mean, it's just
nice.
Easy to work with.
Here, we'll let you go because there's not a ton of time left. That looks awesome. I'm excited.
So while we yammer here, you camera guys are doing awesome. I want to see all the footage you can get of getting that Titan installed in this case. This is going to be an amazing process here. Whoa, hey, we've got a pilot.
Yes, we do.
Oh, that's interesting. All right, so I guess you're busy, but can I borrow your pilot here?
Go for it.
All right. All right, I don't know if the viewers have seen this yet. That's looking sharp. That's looking real good. Even compared to the guns, I think you guys are getting the hang of it even more as you go.
Everything we make, we do a little bit better the next time.
This is fantastic. So do you have one of these guys or two?
We will have 2.
You'll have 2. But right now, the BS Mods case has arrived. So I think the first question is going to be fairly obvious. Can you please explain this?
That's Bob and I's favorite gaming moment.
I figured that, but
That's all we're gonna say right now.
that's all you're going to say right now. All right, all right. I like the mysteriousness of it. I like the mystery. Is the front bezel coming in pretty soon?
Probably, yeah. So we'll probably try to let some stuff cure as long as possible, just so we don't screw up whoever wins this case. We don't want to scratch any paint off for them, so let everything cure and start, throwing some hardware in it.
Time. I think this is the first time since the very beginning of the stream when Team BS Mods gathered their stuff and booked it to the courtyard and stayed there all night and most of today. Yeah, and you're off. All right, so since I'm the only one who can actually talk on the show now, and they just
We just got trolled by
cut
command.
to the countdown. I am super excited for the moment of truth, and I'm super excited to see if Team BS Mods actually manages to finish building that computer. You can see.
They brought it in and then just like,
Yeah, they brought it in
Took
and
off.
now they're gone. You can see that they had to cut a couple corners. The back of that computer has not been painted, so they just didn't have time. But the back of the computer will be covered by an old style enclosure, so it's going to be an L-shaped piece of metal. You will never, ever see it because there isn't even room for cable management back there. There's no cable management holes. There isn't even enough space for it. So the judges will never see it. We'll know it's there, they'll know it's there, and I think normally these guys, being the kinds of perfectionists they are, would have painted that. Yeah, to their greatness.
that.
Socks and sandals truly are the ultimate footwear. Footwear of champions, man. All right. Carlton says...
Me too,
I'd be
actually.
totally down.
I think I'd be down with that.
Yep.
I can't even see that, but I can see that right there, and the stream can see that.
I know. We can watch what's going on here. So, looks like Rod is finally finishing putting together that power supply again.
I like how
so
we
he's
have a
putting the fan
fairly
back in it.
intimate view
Yeah.
of the putting together of the power supply.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm
Yeah.
liking it.
I'm sure the Twitch chat is going to be able to appreciate the intimacy of this view.
Yeah, I'm liking the white power supply here. I think that's going to look really great with their bright green, kind of NVIDIA green, individually sleeved cables. We're going to end up with a very striking look to the machine. So it's going to be white, NVIDIA green, orange, and black. So that is definitely an out there kind of color scheme. To really contrast the original case, which was beige and beige.
Most definitely beige.
Yeah, all the beige. All at
it
once.
definitely represented its the time frame that you would expect to see. So we are checking out Travis as he runs around doing an insane amount of hard tubing bends and really intricate ones. As you can see, the one he's working on right now is not basic. As you guys probably been able to tell over the course of this stream, their case would have been kind of difficult to do even if you had flexible tubing. And considering some of their runs, it's kind of nuts with the hardline style tubing that they're actually doing. Bendable, but still hardline.
Well, this is the first really good look that we've had at this piece. So there's the triple radiator mount over here cut into the side. They're going to be using a Thermaltake all-in-one liquid cooler for that. That is going to save them a ton of time on the finished build. I mean, Bob, were you guys considering going custom liquid cooling on this one?
Yeah, for a couple seconds.
I think that was a very, very wise decision to go ahead with the easier internal build and then focus on the fabrication, because this was, in my mind, the most ambitious of the projects from a sheer squeezing as much elbow grease, pure grunt work labor into as short a time as possible out of all the projects here. So I want to stick around for just a minute here. I'm just going to explain. So what Bob's doing here is with these types of this is a vinyl, right? Yeah. So with these types of vinyl decals, what you need to do is you have to take the protective paper covering off them, which can often be a bit of a tedious process before you can go ahead and apply them. And I don't know too much about this. I know that most people, when they're doing a stencil, are going to use paper, but I'm thinking what you guys are doing here is you're using a vinyl, so you get that really, really clean line and absolutely no bleed through when you go ahead and apply the presumably, probably, I'm guessing green, like an NVIDIA green type of color to this?
We're going to use the black and the green from the official logo.
Nice, okay. All right, so we're going to get a GeForce Garage logo. Looks like you got that aligned. So that's
I know they have a lot left to do. I've been trying to kind of avoid bugging them in general because they are notably kind of not done yet. I know the other teams are also not done, but I still think they don't have a single component in their case. They have the I/O shield for their motherboard. There we go. We've got one thing inside, and it looks like that power supply is coming together here. Actually really good to see, as that should be able to go in soon as well. That decal that they were putting on outside, I couldn't hear any of that, but that looked pretty cool. I have no idea what it was. Hopefully it'll give more insight to the face that is on the side of their case. I believe that was the panel for the back. I don't even know why I'm talking about that kind of stuff. You guys probably just heard what was going on, so you probably know better than I do, because I had no audio. And I couldn't even see most of it, which was pretty unfortunate. Now moving back over to Travis's computer, we can see even more progress on the whole bendable tubing kind of stuff. Looks absolutely great. Back to the power supply. These action shots all over the place. Looks like he's just putting the case back on that power supply like he was before. Travis's white Kill Ninja shirt. That SLI bridge looks absolutely amazing. So cool. All right, so it looks like we have the white panels in both the angled top spots now, which looks really, really good. And we're starting to get more of the hardline tubing on the inside as well. He had been working on a lot of the outside hardline tubing for quite a while now, actually, but I think this is the first time I personally have seen the inside tubing, unless I just didn't notice it last time, which is, you know, definitely possible. Those bulkheads are really coming together. Those look absolutely fantastic. And it's really cool how he managed to bend it around the top of like the reservoir right there and have it go back up into the bulkhead, which will then pass through into the case. He is only water cooling his CPU, actually. So that's quite a bit of rad and quite a bit of reservoir for just a CPU. But they have said multiple times that after this competition is done, they will be water cooling all of those 980s. So that's where those radiators and reservoirs will come in to help, not necessarily right now. I know I'm very quiet. If I speak up too much, my mic will peak like crazy. And if I talk at this level, you guys can hear me. I'm just a little bit quiet. So we're going to go at this level. That was the general consensus of the Twitch chat before. So at least I won't be peaking. There's another hardline tubing off the CPU, so he shouldn't have a ton more to do internally. I think we're going to be switching to Linus here. He's not talking. Oh, they've taken off their motherboard. What? Why? They're probably painting it? I'm assuming they're painting it. So they're painting it. Okay.
Yeah, I caught them doing that outside. They snuck it in there.
So they have an hour and 47 minutes left. The only thing in their case so far is an I/O shield for the motherboard, and they have decided that they're going to paint the components on their motherboard. All right. We are now the main event, as far as I know. So that means that we actually have additional time. And because this is called MOD24, I know it's on the back, whatever. It's called MOD24. They were supposed to have 24 hours to build. So I don't think we'd feel too bad about giving them extra time. So we're actually going to do...
We're a little bit short on time with the original
Yes.
condensed schedule. So it was 24.
But like totally not at all. So we're going to be giving them an extra half an hour because we have an extra half an hour on the stream. So yes, for all the modders in the room, you guys have extra half an hour. So we'll be adding that to the clock. Right now it's going, if we can switch to a camera that's hopefully looking at the clock. We just added manually, minute by minute, half an hour.
We control the time of the universe.
We are masters of their domain. Anyways, so yeah, we now have an hour and a half and 40 seconds. little bit less than that now. But the modders have more time, which should help them.
And they are really enthusiastic. They're just
Yes.
tired, so that was why.
They've been awake, despite the like totally not 24 hours thing being totally true. They've been awake for more than 24 hours at this point because they had to be here and be ready before. They didn't just like wake up and immediately start building. So
No, they didn't. But that would have been wise. So you guys were feeling pretty confident about being done well ahead of time, but it's kind of coming down to the wire. It's always like this, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's always last minute, everything.
So what are you working on right now? Is there a bit of a challenge that's going on at the moment?
Well, the fans are mounted, and I'm trying to put the rings back in, so it's a little bit of a challenge, but they're going in, and plus I haven't slept all night, so that doesn't make it any better.
So I had actually originally thought that Team Mongoose wasn't planning to paint the rings, and I had kind of looked at that as maybe a potential deficiency in their finished build, but you can see now that that's actually something that Ron was working on closer to the end of his airbrushing, and now they're actually going to match this accent vibrant red / orangey color here, and that's going to tie the inside to the outside really, really nicely. So what made you decide to go with this milky white coolant here?
Well, it's kind of like a real light gray, and it kind of goes with everything else because just clear was just going to be too plain. Blue just didn't go, red didn't go, orange, I'm not a fan of orange when we already got orange going on, so I thought gray looked good, or maybe even like a dark charcoal or something, but that looked good to me.
Things that Team Mongoose had originally not planned on, but I think actually ended up being one of the more striking parts of the build was this reservoir mount down here in the front of the bottom. So the original plan was to have the reservoir somewhere else entirely, but NVIDIA threw a little bit of a curveball at the contestants and said, oh, hey, you guys thought you were doing two-way SLI. No, actually, you'll be doing three-way SLI. So their original plan for reservoir mounting went completely out the window. And speaking of windows, Lee went ahead and went Dremel-tastic on what was going to be a solid panel right there and mounted the pump and reservoir combo in a way that I actually think works incredibly well. And makes the internal tubing look really striking as well because of the way that, I mean, it's a very simple liquid cooling loop because it's only a CPU loop because unfortunately, because the GTX 980 is so new, we don't have any full cover water blocks available for it right now at the time of this competition. So because it's a simple loop, sometimes you can end up with kind of an empty looking water cooling setup. But because he's got these two clean lines coming down the front in what would normally be the cable management area, one, I think it's going to distract from things like the 24-pin cables once those are in place, and two, I think it makes it look a little bit busier in the right ways and is very, very eye-catching. So this is great. Now, I heard the plan for this from Ron, but when he told me the plan, I kind of went, yeah, that's going to look okay. But I didn't really get it. So do you have that template that you used for the hazard lines here? Or?
Yeah, it's back in the airbrush room.
Okay, no, it's in the airbrush room. So here, can I get you to hold this so I can hold the microphone? So basically, he showed me this plastic template that nothing. When you don't have the kind of vision and imagination that these guys have, you look at a plastic template and you go, oh, it's a red and transparent plastic template. You don't really think, okay, well, they're going to blend. I mean, how long did it take you just to get the orange exactly right here for this?
This whole piece took probably about 20 minutes.
That's it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I was expecting something much more impressive. I was expecting you to tell me about how you labored at it for an hour to get this gorgeous mix of red and orange here that really makes it look dangerous.
Yeah. I wish I could tell you that, but it was pretty simple. That's why I did the stencil first and cut out the stencils and have all that pre-laid out, and then vinyl letters help with the lettering font, and then you just spray down your base coat, lay the stencil down, lay over your dark coat, and then you just go in with over-reduced paint to kind of get that kind of like that weathered look without taking away the undercoat. and it just lays right over the top and gives you a nice kind of weathered finish, kind of like what you see there.
Speaking of tying together nicely, I noticed that your acrylic is still missing. Is that?
Yeah, we're gonna put that in last so we don't scratch it up while we're assembling the PC. That's gonna be the last thing we put in. We don't want a big old scratch across the panel, so it's sitting over there underneath the desk in a nice place. So.
All right, Team DS Mods. You guys are the furthest away from having a system actually assembled here. I gotta give you credit though, since I went for a nap, you have managed to put the CPU and RAM in the motherboard. Are you feeling pretty good about that right now?
Yeah, we ran into a little, another little gotcha. Our motherboard tray was tapped for M3, and it's not very common. In fact, I asked around, and Lee didn't have any, and I didn't have any M3 standoffs, the standoffs that hold the motherboard. So I had to go and re-tap all those to 632. So that took a little bit of time, but not too big a deal. Thanks to Team Mongoose for letting me borrow their tap and get that done quickly.
Do you think you guys would have finished in time if you hadn't gotten the extra half hour?
Would have been close. We would have had to cut some corners. You definitely would not have gotten everything we wanted done.
No one seems to really know what happened exactly, but you guys were short one of your fans, and it looks like you didn't quite find the right one. What's the story here?
So we started out this event with 6 fans, and we were down to 5 when we really needed them. So we had to wait till Fry's opened up this morning, and we went out and bought the closest thing we could, and it's just not close enough.
But, I mean, I know that you guys are planning to work on this machine a little bit before actually shipping it to the eventual winner. Is that something that you're planning to swap out before you send it?
Oh, definitely. You know, anything we can do to get this in tip-top shape, you know, everything matching, everything lined up. We want this to be in the best condition possible for the winners.
So I wanted to just pop around the back here and take a look at how cable management's going. Now, with a build like this, where obviously there isn't even a side panel to conceal any of the management back here, what is your plan in terms of holding this stuff down? You don't even have cable management. Whoa, hold on a second. I thought there wasn't going to be a panel there.
Well, you know, we figured a nice side panel could cover up a lot of the wires that we can hide behind the back plane. And that'll allow us to maximize the front and kind of hide stuff in the back.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's definitely a valid strategy used by pretty much every case anywhere ever, so I can definitely understand it. Is this something you guys were originally not planning to use, or were you guys just trolling me?
We originally wanted to have enough time to wire manage at the point where we didn't need it. We thought that it would be impressive to have the front and the back of the case done, you know, exactly how we want it. But in the time crunch, it's plan B.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's one of the things that has really blown me away, especially with your guys' team, is you guys came in here with 100 contingency plans. And, I mean, as far as I can tell looking at this is exactly what you guys would have intended if I hadn't been talking to you throughout the process. So you guys have done a great job of keeping it looking like, yeah, we meant to do that. So one of the pieces of equipment that these guys hauled in is a $7,000 laser cutting machine. So they used that to etch the various plexi pieces all around the PC. So there's a small Titanfall graphic down here. There's another graphic of a Titan and a pilot right over here. And then I think some of the most impressive pieces are some artwork of guns and pilots and ships on the 4 white panels at the bottom and the top of the machine. So there's a gun right here, and I'm gonna go nice and slow so you guys can look at this as we go. And then up on the top we've got a couple of ships. So these are the drop ships that come at the end of the missions in Titanfall. There we go. And these were created in a pretty unique and interesting way. I mean, this material right here, for basically about 1.5 feet squared of material, is about $20 because it's a metal-topped acrylic that is extremely challenging to work with, because even if you've got, you know, a fancy table with frickin' laser beams attached to its head, working with different materials in it actually poses some interesting challenges, because different colors of materials and different makeups will be burned at different rates. So there was a lot of trial and error involved in creating decals like these guns down here, And then my personal favorite so far, which is actually the pilot up here. But I haven't seen the finished Titan, so there's a much bigger piece that is being worked on in secret somewhere, as far as I can tell, that's going to have some fiber optics and is about this tall. So it's going to be a real centerpiece for the build, and is going to have a pretty complicated lighting scheme to really make to really tie this build together and give it a centerpiece that's worthy of a machine of this magnitude. So stay tuned for that, guys. We're going to pop back over
Down in the dark, unable to sleep, and getting super tired, and then coming back super tired without actually getting rested while Linus was getting rested. So I just stopped doing that, and I've been doing much better since I stopped that, to be completely honest. I'm going to jump back over to Twitter.
These are the ones that you're using to light the Titan, correct?
So these will have holes placed in space.
Make sure the flags have
They'll come out this way,
Uh-huh.
and then they'll go back into the case, back to an LED strip,
Nice.
and it will just light them up.
So it'll go back into an LED strip and it will light these puppies up.
Very, very nice.
So.
Can you show us where it's going to go?
Yeah, well, this will be placed. Let me pull this out for a moment. And we'll tuck this guy back in here, and he will stand right in front of the Corsair power supply, right about there. We'll use that UV glue on the bracket, and then we'll put a screw in the back that way. You know, if someone wants to work on the case, they can pull them out or switch them out.
Very nice. Now, you had said you were planning to use a couple different types of fiber optic. Are you sticking with just the one type now?
Looks like we just have enough time to use that one right now. I wanted to use the other type of fiber optic cables and some of the other artwork that we had on here, but 24 hours ran out of time. Things happen.
I just asked if the other teams were scared.
Because there was a slight consensus that they might not actually finish, and now it looks like they have a great chance of actually finishing. So can you tell me what's going on here? What are you painting up?
I'm just finishing up the green details for the last of all my different signage and everything that I'm putting on here. So pretty much everything I'm doing is it's white and green accents, and then some of the black for the lettering and things like that. So,
can you give us any hint to the theme behind your case?
Well, I'm guessing you probably asked Rod.
I tried to do the mom-dad question-ask thing.
Right, Dad said that, go ask, So I will say that it has a lot of very deep meaning, especially here locally, as in extremely locally. And Rod and I are, I guess, the most curious to see if anybody notices it first. We're not going to call it out right away. We're going to kind of want to ask some people around here if they know what it is, I guess.
Right.
So, but that's, I wish I could tell you more.
So far, I have no clue. So there's your first answer as of right now.
It's one of those things that when you see it, you'll see it. And you'll...
All right, so you guys finally have GPUs out of the bags.
We did it.
You did it.
We opened the GPUs. They look pretty cool.
Now, I didn't see this coming on the power supply, but it looks like what you guys have done is you've kind of added your own interpretation of the Corsair logo instead of leaving the stock color, something that I feel like the other teams overlooked a little bit. How'd you do that?
So that's just a vinyl decal. I think it looks, I try to avoid using them, try to paint as much as possible, but with the way we've got this nice black and white contrast, I think the decal looks pretty sweet on there. So we thought, Corsair did a lot for these builds, so we thought we'd give a little shout out to Corsair on our build too.
I'm really liking it. Now, does this board have this chromed look here by default? I feel like you've changed that there.
Yeah, I mean, we tried to mod just about everything. No one's returning this board. So we just took that on our buffing wheel and polished it out, heated it up, took it off the heatsink, split the heatsink, painted it, polished it, and then re-glued it down to the heatsink.
Oh, so that is not a sticker or a vinyl. That is the bare metal.
That's the bare metal, yeah.
Oh, I like it.
So yeah, it looks pretty
for
cool.
you is, what would you recommend to the winner of this particular system in terms of dust management? What would you do if this was your system?
I would keep it up high off the floor, and every once in a while blow out the radiators. Don't let it build up for a year or two and clog up the system and let it run hot. But typically the dust won't accumulate too much in this kind of a system as long as you kind of keep the room clean.
All right, yeah, that's very good advice. You hear a lot. Sorry, go ahead. I'll let you get back to it. But that is a definite pro tip right there, because you can talk all day about filters on the fans and positive air pressure and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, if you keep the room clean, you keep the case off the floor, you're not going to get a ton of dust built up in the system anyhow. I'm sure you guys would have preferred to use a single piece of acrylic down here instead of splitting it in the middle. Is that just a limitation of the laser printer?
Yeah, absolutely. The size of the laser printer is a problem. As far as the top piece, it's a single piece. Any kind of custom work we do, we're limited by the width of the bed itself. So if we had a bigger laser, we could do bigger pieces. We could do an entire side panel for this.
So one of the challenges with a chassis that's not modern at all is that there is no take off the back side panel to do beautiful cable management. So Rod here actually is just going to have to work some magic to try and manage these cables behind the motherboard tray that is basically just suspended there. They had to just obtain a motherboard tray and add it to this case because it was not a standard ATX case when they started out with. So he's going to have to just find a way to get his hands back there and manage that thick 24-pin connector, all of those 6-pin connectors for the GPUs. Remember, that is a total of 6 because there are 3 graphics cards in the system. And then the 8-pin is already kind of managed here. I'm sure this is one of the few times where Rod might wish that he had small hands like me. Yeah, it's sometimes it's nice when you're working within very unusual space constraints building PCs. Yeah, you can see he hasn't even had time to finish this cookie. It has one bite out of it because it is crunch time. Speaking of crunch time, Team Mongoose isn't even at their battle station. They're just getting food or something.
Right now we have about 4 minutes and 35 seconds to go, and we're going to jump over to Linus over here at Team Kill Ninja.
All right, so Team Kill Ninja has posted, check this out, so they actually have a UEFI BIOS screen up. That is definitely going to be worth bonus points for them. Also worth bonus points for them is a couple of things here. So you can see they're filling their loop right now, and one of their plans of having vortexes inside their reservoirs seems to be working. So you can, I don't know how well you're going to be able to see this, but with the cloudy milkiness of the dye that they're using in their fluid, you can actually see this spinning effect inside the reservoir that I think is absolutely striking. Now, they have a lot of work to do considering they've only got 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. They've got to get this liquid cooling loop filled up. So you can see they're filling it with water right over there right now. The good news for them is that because they have 2 pumps and 2 large reservoirs, they're going to be able to bleed the air out of this system extremely quickly. But they also have, and I'm going to try my best not to get in their way here, they also have a lot of work to do on the Titan as well, making sure that the fiber optics are hooked up correctly here so they can light that guy up. That is the centerpiece of this mod. And you know what? I guess since I want to get out of these guys' way, we'll head over to BS Mods. And did you guys get a post here, or is that a post code? All right, so we're gonna find out. This is the moment of truth for BS Mods. You guys, this looks good. This looks good. This looks. All right. Hold on a second. Okay, they're rearranging plugs in the back here. Cesar, do I got you? Come on over here with me. Let's get a better angle here. Oh, hold on a second. Okay. Well, if you want, I can do you a favor. I can run over to the other system, find out what they're plugged into. So they're plugged into the top card DVI. So that would be So your bottom card DVI slot. Let's see if it works. All right. 2 minutes and 13 seconds to tools down, guys. So I'm going to stick around here with BS Mods and find out if they post for about another minute here. And then we're going to run over to Team Mongoose. They've got a post. All right. All right. And the front panel is actually not quite on. Sorry, not to be a killjoy here. All right, so final adjustments. Look at this, you guys. Yeah, you guys pulled it off. All right, so let's move over to Team Mongoose here. Now, this no post yet. Ooh, all right. All right, well, they've still got 1:35. They've still got 1:35 to pull this off, you guys. So let's go ahead and we're just going to kind of run through a little bit of the design here while they work on this. So here we go. For those of you who are tuning in a little bit later, the 3D effects on the side panels are all done with this styrene. Here we go. With the styrene here, and then the painting is all hand done by Ron over here. But of course, it's going to hurt them a little bit if the system doesn't post. So maybe we can run over here and find out what they're trying.
As we can see up there, so there's 55
1
seconds
minute
as of
left.
right now.
All the
Tools
chaos right now. Okay. Suspenseful moment here. There is a post readout LED. If we could find out what the code means, that's A6. All right. Well, let's see if I can. We'll see if I can rely on the Google to help us out here.
Your Google better help you in about 30 seconds, because
Yeah.
that's all the time we have left.
Right, gigabyte. That's a nice thing about these boards that have postcodes on them, so you don't have to rely on listening to the beeps and kind of hoping for the best. All right, I would like to keep using
15
Google.ca.
seconds left. 10 seconds left.
Oh.
5 seconds left.
And we kept our IBM logo.
Tools down.
Okay.
All the teams except for Team Mongoose to exit the room, and I need all the judges to stay inside.
All right.
Well, we started out with a project based on the Black Ops game, and the aesthetics is the outer space zombie pack, hence the design of kind of like the space feature and the zombies. And we kind of just push forward with kind of just going with the sci-fi effect and, you know, concentrate on the aesthetics. And Lee and I were, I don't know, we looked like we were in pretty good shape, halfway through the project, and things started, coming at us where we didn't anticipate for things, certain paints, like the humidity and stuff like that, and airbrush issues and stuff. So yeah, but for the most part, the build is done. We just got to get it to post.
I think you're selling yourself short here, man. I think that anyone standing in this room looking at that paint job is not going to have any idea that you had any issues with the paint.
Appreciate that, yeah.
What we do now.
All right. Got anything to add?
Few problems. Yeah, especially like the power supply cover. Totally forgot about that when I was doing the water cooling. And, moving the reservoir to where it's at now, that was kind of went hand in hand with the PSU covers, so that set us back. But for the most part, we were pretty sure we were going to be posting before everybody and hopefully helping people, but it's all right.
All right. Well, after that stunning sales pitch, I feel like I should probably jump in here and help you guys out a little bit. They talk about the difficulties, but of course, if I can get the judges to kind of move around with me and follow me along with the build. So what was really cool about watching Ron do this particular build was all of this stuff, all these effects, all these 3D things that he added, little fake rivets and all that kind of stuff. This was all done basically freehand. We're talking ruler and X-Acto knife, tools that cost $1. And that really any case modder could do. And so when we were first talking to them about this, I thought one of the coolest things about their build was there really wasn't aside from the very high-end hardware inside, anything that someone, a hobbyist, couldn't pick up and try to do on their own. And I thought that was one of the coolest things about their build. Now, they talk about the adversity, but the thing that I think that they don't see, because they've been staring at it for 24 hours from too close up, I think, a little bit, is that the adversity led to some things that I think ended up working better than if they hadn't run into them in the first place. For example, their Team Mongoose logo down here was actually originally going to be white, and it was going to be up against the black background that this Fantex case would normally have, but now it's going to be a black logo up against this reservoir that was not originally intended to be here. This reservoir was supposed to be somewhere else until NVIDIA threw a curveball at them and went, well, actually, you're not going to have 2 GPUs, you're going to have 3 GPUs, and all of a sudden they didn't have room for their reservoir, and they had to completely redo their plan. So that was the reason why they ended up having to make this small cut that I really don't think hurts the overall aesthetic of the build in order to get their hardline tubing in here. Something that I hope the judges also appreciate is the time and care that Lee put into the hard pipe tubing. If you look very closely at any of the mods that are here with hard pipe tubing, I think you'll find that the bends are a little bit cleaner on this one, and that kind of attention to detail really goes a long way, in my mind, if you're going to go and put the effort into running these hard lines that are supposed to look much cleaner than your typical soft tubing. Other little nice touches that the Corsair folks in the room might appreciate are that they went and took your colored rings, and this was a bit of a last-minute addition as well. I think it was a bit of an oops. We kind of forgot about that, and I saw Ron airbrushing these, making sure that he was tying in not just the outside, sort of making sure that it was thematically correct there, but also tying that into the inside with these nice little touches as well. So I think that these guys sold themselves short a little bit, and I hope that this helped you judge it a little bit more fairly than what they were kind of throwing at you guys there. But oh yes, and the last touch here. I mean, can we power it on at least so you guys can see the illumination here?
It's not going.
Oh, it won't power right now. All right.
Time up for their introduction. We're gonna
All
team
right.
swap.
So team swap time. Mods. The gentleman who can only wear shirts once, as far as I can tell. These shirts were brand new when they put them on 24 hours ago. They were no, it was not white. That is a lie, but a funny one. All right, so here, if you guys want to come over here, I'll let you. Why don't we go to the other side? So, or do you guys want to start on this panel, work your way to the inside? How do you want to do this? Sure. All right. Who wants to go first? All right, Bob, take us away.
No, you know what the name of it is and stuff. So. Yeah. It's a old server case.
Its name is US Datamatic. At least that's what its host name was when we pulled it out of the server room like 2 weeks ago. So I guess it does have a name. It's far from that now, but so our we did the theme, of course. I'm sure that's what everybody wants to know. And I guess we can kind of give you guys a little bit of a clue. Right. So this little
Theme was what our favorite gaming moment was.
my favorite gaming moment, and Bob and I both, when we game and we're having fun, it's at a LAN party, and we love LAN parties. And we met at PDX LAN. We both love PDX LAN. We always go to PDX LAN. We've won mod contests at PDX LAN. It's really special to us. And PDX LAN has had one sponsor throughout its history that's been there the whole time, and it's NVIDIA. And PDX LAN had a really special rep. That was always that.
All right.
So like Rod was saying, is NVIDIA was always there, and the regular attendees kind of got to know a lot of the staff from NVIDIA that came and everything, and so you kind of become friends and stuff like that, and so we kind of wanted to dedicate this to Phil, who we call Uncle Phil, who is an NVIDIA employee. And if you look at the side panel, this is a kind of a reverse image. So it's not an actual picture, but if you look at it close, you'll see it. And I'm sure there's a technical term for that image, but I don't know what it is. So, but if you know Phil and you see that, you will see him. So, I don't know if anybody here knows Phil. So.
Yeah, I know he is.
Okay. So can you see it?
I can see it definitely.
Okay. So what we did was we took a photograph of him, and Rod spent some time manipulating it so that we could clean it up a little bit and just get some of his facial features and things like that. And so then we just we played around with different contrasts and stuff, different colors, and this one was the one that worked out best. So people that don't know him will just think it's like a funny color or one of those things where the psychologist holds up a card and says, "What is this?" and everybody says it's an elephant or whatever, you know. But anyway, so that's what that is. So our favorite gaming moment, sort of, is always having Phil there to game with us. So.
The rest of it's all NVIDIA themed, you know. We went with the green cables and the white, the NVIDIA logo and stuff to, you know, tie it all together. So.
Well, I don't think I can add anything to that.
So do you want to know as far as what we did? Like, do we need to explain everything that we did?
It probably wouldn't hurt to at least give them some idea, because I think for the judges looking at this, they might not even know that this wasn't an ATX case to begin with.
So now that you kind of know what it was, I guess, if you've ever seen one before, maybe you can recognize it now. But we basically changed almost all the sheet metal in the whole case. We filled a lot of holes that were there, a lot of vent holes, had a lot of body work. I mean, this was probably a week's worth of body work. And so we really had to hustle. And we had a couple challenges like you made sure everybody in the world knew about several times. But so we got those panned out and got it all fixed. And so we made some changes so that the side door would open on its own, because normally you have to pop this down to get that open, you know, but we have to make it a little bit more user-friendly and things like that. So, and then we wanted to show what Rod and I always call the good side of the GPUs. So we wanted to flip it over, and so we changed the back panel completely, mounted the motherboard tray where we felt it would show the best, and then basically made custom mounts for every single thing in here and smoothed everything out. So the back wall, the bottom wall, the top wall, the front wall, everything is all smoothed out. There's not a lot of ribs and that kind of stuff. So just a ton of sheet metal work. And then we put all the GeForce Garage logos and stuff like that on there just to, you know, make it kind of sporty. So.
Anything to add?
No, I think that's it. You know, we made the fan mounts for the front. The panels in the back, like, I think that's what really kind of dresses the case up. I mean, with a little bit more time with cable management, this case I think could really look nice, because there's no grommets, there's no ridges, it's totally smooth. And then we moved the whole tray forward to bring the GPUs right up to the window and make the motherboard kind of float, and then we did the same with the power supply to kind of match.
Can you close the window just so that the judges can appreciate that? There we go.
It's a little closer than a normal GPU. So.
I mean, if I had one thing, I guess, that I could add to this, if I had to name the project and I didn't let them name it, it would be Project Elbow Grease, because everything they did by hand. This was a labor of absolute love, and that was very apparent throughout the entire process.
I have to rip them out and switch teams.
All right.
We have
Thanks, guys. All right, so here we go. Who wants to be team spokesman here?
All right, we're Team Pink.
We'll take it 50-50.
All right. Okay, let's go.
I'm going to have to give him all the credit for the pink. Just to let you know, at the last couple of seconds, he was all about pink, 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 more pink.
Yeah, well, Husky StarCraft says pink is for winners, so this is a shout out for Husky.
All right, so walk us through the process. Walk us through what you guys did to really make this fit into the theme of favorite gaming moments, and give us give us some of the rationale behind the decisions you made here and what you think really makes this stand out against the competition.
Well, Travis and I travel a lot. We work together, doing like the Vanilla Ice project and all these trade shows. So we're always on the road and we're at home. We have so many things going with family, other jobs. We have like 10 million jobs. So the only time we, can really relax is when we game together. And Titanfall is the game that we choose. And Travis is much better than I am. I'm still kind of a noob, so I'm trying to level up.
Nice. Okay. So can you tell us about this case? You took a very different approach to the case versus the other guys who went with a new case, an old case, and sort of not a case.
Yeah, well, I knew we all, work together, doing different trade shows. We're all from PDX land. So we all know each other's style, and I wanted to have a little bit of a contrast, and so did Travis. And also, since we're really into performance, this is a modification of a hasher rig. Travis being a Bitcoin expert, we thought it'd be kind of a nice way to go. We've done a couple of these builds for different companies. Open airflow is really, really convenient. And it just gives you tons of room, great for water cooling, and many, many, many color options.
Now, speaking of water cooling, this is about as overkill as a water-cooled rig gets. You've got two thick triple 120 millimeter radiators water cooling the CPU. What does that mean for the person who gets this machine?
Yeah, well,
You know what? It means that you can take every single one of your GPUs and you can liquid cool it. And my favorite thing is you'll be able to overclock it, take it to the max. I want to see that CPU running near 5 gigahertz, and I want to see those GPUs pushing 1300 plus.
All right, so now I see that your Titan, which was an absolute labor of love, there was a lot of trial and error involved in creating that, is not lit up yet. So can you help the judges visualize what the Titan's going to look like once the system reaches the eventual owner who wins it?
So if we had a little bit more time, we have some side-firing fiber optic wires here. They go to the back of the chassis where we have them illuminated with high-intensity LEDs. And basically it goes right into the Titan. And just like he's attached with umbilicals, like he's being built or constructed or being charged, it would illuminate the back panel of the Titan. And then that way it just kind of comes out as a centerpiece of artwork for this particular build, and it kind of comes into play with the way that we did our rigid tubing. We wanted to stack it in layers. In Titanfall, there seems to be a lot of big tubes and things that you can run on in the map, and that's similar to how we kind of constructed the coolant flow.
Now, something I think that'll be hard for the judges to necessarily appreciate unless they know a little bit of the backstory is some of the decals that you guys created, the guns, the Titan maybe to a lesser extent because that one's very obvious how detailed and ornate it is, but the guns, the pilots, sorry, apparently I'm a little bit in the way here. Guns, pilots, and dropships. Can you talk a little bit about the process? How many hours you guys spent in front of your laser cutter in order to make that work? And if you want to talk about it, maybe Richard can give the judges a better view of it here.
You want to come over, take a look?
Sure. Let's just bring the judges in here. We'll just do a quick rearrange here.
So we actually drove a laser cutter down. We drove a laser cutter down from Salem, Oregon, as well as a 3D printer. So we really take this contest seriously. I mean, we love doing using hand tools as well, but there's value in both. So, if you do CNC machining and you do a lot of design, it takes a lot of skill and education and effort to do that, just like it does working with your hands. What we did here is we used some really wild, cool acrylic materials that are layered. So when you raster on it, another color will come up. We did put on the weapons, different ones that are favorites from Titanfall. We put drop ships on the other side. We have different things on there as well. So just different aspects of the game. And we tried to tie that throughout the case. So if you look at the floorboard of the case, we did some rastering in there as well. So we tried to really incorporate 100 or 360 degrees.
Why don't we start with, let's start with the neighbors here, BS Mods. Or actually, BS Mods, I think, is working on something. Team Mongoose, do you want to come over here and let us know? What do you think?
Amazing. This really, I mean, this is like the builds that I like to do, this really far out stuff, the sci-fi theme, and just Titanfall, of course, one of my favorite games. But yeah, I mean, Richard always puts out crazy stuff. He's the reason why I got into PC modding. So being in the same room, just modding with this guy is an honor.
All right, let's bring in BS Mods. What do you guys think? How do you feel about your chances looking at this guy?
Oh, it's just amazing. I mean, these guys are some of the best at you know, the hard line water cooling. So you know, I want to learn from them, and I love the weapon placement on this chassis because you got these cool angles here, and they're just like made for that. You know, so I mean, to tie it all into Titanfall is just it's awesome. I can't wait to see the GPUs water cooled, and that's just gonna put it over the top.
All right, George, let's do you first.
I'll go real quick. So the Black Ops case, I think those guys did a fantastic job on the design of it. They really had a really cohesive theme. I did deduct a little bit of points because it didn't actually post. So that's a little minor niggling. I think that this, by far, my category is presentation. This one, I think, had the best overall presentation. As soon as you walked up to it, it was something different and really, really clean. And then when they went through and explained like each decision they made and all the fab work, I really appreciated that. I liked that one a lot. And then at the end, I really liked what these guys did too. They were smart enough to use acrylic so they could mod it quickly for a 24-hour mod contest. That makes a lot of sense. But overall, I had to give my personal vote for the best one to the BS Mods team on this one.
All right, there we go.
Next judge.
Yeah, okay, let's keep it rolling. Sorry.
No, I'm in. So, with the Black Ops, again, gigantic gamer, and I had the gaming theme. Who stuck with the theme? And I was loving this because, but it's such the mod, how you had to pound and work and get all the cranks out and get all the niches out and stuff. And, you know, and I understand, again, with the NVIDIA, you know, and I get it. And then, of course, Titan at the end and the color and the thing. But for me, the one that just kept sticking out, the one that I had to go first, and I didn't want to, I don't like to have to pick. I'm like, they all get 10s, man. They all get 10s, but then everybody want to slap me and get mad at me. So my 10 went right there to the Black Ops because there's a personal history behind it, but the detail in the painting and to see that thing light up, plus my love for, and I can't make it personal, but Call of Duty and Black Ops, to me, that was the one that stood out to the point of, yeah, it had to get that one little half point that I couldn't give the other two.
All right, thank you very much. And final judge.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think all three teams did an amazing job and really deserve a 10 out of 10. Unfortunately, I can't give them all 10 out of 10. My judging criteria came down to creativity. And so just going down the line here with the Black Ops case, I think that, as they said before, it's extremely cohesive. It's a little garish for my taste. I think if I were to actually own a case, it would probably be the white IBM one. But just because of how cohesive it is and how it stuck to its theme, I would have to give the Black Ops case the nod. And just moving down the line, I mean, both of these cases are also amazing. I give them, 9.9 out of 10, if you will. This one's extremely clean. I like what they did with the case modding. They actually spent a lot of time, working with the metals and whatnot. And then the last case is also, it's pretty dang wild. So I got to give props to that as well. But really, all these guys are winners in my book. So.
All right, thank you. So I'm actually not 100% sure who does the declaration of the winner. I'm guessing Romeo. Romeo, you coming up here to do this? You want to hold the mic?
Sure. Just want to say
I'll hold it.
all right. Just want to say thanks to all 6 of you guys for a hard 24 hours. It was a great show. It was very close. All 3 scored pretty much within a few point range from each other, but there is only one winner, and the winner is BS Mods.
All right, congratulations, guys. Let's get some reaction from you guys, because I mean, honestly, and I don't want to be down on you guys, but until up to about like 6 hours ago, I didn't think you guys were going to have a system.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. At an hour 10, I went out to see what Bob was up to because I'm sitting here building the system, and we don't have side panels. And I told Bob, I was like, 10 minutes, man. We need 1 hour to get this machine together. And there was like 35 minutes left and still no Bob. And it's like, wow, I don't think we're going to make it.
I was sleeping.
Congratulations. So actually, Romeo, do you want to run us through what these winners just are taking away here? Because this is like a half pallet of hardware here.
So the winning team gets the exact same identical hardware that's inside each of the rigs. So they're going to take home, each of them, 3 GTX 980s, a triple SLI bridge, and all the other hardware that's in there. Second place, which is Team Mongoose, you guys get to take home the Corsair 380Ts. And for participating, everybody gets to go home with 980s. All right, so thank you, everyone.
Everyone really is a winner when everyone gets a 980, aren't they? For BS mods, what is PDX LAN? Are you gonna make Rod do this? Because I don't know if he's gonna make it through it, man.
PDX LAN's the best LAN party on the West Coast, maybe the world. It's a fantastic LAN party. I think it's the #1 LAN party for case mods in the world, hands down. Every main event they have a case mod contest where the case mod that wins is featured on CPU Magazine, and the competition is this good. The mods that are at the PDX LAN competition are as good as these, which is crazy.
These guys all go.
Yeah, I think
we're all there, and there's a lot of other really good quality modders too. So it's even the guys from the magazine say, man, it's the toughest job they've got, you know, when they come there, because it's so hard to pick just one. So, but yeah, it's an awesome LAN. So it's pdxlan.net, .com or net. Probably either will take you there. So.
All right, I got a question for Kill Ninja. Are they using Z-tubes for the reservoirs? How are they planning to add GPUs to the loop after the fact? And this is from Shixlal.
Yeah, so these are premature reservoirs, so I'm not sure where they source their materials at. Yeah, you'll have to definitely drain the loop out and then do a little modification to add GPUs to it.
All right, this one's from Jonathan Walker for our Team BS mods. What would you do differently if you could start this project over again right now?
It's easy. Mini ITX. Something like a Zotac Z-Box or something, you know. Just something real small.
Here's a suggestion from AJ. Have the teams sign the rigs. Are you guys planning to sign these rigs? Because if you weren't, I think that's probably a pretty important step here. You guys got to make sure that, I mean, this is more than just the system. This is a commemorative piece of modding history, I think. So just throwing that out there, I think that's pretty important. I got a question for Team Mongoose, and I think this is for Lee pretty specifically here. What is the best Dremel to get for a 100% noob? This is from Maloon's Oreo.
The Dremel 4000 is pretty good. That's what I use at home. It's right around $100 or so.
Team Kill Ninja. What kind of case is that? Where can I get it?
Okay, so this is from a company called Primo Chill, and they'll have a website up. I believe in October you'll be able to order it directly, but you can just look them up and order over the phone, and they'll take care of you.
From Rutwick Mishra, Team BS Mods, how did you guys do the cable management?
In 2 minutes? Yeah, I'm a little ashamed of that cable management job. I guess it is managed, but that's probably stretching it.
All right. Team Mongoose, why did you decide to go with this particular case? Why the Enthu Lux?
Water cooling friendly, nice and clean, nice platform to do a base a mod off of, you know, especially the way Ron likes to do creative stuff like he did.
This is interesting. This is from Vincent for Kill Ninja, and I know that you guys like to go outside of the box. Lots of people in the chat, and this is according to Vincent, I haven't verified this, lots of people in the chat think the pink fluid killed your chances. What do you think?
I'll let you own up to this one.
Yeah, that was all me. To be honest with you, that was not intentional. There's a 3-step color process to get a nice color or orange. And so it starts out with using pink, then you add yellow, and then you add a little bit of red to dial it in. just ran out of time getting it there. So that was a bad judgment call on my part, but hey, the story of my life.
I've I've actually got another question for you. This is from Owen Cookhouse, who's actually been getting kind of into modding himself, and I think has probably paid pretty close attention to this entire stream. Team Kill Ninja, what kind of a commercial business would be able to cut acrylic the way that I would want to in order to get into modding? I don't have a laser machine.
Yeah. So actually, you don't actually have to go to a commercial business. There are tech shops open throughout the country, and other organizations that run all types of CNC equipment. They'll even train you, and you pay like a small monthly fee, kind of like a membership fee. So that's one way. Other ways, look for tap plastics, and try doing things by hand as well. Because I mean, anything that I can do, well, not almost everything, but a lot of things I can do. Any of these guys can do with the Dremel or other tools. I mean, just look at like what Ron does. It's absolutely amazing, and I can't pull off what he does, with a piece of CNC equipment, or on a mobile basis.
All right, I got a comment from Ricky Moravich, and I recognize him from like 18 hours ago. So he's been around in the stream. I think the pink looks baller. Haters gonna hate.
Brother, word to your mother.
That's all there is to that comment. All right, for Team Mongoose, what type of paint would you recommend for starting PC modders? And I think this is going to be for Ron here. Yeah, we got Lee pointing the fingers.
Definitely water-based. The Createx line, any line of the Createx line is really good. Stay away from your urethanes. They just require a lot of reducers and just tough to deal with until you have the experience of working with paints and the cure times and the flash times. So just any type of water-based paint is good.
Two things I'm actually going to add to this question. This is from Nick. Is your work going to miss that server?
Oh. I hope not. There wasn't any data on it. The data is still safe and sound. I don't think so. No one's actually used it for like at least 7 or 8 years. I just got an email from the guy that used to admin the server, and he said congrats. So I think that's good. I don't think they will, and no one will trip on it now, which will be nice.
I've got a great question, and this is the kind of out of the box thinking. I'm sure you've thought of this, but maybe not. So Richard, could you run fiber optics inside of your hardline tubing?
We've been thinking about that for a while, and we haven't found a good way of being able to make a seal. But you could do it, especially with the type of acrylic glue that I use. That's a great idea. I think that's something we'll need to try.
Actually, another question for Mongoose. Is it expensive to start with airbrushing? Tips for noob level gear. I mean, there's always that stuff that's so expensive it's not worth it for a new user, and there's that stuff that's so cheap that it's just gonna break. Where's the fine line?
Yeah, just spend the extra money and get a quality airbrush. It'll save you a lot of time and headache. I use a dual airbrush where it's a dual action airbrush where you can press down the air and then pull back on the trigger to release the paint. A lot of the brushes out there are single action. When you press down on the button on the airbrush, the paint and the air release at one time. You don't have a lot of control of the air or your really even the artwork or whatever you're trying to produce. So yeah, invest in a quality good airbrush. The Iwata Eclipse line is a great line to start with. Badger lines are great. I get most of my stuff from Coast Airbrush or TCP Global. And those a good, entry-level brush is going to probably run you $120, $150.
For BS mods, probably for everyone, how much are you guys looking forward to a good old nap?
Oh, man. Well, if I can get up from this chair and make it to a bed, then yeah, that'll be great. We're definitely looking forward to it. We're pretty beat, so we were doing a lot of physical work, sanding and cutting, grinding, just hammer and dolly and shaping, you name it. So yeah, we're pretty wiped out.
For Team Kill Ninja, will the LEDs for the Titan be color changing? If not, what color will they be?
So we planned on using some RGB, but there wasn't enough intensity in the light. We really wanted to drive these fibers so that they were just really exploding, popping light out of the sides, illuminating the backdrop for the Titan. So we chose to go with high intensity LEDs, and unfortunately it makes them one color. We could use red, white, or blue.
Hey Richie, this is from Yuri. Nice mouse. Posted pic on your Facebook.
Oh yeah, that's my traveling mouse. I love that thing. I know it's not the best thing for gaming, but I've had many games of StarCraft, and then when I'm playing Titanfall, I up to the wired mouse, and I'd like to frag hard a little bit.
All right, we're gonna do just one more question, and this is from CJ for BS Mods. Where in the world is the front panel I/O?
Front panel I/O in 1998. Yeah, it doesn't exist. We actually thought about putting something in with the dry bays, but we didn't find anything that we thought matched our theme, and we didn't want to just dump I/O in without trying to tie it in with the whole chassis.